major CEOs of massive corporations, hedge funds, and central bankers are starting to understand that Bitcoin will become gold 2.0. And it's the harder, the strongest, the fastest, and the smarter currency that has ever existed. Because in the past, it was just a bunch of crazy people. And now everyone that has billions of dollars or euros or any fiat currencies in their balance sheet feel how they are melting away every day. This is how being an Argentine feels like. Okay? We know that feeling, and it's sad to see that now the rest of the world is having that same experience. But many of us who are sitting on fiat currencies don't even think that our central banks are sitting on piles of dollars. We are somehow the musicians on the Titanic sinking with the ship without even realizing what's happening. Sergio is a friend and a great thought leader also in the space, and I really like his vision how Bitcoin as a technological stack should serve billions of users. So the Gold 2.0 use case is extremely important, and that's why we are all maximalist deep in our core. But at the same time, we need to make sure that other technologies are built on top of Bitcoin as second layers, such as Lightning or Bitcoin sidechains, so we improve its scalability and programmability so billions of users can benefit from this technology as well. Otherwise, Bitcoin will be extremely expensive, its transactions will not be able to be afforded by people, regular people, and will be just used for central banks. And I think what we are experiencing is living today in El Salvador, paying pupusas with Lightning, it's a realization that these upper layers could make sure that the Bitcoin technological stack can serve any single use case that we've seen in the space so far. To finalize, I would love to finish with this quote from Jorge Valenzuela, Bitcoin Beach, who you will see tomorrow, right? This is a project that just, every time I listen to Jorge, I'm crying. It's a realization on how Bitcoin can help, but also Bitcoin, it's just technology. It's the team at Bitcoin Beach who have used this tool in a project that was built to help teenagers in El Salvador, so they have an opportunity to stay in their country and to have a proper life here without the need of living somewhere else with everything to lose. What happened with the...
You're set?
No, there was one more slide. Can we see one more slide? Romy?
It's nice. It's me.
It's you. It's you.
Please.
Romy, can we see the slides?
Hay una donde estoy yo, a ver. Si no, no la pongas.
So, while we get the other remaining slides, I would like to ask you a question. How many of you would like to take a picture with Rodo dressed as an astronaut? Can you raise your hands? Okay, Rodo, can we get a public commitment to have you next to La Bitcoineta?
No, I think it's broken already.
Come on, come on. I want a picture with it, us too.
Too hot.
Yes, I can tell.
Bueno, dale.
Okay, so...
Espera, Romina, faltó una diapositiva.
Yeah, I have the clicker. So make sure you follow and you learn what Bitcoin Beach has done. It's a true story on how this technology can really be used to empower people and to change the life of those who need it the most. So with this, I would like to officially welcome all of you who are, for the first time in La Bit Conf, to our family. I'm sure we're going to keep on seeing each other for years to come. Welcome to El Salvador and to Latin America, that will be remembered, hopefully, in the years to come as the first country where hyper-Bitcoinization started and where this technology spawned this beautiful revolution to the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Very well, very well. I think it was also a very motivational talk. Bueno, I don't know if everyone...
Pues muchas gracias por acompañarnos en esta primera conferencia con Gabriel Kurman, donde nos explicó por qué Bitcoin hace tanto sentido no solo en Latinoamérica, sino en diferentes partes del mundo. Ahora vamos a tener la tan esperada presentación de Max Keiser. Max Keiser, una de las primeras personas en traer a los medios Bitcoin. Él desde 2011 ha estado diciendo cómo Bitcoin se iba a convertir en lo que hoy es, y hoy lo tenemos aquí desde El Salvador presentando su muy esperada presentación y también sabiendo por qué también hace sentido, qué es lo que está sucediendo con nuestro dinero. Realmente ese es el dinero que nosotros queremos, es un dinero que, como se explicó ahorita, se puede llegar a emitir infinitamente. Y pues bueno, pasamos ahora al escenario con Max Keiser.
Pump it up! Let's do it! Here we are in El Salvador, Holy Land. For Bitcoin, I get down and I kiss the ground. El Salvador, I love you! I love you! Making Bitcoin legal tender and starting the global hash war. What is the global hash war? A lot of people say, oh, you know, Bitcoin's going to be banned. Governments are going to ban it. I'm afraid to own it. But that's not what's going to happen at all. What happens is that governments are going to be competitively hoarding Bitcoin. They're going to be mining Bitcoin. They're going to be turning their volcanoes into Bitcoin miners. And we're going to have competitive Bitcoin aggregation. We already see it in El Salvador. Everyone else in Latin America is looking at El Salvador, and they're saying, we're not going to let them get rich. We want to get rich. We want to make Bitcoin legal tender. Over in Ukraine, they're saying, you know what? We need a lot of Bitcoin. Well, Russia's not going to let Ukraine get rich on Bitcoin. Russia's going to start hoarding and mining Bitcoin. And then America's going to be like, we don't want Russia to get rich. We've got to own Bitcoin. And you enter into this new 21st century space race, hash war. It's all built into the Bitcoin protocol. It's all game theoretically built into the Genesis block. It's all going to happen, and nobody can stop it. Tick-tock, next block. Wave after wave, it's coming in, it's changing. And remember, you don't change Bitcoin. Bitcoin changes you. Bitcoin is the great equalizer. Nobody knows this more than President Bukele. Some things that we know about what's happening in the world today. All fiat money goes to zero. For the past 300 years, all fiat money has gone to zero or lost 99% of its purchasing power. No fiat money has ever survived. That includes the US dollar. It's not an exception. Every country will follow El Salvador and make Bitcoin legal tender. Already, El Salvador is on track to save $400 million in remittances. They're going to make $1 billion off their volcano mined Bitcoin that they're putting into operation. And as I suggested, when I heard about the volcano mining, why not launch Bitcoin-backed volcano bonds against future Bitcoin earnings and pay off the IMF? Pay that IMF debt off. Fuck the IMF. We don't need the IMF. Nobody needs the IMF. Pay it back. Pay it back. Get rid of the poison. The IMF, the pestilence. Get it out of the country. Do you see someone from the IMF just step on her? Fuck you! Out! Vamos! Disgusting. Parasite. Pig! IMF is shit. Remember that. You can quote me on that. But President Bukele, I have to say, his Twitter game is on point. For example, he tweeted some three little words. United Fruit Company, right? United Fruit Company. What's this all about? Well, Latin America has been the American colonial playground for decades. Latin America has been the source for wealth in America for decades. United Fruit Company, of course, is a company that took root here in this region and extracted wealth. And Bukele is thinking, you know what? Bitcoin is a great equalizer. We don't need to be under the thumb of any of these global banking cartel anymore. He says to the IMF, openly trolling the IMF, hey, IMF, we're buying the dip. Here's a president of a company trolling the IMF saying, we're buying the dip, meaning he's buying and accumulating Bitcoin cheaply. He also recently tweeted, quote, Bitcoin is powered by beauty, which is absolutely true. There's something inherently beautiful about Bitcoin. It's the Sistine Chapel of money. And we as human beings are motivated, we are moved, we are emotionally attached to an aesthetic beauty. That's the driving force of our species, has been for hundreds of thousands of years. We respond to things that are aesthetically beautiful, and Bitcoin, the protocol, is one of the most aesthetically beautiful things in the world. Nobody who has studied Bitcoin is bearish on Bitcoin. Everyone who doesn't like Bitcoin hasn't studied it. You know, you've got the Nouriel Roubini, the Paul Krugmans, the mainstream economists, the mainstream talking heads, the mainstream media who come out with an opinion about Bitcoin. None of them have actually looked at Bitcoin. If you do, you immediately fall in love with it, and you start tweeting about its beauty. Because you don't change Bitcoin, Bitcoin changes you. And this is some of the beautiful unfolding and unflowering and delicious moment that we're living in now. We're about to see something humans have never seen before in the history of money and the history of our species. A monetization of love and a demonetization of hate. Think about the US dollar for a second. Paul Krugman, who's at the New York Times, he writes about economics and finance. He was asked once, well, you know, nothing backs the US dollar, Paul. He said, no, in fact, the US dollar is backed. It's backed by men with guns. Think about that for a second. The US dollar is backed by men with guns. This stuff, dollars, greenbacks, here's a 20, here's a 5. This represents violence. This represents hatred. It's what's backed hatred. The U.S. military is more than half of all the tax dollars we pay in America, multi-trillion-dollar budget, 500 military bases around the world. When Iraq decided they wanted to price their oil in something other than dollars, we killed 500 innocent civilians, children, 500,000. When Gaddafi said, hey, we're going to maybe bring in a Pan-African gold-backed currency and get out of the dollar, he was killed by U.S. military forces. This is the story of the dollar. This is garbage. This is shit. This is the kind of shit that you don't ever want to see. You know, this is very cathartic. You need to perform an exorcism on your currency. You need to release the devil. Out, devil! Out! Pestilence! The kind of garbage. Nothing but paper and an illusion that somehow this is going to keep you safe in a world of infinite inflation. I can guarantee you a few things. Number one, paper money is guaranteed, mathematically guaranteed, to lose purchasing power forever. It will never, ever gain purchasing power. Number two, Bitcoin is mathematically guaranteed to always increase purchasing power. Mathematically guaranteed to always increase purchasing power forever. Is it volatile? Sure. But I ask you, would you accept a little volatility in Bitcoin with a guarantee of purchasing power over time? Or would you rather have the US dollar or some other fiat money that's not volatile and you're guaranteed to lose purchasing power over time? Who would pick Bitcoin? Yeah! Hell yeah! Of course! Absolutely! Anyway, I'm watching with great interest the political ramifications of all this and adoption here and stop it. The people here on the street who are using it now have unconfiscatable wealth for the first time that's increasing in purchasing power every day. They're enjoying individual sovereignty, and they have hope. They have a future. They're excited. Just walking through El Zonte, people are like dancing. I'm in El Zonte. I got my Bitcoin. They got a future. They enjoy more monetary money freedom in El Zante than almost virtually every single American does. Every single American is subject to having their wealth confiscated, as they did in the 30s with the gold. Every single American is having their wealth destroyed by inflation. Every single American is having their transactions spied on by the government. Are the people in El Zante suffering from this? No. So that has an incredible, profound impact around the world as people begin to adopt Bitcoin, and it changes their lives. Bitcoin is the first property in history that you can own fully. It's the ultimate manifestation of self-ownership and natural law. The most difficult aspect of Bitcoin to grasp is that it's completely unique. Nothing like it has ever existed. The mainstream media is unable to fully understand the magnitude of the coming paradigm shift that Bitcoin will bring. Truly decentralized, resist censorship. 40% of all the money that's been printed in America has been printed in the last 18 months. The inflation genie is truly out of the bottle. This has been going on for a long time. The money printing has been a problem for a long time. In the United States and around the world, all central banks coordinate with each other in an effort to extend and pretend. All problems are met with repackaging all the current problems, issuing new bonds with longer maturity dates at a lower coupon rate. That is interest payment. And this is enabled and facilitated by the global central banks, who artificially keep rates near zero. That means that people who are savers, people who are working hard and putting money into their savings account for hope of a better future, they are not getting interest on their savings because it was stolen by the central bankers who gave that interest to their speculating banking friends. How much interest has been lost since this program of financial oppression began? About $4 trillion has been taken out of the pockets of savers, people who work hard and want to save for the future. $4 trillion robbed through keeping interest rates artificially low. And now what has happened is that structurally the system is so horrible. And to just get into the technical aspect of it, this extend and pretend policy has meant that the balance sheets of these banks and central banks around the world are now built on bonds with very long maturity dates, 20, 25, 30-year maturity dates. That makes them extraordinarily sensitive to any rise in interest rates. So COVID hits, supply chain disruptions hit, prices start to tick up, and the only real policy choice responsible central bankers have would be to raise interest rates to defend their currency. But because they've destroyed the underlying financial fundamentals of the globe so horribly by having the entire $200 trillion global bond market essentially way out on the yield curve, any 1/100th point move in rates up causes incredible damage. And that's what we're seeing now. We're seeing economies and countries experience incredible damage as the global bond market reverses a 40-year bull market, enters a secular bear market, the cost of funds goes up, and inflation is raging, and the banks can't do anything about it. In the 70s, they raised rates in the United States to 16% on the 10-year bond, but that's when the structure of the maturity of the yield curve was much different. They can't do it right now. So we're talking about inflation in an incredibly damaging way that's irreversible, that's going to destroy people's lives, it's going to destroy countries, and that's why Bitcoin is at $50,000, $60,000 a coin. Because it's telegraphing us, it's telling us this is coming. If you listen to Bitcoin, you will hear it tell you hyperinflation is coming. Every fiat money in the world is in a hyperinflationary collapse against Bitcoin. And it's happening right now. No matter what the mainstream media says, no matter what mainstream economists say, the fact is prices of stuff are going up. Prices of commodities are going up. Energy, food is going up. Whenever food costs get to over 40% of a country's GDP, or the daily budget of the people in that economy, you typically have an insurrection. We saw that in Cairo, in Egypt, during the Arab Spring, because food costs got to the point where the people said, you know what, let's just overthrow the government. Same thing happened in France during the French Revolution. In the US, food costs are creeping up toward that magic 40% level. We could see a real insurrection in America, not a fake one. And it's going to be pretty dramatic. And if you don't have Bitcoin and you don't have a seed phrase protecting your Bitcoin where you can go to some mode of transportation and get out, you're going to be stuck. With Bitcoin, it's totally portable, it's unconfiscatable, it's censorship resistant. I have a seed phrase controlling my private keys. I can walk naked through the airport, arrive anywhere I want to, and I'm cool. Can't do that with gold. Can't do that with fiat money. It's literally a life and death situation at this point, given the inflation picture. If you are not stacking sats right now, you could be in a serious problem. And I see I've got about 2 minutes left. And I just wanted to, once again, kind of thank everybody in this country for having the balls, for having the courage, for being, I think Bitcoin in El Salvador is the Declaration of Independence for the 21st century. On Twitter, I say President Bukele is the new George Washington. And and everyone here, you can feel it. You can feel the electricity in the air. I've been in this for 10 years, and it was such a moment of just joy and excitement when the news hit that we have the first of many countries where Bitcoin becomes legal tender. Now, I want to thank the folks at Bit Conf because I've been here a couple of times. This is the best conference out there. Thanks to this guy. And I'm going to throw it back to you, and you can party on. And thank you so much. Have a great conference.
A big applause. Thank you, Max. You're also the best. Bueno.
Wow, ahí lo tuvimos a Max. ¿Qué dice?
No solo es impresionante su energía, sino también su experiencia y el tiempo que ha estado dentro de este espacio y cómo ha ayudado a la difusión y que más gente llegue a este gran mundo.
Yo debo reconocer que teníamos un poco de miedo de invitar a Max Kaiser porque arriba del escenario hablando de gobierno, pero realmente ha tenido un approach increíble y muy sensato respecto a lo que se viene o al porvenir de Bitcoin y estas intervenciones estatales.
Y ahora vamos a tener un gran panel que donde está también Stacy Herbert, Dieguito, Aaron Hollings, Stefan Livera y Joseph Tifek. Entonces, siguen con nosotros.
Tag me on Twitter. I am Stacy Herbert, no E. Thank you.
Bueno, I'll be replacing Diego till he arrives. Okay? So, could you, each of you, do a very brief introduction about your background and actually your economic also approach?
Yeah, hi, so I'm Joseph. Thanks for the invitation here. I work for Trezor. In 2010, I founded Czech and Slovak Ludwig von Mises Institute. So obviously my approach is Austrian School of Economics and Libertarianism, and I contribute to Bitcoin Magazine.
My philosophy is one Satoshi is all you need for fuck you money. We were at the very first Bitcoin conference ever in 2011 in Prague, where Trezor first came together and was formed. So our show is dubbed into Spanish, Kaiser Report, and so people have been hearing about Bitcoin here for quite a while in a Castilian accent. Max Kaiser with a Castilian accent.
It's true that you go in the Sunday walking and everybody says, hey, everyone recognizes you.
Everybody's like, that's Max Kaiser.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Well, that's great. Yeah, so for anyone who doesn't know me, my name is Stefan Livera. I host the Stefan Livera podcast. I do interviews about Bitcoin and Austrian economics and just education in all matters of Bitcoin. And I also work at Swan Bitcoin, where people can buy Bitcoin as well. So in terms of economic philosophy, I certainly come from the Austrian school. That's definitely where a big part of my influence was the Mises Institute. So growing up, I was already primed to the idea of being anti-fiat money, anti-central banking. So that's, when Bitcoin was explained to me the right way, then it just made complete sense.
I'm Eric Koenig. I'm not Austrian, I'm German, but I'm into Austrian economics since, I think, 2009, into Bitcoin since 2011, and I've been to every single Bit Conf since 2013, my absolute favorite conference. I wrote 5 books about Bitcoin, and the 5th will be published here. You can buy it only in El Salvador at the moment for Bitcoin. We have a book signing at 4 at the RSK booth. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Advertising.
Well, so let's go deep into the topic and right to the first aspect of it. I mean, all of you are somehow related to the Austrian economic thoughts, yes, and libertarian and all these concepts. Please explain me, how does Bitcoin or a deflationary currency bring social and economic growth? I mean, how does this, being hard to buy every time harder and whatever, I mean, how does this create growth and social economic growth? So, Joseph, you'd be the first one.
Yeah, the title of the panel is, I believe, Bitcoin as universal income. And I believe Bitcoin is more like universal savings, where we suddenly or gradually then suddenly have the option to preserve and enhance our purchasing power, which is much better than going for some unearned income, because this is what you should be able to do with your fruit of your labor, to save it and preserve it and enhance it and invest it and make your life better and life of your family and your community. So this is what Bitcoin mostly provides us today, and this is what brings back a level of civility to our civilization, because fiat money, with its focus on high time preference, is basically a decivilizing element in our society. So Bitcoin is something that brings back civilization to us.
I believe Bitcoin is universal basic fuck you money, which is universal basic sovereignty. It's the same story that has happened as a continuation of ancient Greece to Renaissance to Enlightenment to Bitcoin. It's the same drive for the individual sovereignty against the inevitable tyranny of states and powerful people. So, fuck you. Buy one Satoshi.
I love it. I love it. And just to add to what Joseph and Stacey were saying, I think it just comes down to people understanding that you can actually save now. Where most people, they are not getting, if they're working a wage job, their wage is not going up in line with inflation. And so the reality is, even if you got a 2% wage increase, but inflation was 10 or 20%, you're behind, unless you have one thing. What's that one thing? It's Bitcoin. That's right. You need this to save. And fundamentally, once you can save, you can now think and plan for the long term. So I think that is really the key message to drive home whenever you're out there and you're talking to people and trying to teach them about Bitcoin. That's what this is. It's economic empowerment and the ability to save and plan for the long term.
Rodolfo, sorry, I have to correct you. You call Bitcoin a deflationary currency, and that is not true. We have been brainwashed to think that inflation is rising prices, but that's not true. The Austrian economic school says inflation, it comes from the Latin word inflare, blow up. It means the blowing up of the monetary supply, and the increase of prices is a consequence of it. And we are constantly lied to when we listen to in television the inflation rate. That's not the real inflation. That is just a basket arbitrarily designed by the government. It does not contain real estate. It does not contain stocks. So it's a totally distorted vision of it. Because inflation is a hidden tax, yeah, as Gabriel put on, and it's dangerous. It destroys everything, the trust in economies. Look at Argentina and Venezuela, Germany in the 1920s, and Bitcoin fixes this. And we have to learn what inflation really is. We have to educate people what it really means.
Okay, so we could say somehow if this is a tool against inflation, yes, the inflation affects people, every people, rich, poor, I mean, it affects people. A tool against inflation would be like a positive creation of wealth or whatever for anyone, yes? So I've been addressed here by pupusa guys, yes, let's put it this way, here from people from the street, and asking me, we are poor, yes, we cannot save. It's easy to talk about saving and time preferences, yes, but we need to get the money and pay the stuff and buy and resell and get the money and pay the stuff, yes. So how do you think that time preferences, yes, how do you think that this applies to regular people on the streets?
Is Pete Best now being replaced by Ringo, or what's happening here? And
I don't know. I decide later. People will decide. So, Stacy.
Well, I think also, and aside from the time preference, look at the incentive structures and the game theory. So, El Salvador, 30% of the population lives in America. Your human capital is the most important of any region. Look at what I just mentioned, ancient Greece, Renaissance, the Enlightenment. You think of the people, the men, the artists, the thinkers, the philosophers. What were they attracted to? The network, the community, the Florin and Florence. So I think if you could see this while we've been here for the past few days, is that it's drawing in, the hyper-Bitcoinization is drawing in the Bitcoiners. It's bringing in optimism and hope and a future. And it doesn't matter if they only have a few Satoshis at this moment. Like I said, one Satoshi is fuck you money. And you're outside the system. You're like this to the emperor. And I think that will ultimately, it's not about the amount of Bitcoin you have. It's just one you need.
Yeah, that was excellent. And yeah, just to add to what Stacey was saying, I think it also comes down to the corruption in the system. There's a lot of elements of corruption in the system, and bringing back an honest money is going to fix a lot of that. And so even for somebody who, and I understand this as well, I have family, I have cousins in Sri Lanka, and I talk to them as well. I say, hey, you should be stacking sats and all of this. But they have a similar message. It's like, look, man, we need it to survive, right? We need to be able to buy food, whatever. And so I understand that. But I think it's also about changing the system. When we change that underlying system, we're going to take away a lot of the corruption. We're going to wash that away. We're going to get rid of that, and we're going to bring in a more fair system, and that will enable more and more people to actually earn. And I think that's a really important part. When we're living in a growth deflationary world, the same amount of money will actually be the purchasing power will be rising dramatically over time. Even if you're on the same salary, your purchasing power is still rising because of the deflationary growth that we will be living under. So that's the key point. It's deflationary growth.
Well, I think it's all about the separation of state and money. We had the separation of state and church, of government and church, which was very important for human liberation. And now it's all about getting the government out of the monetary system. Because governments can be corrupt. And usually, I mean, quoting Ringo from the Beatles, he said, everything that government touches becomes crap. There might be exceptional cases, like Nayib Bukele. Yeah, there's some governments who do good. But in general, if you have to trust the government, you have a problem. You know that in Argentina. We know it in Germany. Everybody knows it, basically. So we have to separate that for the sake of, human benefits. And I think that's the most important part we talk about.
Diego, we'll allow you to speak. Come on, don't worry.
Yes. Yeah, I think Bitcoin creates optionality in a world that we didn't have optionality. It's like money was controlled by the governments and financial institutions and intermediaries. So we know that monopolies in general, or oligopolies in general, tend to create inequalities and unfairness. So at the end, having Bitcoin is actually being able to opt in for something different. And that optionality impacts every human being in the society. It's not only, because I think we need to go beyond Bitcoin as the store of value, as the mid to long-term store of value. Because I think what we are discussing is exactly that. It's like, what if I cannot store value for more than a day, a week, or a month? Then Bitcoin is not for me because it's volatile and so on. But Bitcoin is the foundations of a new financial system where we will build all the financial primitives, all the functions that exist in the traditional financial system, but in a purely peer-to-peer and open financial system. So we need to think as Bitcoin as the foundations for a new financial system, a worldwide and open and inclusive financial system. So we need to go beyond the asset and understand that this is the new infrastructure.
Can I jump in there? Because, okay, we're talking about some of the poorest people in terms of Salvadorans who have to flee to America and work there, or Argentina, Turkey today, in the currency crisis. But the new financial system helps the imperial people as well, like America, because Americans can't leave. We're not free to leave because of FATCA, because no bank in the world, if you move outside of the US, try to get a bank account. They're like, fuck that. Like, I'm not going to be extradited to the US. So it opens up the world for us to leave.
Yeah, maybe to comment on the savings aspect of it. The optionality point of view is very nice in this regard, because you may not have the option to save right now, but you are still confronted with this aspect of Bitcoin going up in the long term, and you will inevitably see that. And if you accept Bitcoin like they do here at the Mercado, you sooner or later just will be pushed to saving in Bitcoin, because you will see it will reward you handsomely over the long term. So yeah, it's about incentives, and Bitcoin drives the incentives to save for the long term. Yeah.
Okay, so somehow, first we said fighting inflation is giving value to everyone at the same level. And now we're talking also about some time preferences, no? Like changing the time preference in their mind also, no? Like being able to understand that changing my time preference from now to eventually later can provide some additional value. And now you have a tool that explains you that that could be a good idea, and you see that value raises, yes. And so I would like to go deep into something that you said, yes, and which was a discussion when we put the name in the panel, yes, which was universal income, yes. So perhaps there is an understanding about universal income, but I would like to make some comparison, actually, about printing money to give out money to some people, yes, specifically because we think that they need and they are being underserved by society, and we need to print money and give a universal income, yes, against a currency that, as it gains value, it distributes automatically value to every single one, yes, without deciding to whom it gives out value. So how is the universal income concept today, yes, and how is Bitcoin different to the proposals everywhere about let's print more money and give out money?
Yeah, well, yeah, sorry. Like the usual universal basic income idea is to just hand out money to basically anybody. And this purchasing power has to come from somewhere. It's just redistribution of wealth. And Bitcoin, if we take a look at it as a universal income, what it does is it just rewards you for being productive and choosing to save today for your future, to discount the future less, and just to be rewarded for that without taking this purchasing power from anybody else.
Well, the U.S. started universal basic income this past year. Most Americans received $1,200 in like March or April of 2020. It's now worth $12,000 in Bitcoin. You also see it's caused the most extraordinary parabolic move up in the cantillionaire class. So the more you throw fiat at the bottom, the higher all the asset price. Look at Elon Musk. He's up, his net worth is up 250 billion in 1 year. And that's from universal basic income, essentially.
Yeah, it just comes down to changing the system and the underlying system. So for me, the universal basic income is just that if you are operating on a Bitcoin standard, the cost of things that you buy is coming down. The demand for your labor is going up as well because we've got capital accumulation. We're building that overall system. So you can benefit from somebody else's capital. Now, I know that sounds like a bit of a crazy idea, but it's like their capital is making the things that you buy cheaper. And it also is, in some sense, it's making you more productive, right? We use computers to be more productive, or printers, or whatever other technology. That technology makes you more productive, and it increases your disposable income in that sense.
I've always been very skeptical of the system of universal basic income. I mean, it sounds great, yeah, sounds like land of plenty, but in the fiat system, of course, it will only lead to inflation, because if everybody gets money for free from the state, prices will inevitably rise, yeah, and then this universal income will be worthless, and you have to get more and more and more. It will just lead to hyperinflation. Okay, in the case of Bitcoin, we could imagine that the volcanoes of El Salvador produce so much Bitcoin that theoretically every Salvadoran citizen will just get some, yeah? Could be a nice idea, but I think it's dangerous. I mean, we human beings, and I think it's important that we are productive, that we do something good for the society. And if that's encouraged, okay, maybe this volcanic Bitcoin money can go into fund that gives loans to startup companies, something like that. But just giving money to everybody, I mean, we will get lazy. Yeah? I don't think it's a good idea, the basic income.
Well, I'll be a little bit contrarian, because I think, on one thing, I don't think universal income needs to be done from the governments. I think if all of us that have a wealthier position that wants to contribute to a better society and provide the means for families, whatever we can provide, no? To have access to basic education, to the basics, like shelter, food. So any human being can have like a starting ground that will enable them to develop their full potential. Then, I think we can sort out the problems of society by ourselves without resorting to a central authority. And then there's no printing there. It's just using the flows that we have, the money flows that we have today, and voluntarily creating this universal income. That was not possible before Bitcoin. Bitcoin as a technology brought us the means to do that in a massive scale. And for me, if I think of universal income, I would detach this idea of universal income made and created by the states. It's like, we don't need the states with these tools. This is all about that. It's like, with this, we can create a fair society and give opportunities to any human being in the world with our own means, without resorting. It's like, if I can devote, if somebody told me, yeah, if all the wealthier, 20 wealthier % of the population put like 10% per month of their income, and with that we can sort out poverty, lack of access to education, lack of access to the internet, lack of access to health for every human being in the planet, I sign today. Where do we do that? But the thing is, there's no trust. Yeah. And the thing is, there's no trust on the distribution systems that we have today. But with these technologies, we can create those distribution systems that are trustable, transparent, and that you can really validate that the money is getting where it needs to go. On that starting point, then anybody will do what they want to do. Some will be lazy and just like leave, maybe study, maybe, or some will be more productive. They will devote, and productive is no longer, we need to detach the idea that human beings need to be part of a production machinery. Because we don't need, exactly, we can focus on art. We have a great artist here creating art at Bit Conf. So, you know, it's like, we need to evolve as a human race and aspire to more than being a production machine. We need to aspire for art, for science, for wealth creation, for well-being creation for each other. So we are in a moment where technology can enable that. But we need to make a change in our mindset for that to happen.
Yep.
So,
I have some concern. I wanted to have your personal view on this. All of you, I guess, yes, have Bitcoins since some time ago. And
except for the surfing accident, I did have one.
And my question is, when you spend your Bitcoins, yes, when you travel, you know that if you waste your Bitcoin, you will have less tomorrow, yes? And you're, oh, I'm wasting something in 2,000 today, yes? And tomorrow it could have been 4,000. Oh, shit, let's waste 500 instead of 2,000. Or, even though you know that price will go up, you have a better life anyway. I mean, if you have to take a hotel, you take a better hotel than before. Yes, if you had to take a train or a plane, you take a better seat than before. I mean, how is this, oh, it will always go up? Do you stop spending? You keep spending? Or you spend having more pleasure of the money that you have?
Yeah, so my personal goal is to have more sets each month, which I'm keeping to so far. And since most of my earnings is still in fiat, it's a very easy choice because I always choose to spend fiat first and sets later, or to save sets. And I actually call this like Nakamoto-Gresham's law, where if you have earnings in fiat, you will always choose to spend fiat first and save in Bitcoin. And if you have earnings in Bitcoin, then you will spend
But
Bitcoin.
it's the same, because if you spend your fiat, you're not buying Bitcoins with that fiat. So even if you have all your incomes in fiat, or as my case and some others that we have an income in Bitcoin, yes, you decide to spend less, or you decide to spend better? I mean,
Yes, both. I decide to spend less and to spend on necessities and things that have value.
So, well, we've been around in Bitcoin for a long time. So my theory is that what would have happened if the early cypherpunks and geeks hadn't run those faucets and instead said, hey, I have 50,000 Bitcoin here. This is going to be worth billions of dollars one day, so I'm going to hang on to all of it. Well, you'd have about 30 guys with a lot of Bitcoin and no network. So they gave it away for free, and everybody, or they bought pizzas, and everybody laughs at it every year. But the fact is, it got dispersed around the world. We've spent like close to half a Bitcoin down in El Zante. We gave to the Hijas del Mar. We spread the Satoshis around. We converted dollars into it. I've already spent like 20 Bitcoin on an iPhone, and like I've done that already. So I've already done my share.
we all been there.
I have PTSD from it.
So I think there's different ways to look at it. It depends on, are you trying to advance hyper-Bitcoinization? And if you're hodling and you believe that by advancing hyper-Bitcoinization, I guess you have to make that call. Do you think if you spend some sats that you're going to help onboard that person and turn them into a stacker and a hodler? Then maybe there's something there. But I guess to your question, Rodrigo, I think For me, it's more just like I've got some of my income in fiat and some of it in Bitcoin, and obviously I preferentially spend the fiat first and save and stack as many sats as possible. I think for me, in terms of like, do I spend more liberally? I think it's more just like a function of if your income has risen, then you can afford to spend a little bit more. But that might just be more like if you need the comfort of, I don't know, let's say you're traveling all the time and you need a bit more comfort or things like that. But for me, when I'm certainly at Bitcoin events, I'm certainly not shy about spending sats to partake in whatever it is, if we're buying coffees or food or whatever it is, because I think it's just part of the culture. So yeah, that's how I see it.
Well, I spent my first self-earned 5 Bitcoin on 1 beer and 1 burger in room 77 in Berlin. That was in 2012. But I don't regret it. It was a good burger, and as Stacey said, if we hadn't done this crazy shit, we wouldn't be here with $60,000. I've been living on Bitcoin more or less since 2013. I had hardly any other source of income, so I had to sell. And of course, if I could now count it all, say, oh, I could have been a billionaire, and I'm not, okay. But I'm still happy, and I can afford to come here to Bit Conf. But it's true, I don't take the 5-star hotel, I don't take business class. I do take economic class and a cheap hotel, because I want to keep my Bitcoins, that's true. Yeah? You become a bit more economic. That's, in my case, definitely true.
Yeah, I would say the same for me. It's like I'm kind of frugal. I don't crave for luxury in general, because I think life is about other things. It's about being to places, meeting with people, sharing with friends. So those are the things I enjoy the most. I don't enjoy luxury cars, but even in that sense, it's like I'm more conscious. I don't need Bitcoin, so I spend some, and some I spend, I don't know, investing in entrepreneurs, doing things that provide value for me. Because the other scarce asset outside Bitcoin in the world is time. So life, has a limited amount of time. We don't know when it will end, so it's less predictable than Bitcoin. Bitcoin we know exactly, but in that sense, that's also what you have to balance in life is life and the value you get from life versus the resources you have. So that's the constant, but it creates a conscious, like this time preference thing that Bitcoin brings into our lives, creates a more conscious spending model. No, it's like, yeah, we need to really value the expenditure. It needs to make sense, not just spending because.
Yes, and we also need to be okay with the sense of not everything is work. No, not everything is. You also, if things goes towards less work, rethink about art, rethink about travel, rethink about enjoying also. No, not only. Bueno, so let's close this. We are just 30 seconds. Bueno, just a round of applause to this group. Bueno.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
So I don't remember which is the next talk because I was here.
Max is back on stage. Be warned.
Max back on stage. Be warned. And here we are. Okay. This is a topic that I also like a lot. Bueno, the war on CBDCs, the dollar and Bitcoin.
Bueno, siempre emocionante también escuchar a Stacey Herbert y todo este interesante panel. Y si están en El Salvador, no se pierdan la portada del día de hoy con Rodo presentando la Bit Conf vestido de astronauta. Entonces vayan por su copia y no se lo pierdan.
Solo el...
Just waiting for Max. Max, where are you?
Hola, hola. Hay muchos fans de Maslatón por acá, ¿no? ¿Alguna predicción, Carlos?
Hola, hola.
Don't worry about the current fall of the BTC. I believe we are close to the bottom. It's simply a short-term correction.
Es una corrección a corto plazo. Esta es mi interpretación personal y no es una recomendación.
So just start with the topic and I'll bring
should we
my
get
concepts.
started?
Yes, sure, please.
All right, welcome everyone. This panel is on the war of CBDCs, the dollar and Bitcoin. My name is Araf Werum. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Bitcoin magazine print edition, and I'm joined by Gabriel Kurman and Carlos Maslaton, and Max Kaiser will probably join us soonish.
Shall we clarify what a CBDC is in case someone doesn't know?
That was my first question. So
okay, sorry.
Very well. All right, so yeah, Gabriel, take it away. What is actually a CBDC?
So a CBDC is a central bank digital currency, right? It's this idea or intent from governments or central banks, because it could be not done by a central bank, led by the government, to somehow participate in this blockchain revolution and have their saying on this and trying to upgrade their fiat currencies into blockchain technology, right?
Yeah, I think the way I would put it is they are sort of the digital equivalent of the paper cash in your pocket, where the digital money on banks is not actually an equivalent. It's a claim on the bank, and banks usually engage in fractional reserve banking. So you would essentially have an account at the central bank without any counterparty risk. So then the next question is, are CBDCs, in your opinion, perhaps actually an improvement over the current fractional reserve banking system, over the current fiat system? Is it a step forwards potentially?
Okay, my view is that the central banks of the world have been suffering, psychologically speaking, suffering too much regarding the behavior of Bitcoin during the last 10 years. And they are trying to create something different. In the interpretation that this will be a different currency to the one they have created since the 1929 crash, the confiscation of the gold in the days of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and the 2 or 3 modifications of the international monetary system, that is 1944, 1971, and all the rules regarding money laundering since 1988. But in essence, if we analyze what the central bank digital currencies are, it's simply a prolongation, an extension of the current system. There is no different. I don't know why there is so noise regarding, so much conversation regarding this idea. Because what about the amount of money circulating in the European system, in Japan, in England, or in the USA? You have trillions and trillions of primary currency created by the government. You have more and more trillions in deposits. You have the M1, M2, and M3 aggregates. But will this digital crypto fiat change anything? Has, for example, the USDT, the Tether, changed the essence of the US dollar, or it is exactly the same? In my view, it will be exactly the same. There is no difference between the current paper money system if you convert it to a digital currency. So the most important value of Bitcoin that the system decided to create only 21 million coins from the very beginning to the end of the times. This property, this characteristic will not be part of those central bank digital currencies. So it is exactly the same. This will not be a problem for us. And also in my view, I predict that this will not be a success. The people will feel that they are still exactly in the same system created like 85 years ago. Nothing will change. And there is a risk regarding our liberty, our freedom. We will be more and more controlled by the governments. Because what they want at this moment is to regulate and to monitor 100% of our activities and our movements. We have been fighting against international communism for a century, and it is totally incredible that some sort of international communism or local communist control will be a derivation of this imposition of those central bank digital currencies. They will know exactly what we do, where, and when. And this will be a way to impose an economic planification, exactly what at least I consider must not happen anymore. So this is my first comment. I will return later on shortly.
Thank you. And welcome, Max. This actually gives me the opportunity to get back to something very basic that I just forgot like an idiot. I should let you guys introduce yourselves because I mentioned your name, so that please, all three of you, introduce yourself. Gabriel.
Yes, I'm just a Bitcoiner willing to help build a better world. That's it. I mean, the rest, you can find the rest in the internet. I think we're all in the same. Max, we're talking about CBDCs and we heard you love them. Why is that?
No, I want Max. Everyone knows who Max is.
Everyone knows Max.
Hello, yeah, I am Mr. Stacy Herbert. And we do the Kaiser Report together.
Great. And Carlos, introduce yourself real quick.
Yes,
because I forgot.
I am simply a trader. I live in Buenos Aires, Argentina. I am a technical analyst. I have been working in the Bitcoin industry from the very beginning. I am a Bitcoin fan like Max and we all.
And you author of the 100% Barrani expression, right?
Yes, Barrani in Argentina means black market. In some cases, although it is not legal, it is legitimate to work in the black market. If you are living in a dictatorship or something similar, you have the right, the legitimate right to work in and to live Barrani, that is in the black market.
So Max, the question we were discussing is, are CBDCs potentially perhaps actually an improvement over the current fiat system and the fractional banking system? Do you see any benefit in the potential of CBDCs at all?
No. So CBDCs are, first of all, they are just a recreation of the current fiat money system, except they make it worse. Right now you have digital currencies already, so CBDC, by being digital currency, is nothing new. It's totally centralized, and it gives the state greater powers of surveillance. They'll introduce things like currency that expires after a certain amount of time, so they'll airdrop money into your government account, and if you don't spend it in 6 months, it expires. So everything becomes like a frequent flyer mile. And the ability to save money will be gone. Again, the surveillance of everyone through their transactions will be pervasive and global. And as we see in countries in Asia, this is going to be used for a social credit score, where if you spit on the sidewalk, suddenly your social credit score goes down and you can't get on an airplane. It's social control. It's everything in a dystopian nightmare novel that we've read, like 1984 or Brave New World, or all wrapped up into one neat digital fuckwickery.
Yeah, so an economic...
I made up that word. That's not even a Spanish word. That's just a word I made up. Fuckwittery. Hello?
So on an economic level, there's no benefits, and on a technical level, we're creating potentially a great panopticon, and it would be worse than what we have now.
I think from the central bank's perspective, the benefit is that they're going to make a move on the money center banks. So during the past 10, 15, 20 years, even though the central banks have printed trillions and trillions of dollars, the money velocity, which tracks the turnover of money, has gone down. It's getting closer and closer to zero because these central banks don't lend it out. They don't distribute it. The job of the banks is to distribute the money that the government's printing, but they don't. They just give it to their friends who then buy Modigliani's, they buy Swiss chalets, they buy very expensive things, and they cause this inflation cycle to erupt. So I think the central banks are saying, you know what, let's cut these banks out and just airdrop it directly to people, and they're going to throw Jamie Dimon under the bus. Jamie Dimon is going to be a victim of CBDC. He doesn't know it yet, which is fine, but the day he picks up the phone and says, you're going to go the way of Dick Fuld did at Lehman Brothers, when he was asked to walk the plank, and they got rid of him overnight to bail out his friends on Wall Street. So Jamie and those guys are going to be thrown under the bus. Right, let's hear it, yeah.
There we go. Gabriel, do you have anything to add on this topic? Do you agree with the other panelists here?
Yes, so I agree with everything they said. I'm just trying to think whether somehow CBDCs could be functional to this revolution that we're trying to take forward. We've seen...
Yeah, so to phrase that point differently, the name of the topic of this panel is the war between CBDCs and Bitcoin, essentially in the dollar. What you're saying is maybe there doesn't need to be a war, maybe it could benefit Bitcoin. Is that where you're going?
So I don't have the answers. I have lots of questions that I would like to share with you. But inflation is an external factor while they continue printing. And nothing in a CBDC technical construction will take that lack of trust or incentive for them to keep on debasing the currency. So that's why the Petro failed. It's because when people do not trust their government, they won't trust their CBDC either. So that's very clear. But for instance, in El Salvador, so we've never found a way to deploy Bitcoin adoption to millions of people. And the government of El Salvador has figured out that they need to have something like a CBDC, which is the dollars on the Chivo wallet, because they are created not by the central bank, but they're controlled by the government. Because people in El Zonte cannot deal with volatility of Bitcoin yet. So it was very easier for them, it was much easier for them to adopt and start playing with Lightning where they could convert it into dollars at the same time. Now, it is impossible to know how many Chivo dollars have been issued. There is no transparency on it. So those are the bits and pieces where we need to stay vigilant and know that if you guys happen to have a government that is trustable, then it could be a great tool for this transition and to help. But if you have a government that it will be abusing on the debasement on the currency to fund deficits, then that CBDC won't work. But I think that CBDCs could somehow be part of the Trojan horse of Bitcoin, because we want governments to feel that they can be part of this. And if they really care about helping their people, which is not something that we sadly can give for granted, then they would like to have a fiat currency that is programmable, that could be cheaper and easier for their citizens to use. So I think the problem is the lack of trust, because adding blockchain technology to your fiat currency, if you can constrain from the surveillance temptations and the massive control, could benefit somehow the transition. But we need to be very vigilant, because like in a flip side, we could be on a truly dystopian situation.
Yeah, so to give a very concrete example, CBDCs could be designed in such a way that it allows for atomic swaps between Bitcoin and CBDCs. So it makes it much easier to exchange between the two, and you wouldn't need exchanges, for example. It can all happen automatically on, using smart contracts. So Carlos, Max, I guess Carlos first, do you agree or disagree that CBDCs could potentially make the transition to a Bitcoin world actually smoother and easier?
No, basically I disagree. I want to return to some part of my first speech, saying the following. The intention by the central banks of the financial establishment to create own digital currencies will, for example, not avoid inflation. The world will still be living under inflation under certain conditions, beginning with the fact that the states will reserve the right to print all the digital currencies they want. So there is no limitation. Second, they will not be able to avoid deflation. Deflationary crisis will continue as long as you live in a period, in a bull market trend for a long time. The deflation is not avoidable. So it will not be avoidable. The great problem of the Western capitalism is deflation. It's worse than inflation. It will not be avoided. The only thing that will be avoided is the bank run. Do you remember the bank runs? The last one we had was in the year 2008. And in England, in 2007, it was the first bank run in 160 years. But that is very common in countries like mine, Argentina, Venezuela, and so on. If you obligate all the people to have their money, that is not real money, it's a credit against you can spend in an official bank account. With this mechanism, all the banks will be exactly alike. You will have only one state bank owning the digital currency. So the only thing it will not happen anymore is the bank run. But as a consequence of that, we all will be reduced to the conditions of slavery. We will be slaves of the states. That is why it is my opinion that we have, politically speaking, to fight against this idea and to avoid this idea to be implemented as soon as possible. I am now speaking about politics. We have to be totally against this creation of the states. And more than that, I will say something that probably in countries like the US or Europe is not so easily acceptable. We must have the right to trade anonymously. That, in the official monetary system, that can only be done via cash. The only way I cannot be monitored
or censored
or be monitored and confiscated by the government is to use their own fiat cash money to spend where I want. So, although you will not have any more in the future bank runs, we will lose our freedom. But besides that, I want to finish this part of the conversation saying that Bitcoin will prevail. Bitcoin will won this battle, first of all, because its originally implementation, its original definition, 21 million coins, although there can be several forks, that we all know what happened with those main forks in year 2017, and also the fact that we all have been demanding those limited supplies for a very long time. It will be very, very difficult for the states to win this battle, and it is also my prediction that this industry, Bitcoin, will win the battle for the best money all over the time, for the best currency of all times, and granting our freedom to be free citizens of the world.
Yeah.
Well, if the states cared about people, they would stop debasing the currency. But they keep debasing the currency. If the states cared about the people, they would not keep interest rates at zero and steal, as I said on stage, now $4 trillion from savers to go to their pals. If the state cared about people, they wouldn't allow crooks like Jamie Dimon and others to have a business model where they get to keep 90 cents of every dollar they steal. That's their stated business model, right? So there's no reason to give the state the benefit of the doubt. I think of Bitcoin as the new guillotine, and that we're about to enter the new reign of terror. But it's going to be a silent reign of terror, a quiet reign of terror. Instead of decapitating 30, 40,000 fuckwits with a guillotine, we're going to decapitalize them. We're going to defund them. We're going to impoverish them because they love their fiat money and they'll print it and they'll print it and they'll print it. The only way they can fight us is by printing more, and they can bankrupt themselves. They're goldfish where they'll just eat themselves to death. And that's fine by me. I won't miss them. I'm not shedding a tear for them because they are parasites. Goodbye.
There are two things that I think interesting that this gentleman just said, which are a bit different for some reason here in the implementation that we're seeing in El Salvador. That gives me a little bit of hope. The first one is what Max said, that we cannot trust. If the governments would like to protect our people, then they would stop debasing the currency. So El Salvador didn't have the possibility to debase their currency because they already have given away their own currency. So by using dollars, that was never an option. So that's something very positive. That's probably why El Salvador was the first country to adopt Bitcoin as legal tender, and probably the second or the third will also come from countries that do not have their own currency, so they do not have the possibility to debase their currency. So that's interesting. And the other thing that Carlos was saying is when central banks will force us to use their CBDCs to control us. I also think that it's very interesting that I celebrate that the Bitcoin law in El Salvador is a Bitcoin law and it's not a Chivo law. So the government allowed, let's clap for this because it could be like very different and the whole world would be different. The government gave the people the chance to use self-custodial wallets and interact with the open monetary network. And this is why they are benefiting from Taproot. That wouldn't happen if there would be a Chivo-only ecosystem. So I think from all the dystopian possibilities, we are all excited about what's happening in El Salvador because it seems from its design that it's really been well thought into helping the people. And now that we are reaching mass adoption, now we need to continue with the education and show the people all the other options that are available in the open monetary network.
I agree. So if we do see a war between Bitcoin and CBDCs, what does that war look like, and does Bitcoin have any chance of succeeding? How will Bitcoin succeed? Maybe I should phrase it differently. Do governments have any chance to stop Bitcoin?
Well, I think in the United States we already see what's happening. I call it the fifth column. You know, we have people inside the government who are Bitcoiners, like Cynthia Lummis and others, Ted Cruz and others. And so they're working within the system to become Bitcoiners. So the CBDC crowd won't hold a quorum. They won't be able to hold a majority because people within the bureaucracy are going to jump ship. They're going to be like, I'm out of here. I'm not going to have everything tied to this garbage currency going to zero. I'm going to join the Bitcoiners. When the cops join the revolution, then the revolution wins. And we're going to see that with Bitcoin. When those trying to protect the CBDC and the fiat world, when they jump and they go over to the other side, it's over.
And if we take one small step back, what would a war like that look like in the first place? Would it just be an outright ban on Bitcoin? Would Bitcoiners go to jail? Would it be exchanges being overregulated? What's your concerns or expectations? Or
my expectation is actually, I think, different than most in that, as I say, you don't change Bitcoin, Bitcoin changes you. I think a lot of people are going to finally realize that maybe violence and coercion don't work. And they have a consciousness is raised, and we're going to be more human than we've ever been before, where the interaction is about equality and interaction with the hardest money ever. Here in El Salvador, with the Taproot upgrade, the whole country's money just got upgraded because of the voluntary contributions in an open source project by nodes all over the world. Came and they upgraded Salvador's money. And that's true for all people using Bitcoin, and it's really a spontaneous eruption of love in ways that we can remember. People were saying, hey, this is like Woodstock back in the 60s. Well, the problem with Woodstock back in the 60s is that the people who were at Woodstock, within a few short years, they went to work on Wall Street because it was a false promise, because it became overly commercialized, because they realized, hey, there's a new demographic, teenagers and young people. Let's get them buying sneakers, let's get them buying t-shirts, let's turn this into a huge commercial. But with Bitcoin, that's never going to happen. The people in their 20s today and teenagers who are in Bitcoin today, are going to remain optimistic for the rest of their lives. They never have to become cynical. They never have to give up being children and looking at things with the eye of wonder, because there's always going to be new people to meet, and the people that they meet are not looking to hurt them. They just want to be peaceful Bitcoiners living in coexistence. So I think that's the big surprise. That's the big reveal. That's the whole who is Satoshi. Satoshi is love. That's who Satoshi is, and that's where we're headed.
The war will be won through love. Gabriel, do you agree?
Yes, I think there are a few things that we can learn from Argentina and Venezuela, because when the government has the weaker money, they are always fighting against the harder one. So the war on Bitcoin, I don't think will be much different from the war on the US dollar that we are seeing in Argentina for decades and in Venezuela. So they will try to control as much as they can, closing bank accounts, just taking people to jail if they use the illegal harder money, but eventually they will lose. Venezuela, holding dollars was forbidden a couple of years ago, and now it's a de facto dollarized economy. In Argentina, you cannot buy more than $200 per month, and there is a massive black market where everybody can access dollars at a completely different exchange rate. So I think it's going to be a tough war. The worse the financials of a particular government are, the harder they will fight, because the weaker your money is, the more incentives people have to go to a harder money. But history has proven that harder money always wins, and Bitcoin is the hardest money that we've ever had.
Let me another quick kind of interesting point. I saw recently a story that just broke this week that America's military, the families, are suffering from inflation, from the higher food costs and energy costs. Literally, the United States has inflated their military, is suffering like all empires, going back to the Roman Empire. They could not afford to keep the empire intact, so they started clipping the coins. And the U.S. has like 500 military bases around the world. It's half the budget. They are incredibly inefficient, as we all know. And now the inflation is bankrupting the Pentagon. So the country is going to have to do some soul searching and say, well, if you take away our military, what's left? A bunch of landfills, drug addicts, uneducated, uninspiring, desperate people. And look at, contrast that with El Zonte. Young, vibrant surfers on the hardest money ever. I got my money on El Zonte.
Yeah. I think it's a great way to close this panel off. We're out of time. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you so much, guys, for being on stage with me. And have a great conference.
Very well, very well. Thank you, guys. Bueno, how are we doing? Yeah?
Bueno, siempre un gusto ver a Max Kaiser y este gran panel que tenemos el día de hoy. Recuerden seguir en redes sociales a la Bit Conf y etiquetar con el hashtag la Bit Conf y Bitcoin Week para que también nosotros veamos toda la gente y todos los que nos están acompañando. Y los que no pueden estar con nosotros físicamente, también recuerden que tenemos la transmisión tanto en español como en inglés para todos ustedes, para que puedan estar con nosotros. Y también hoy es nuestro segundo día de 3, también mañana tendremos todavía más contenido, así es que sigan con nosotros y ahora vamos a continuar con toda la programación que tenemos para la BitConf.
You will all be able to auction for those boards. Then if you want to take them home, great. If you want to give them to some local cause, also great. Yes, so just considering auctioning for them, yes, and if taking them back home it's an issue, just think that you would be doing a good cause for some local, for some local entity. And the other stuff is when all those who are VIP, yes, yesterday we had no VIP section, but now you have those who are business or experience tickets, yes, you have next to the artist, there is a room special for VIP. So you need to, for going in, you need to have a black or golden bracelet, okay? So the next speaker will be Diego Gutierrez Saldívar. Let me see if he's already ready behind the scene. Also, don't remember that at 6 o'clock we start, as yesterday it was a huge party, yes, we're starting all the music and pizza. The company who's bringing the pizzas is Papa John's. For those who don't know, Papa John's were the first pizzas bought with Bitcoin, yes, and they are also gifting us pizzas at this time.
Structure became cause. Cause became effect. And effect became relations. So God saw it was okay. Nah, sorry, just kidding. Relations became trade.
Recuerden que no solo estamos en la transmisión en español y en inglés, sino también en el metaverso, en estos mundos virtuales que han surgido últimamente, y estamos transmitiendo también en vivo desde el mundo de CryptoVoxels. Y ahora les vamos a mostrar un pequeño recorrido del mundo y cómo pueden interactuar dentro de él. Y también recuerden que tenemos un NFT de Pope de la Bit Conf, entonces no se queden sin el Pope oficial. Recuerden registrarse también todos los que no se han registrado y que siguen con nosotros en la transmisión en vivo. Entonces, dentro de estos mundos virtuales no solo tenemos el evento en vivo, sino también ustedes van a poder interactuar y ver este Pope como si fuera de tamaño real. Aquí lo que vemos son diferentes NFTs y obras de arte dentro del Museo del Caos, que es un emprendimiento precisamente para crear eventos y experiencias. Entonces aquí puede ver diferentes contenidos y tenemos en vivo la Bit Conf. Entonces pueden disfrutar también aquí desde el metaverso, incluso usar su Oculus y poder entrar y ver. Ahí vemos, por ejemplo, el póster de la Bit Conf, donde pueden ver, y al entrar al mundo está en autoplay en vivo, precisamente el video, y también ahí, como estamos observando, el NFT oficial de la Bit Conf. No se queden fuera de esta subasta y también pasen a visitarnos para que conozcan más de qué es el metaverso, qué se puede hacer, y no se pierdan la transmisión, como mencioné, en español, en inglés y también desde el mundo virtual de CryptoVoxels. Y bueno, también sigan con nosotros con la programación, donde próximamente tendremos a Dieguito teniendo una conferencia, y también más adelante vamos a tener un panel muy interesante del tema de minería, la minería de Bitcoin y la minería de diferentes criptomonedas, que genera mucho interés y también mucha curiosidad, ya que esta es la manera, a diferencia de un banco central, a diferencia de lo que es un banco, de la emisión y la distribución del Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Así es que no se pierdan y sigan toda la transmisión en vivo, y recuerden ver toda la agenda que tenemos, no solo el día de hoy, también el día de mañana, y si quieren ver la transmisión en inglés, a través de Bitcoin Magazine, y en español junto con nosotros en Talent Republic.
Clicker. Ahí va. Si nosotros nos ponemos a pensar, digamos, en los últimos 25 años cambiaron un montón de cosas, cambió cómo nos relacionamos con la información, cómo las sociedades expresan su opinión. Hoy podemos saber mejor qué es lo que está pasando en una sociedad a través de las redes sociales que leyendo un diario. O sea, cambiaron muchas dimensiones de cómo funciona nuestra sociedad. Y estas empresas son reflejo de ese emergente, de una nueva sociedad donde los ciudadanos tenemos acceso directo al conocimiento, al entretenimiento, a expresar nuestras opiniones. Es una sociedad mucho más libre, más abierta, más cooperativa, si se quiere.
Cooperative, if you will. Something in the last few years, just recently, nothing changed about the financial system, though. The financial system is the same for hundreds of years. We have brokers, intermediaries. They have legal contracts amongst themselves, and they manage our money. This is how banks started. We gave our gold to the bank, and that bank saved the gold and gave us a check, a piece of paper, so that we can later exchange it, and it was on our name. So the only one who could take that gold from the vault, it had to be me. That was the beginning of the banking system. Then they started to have agreements amongst themselves so that I wouldn't have to take the gold from one bank to another. This is how these networks started, these networks to transfer value until we built the financial system that we have right now. This was also what Marco Polo did when we gave him the gold in Venice, and he gave us a piece of paper that we could redeem in Beijing for almost the same amount, because Marco Polo had his commission. This financial system that has a number of intermediaries that manage and save our money, and they operate with our money, they have problems because many times these brokers or intermediaries do not agree among themselves. First of all, they have conflict of interest. They are competing for the same customers. So their interest is not really to cooperate. Their interest is to compete. And many times the systems, these financial systems, are not talking to each other. And the other problem that we have when somebody has a lot of power, whether it's political or economic, they have a great motivation to serve themselves instead of serving those that gave them their money. Lord Acton said that power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So here we have another problem of being an intermediary. The question is, why can't the system change? Why so many areas changed in society, and why weren't we able to change the way the financial system works? And the reason is pretty simple. It's very difficult to create digital scarcity. How do you know that if I pay with $100 bill, or pesos, or 100 Bitcoin, I am not copying that, and I'm paying someone else at the other side of the world the copy of the bill that I gave you? There was no way to create this until 2008. Someone that was brilliant created Bitcoin. And the most interesting thing about Bitcoin is that it was the first open global system of digital shortage. It was the only system that allowed to create this digital shortage. Many think it's currency and it's good because it's a digital gold, so we associate disruptive technology with what we want. When we started to have a PC, we thought that it was a typewriting machine on steroids. But the first thing that we do with innovative technology is to say, well, I connect them to what I already know. When the email started to exist, it was the same thing that we were doing, sending letters on paper. We changed this to a digital mean. So Bitcoin can be thought of as a currency. And I always use the example of Paul Krugman, a very famous American economist, who said that he thought the internet was going to be as revolutionary as the fax machine. Somebody here knows what a fax machine is? Well, some may know what a fax machine is, but some know. Clearly, internet was even more revolutionary than that. It's not related with the intelligence that we have. It doesn't matter how smart you are. There are revolutionary phenomena that are very difficult for us to understand because we're always trying to adapt the new patterns to what we already know. Bitcoin is a payment system, and this is one of the functionalities. Is the first system that is open for global remittances. And as it has included more and more countries, I would say that this is the best distributed system. There is no other system for remittance to send money between two countries that is present in so many countries as Bitcoin and all of this company. Many of these companies use Bitcoin for this reason. It is also digital gold because it's scarce. We will only have 21 million Bitcoin in the end of time, and we know how much of it we will have in a certain moment in time. So it is like digital gold, but it's better than gold because it's portable. I can go through 5 borders with my private keys and a piece of paper and move all of my funds without having to ask anybody for permission. That is how portable it is. Gold definitely would be difficult. What I want to say What I wanted to share with you is that Bitcoin is much more than this. Bitcoin brought digital scarcity, and this is an open, is a consensus, meaning that it's a network. We can all participate without asking for permission. The first time that I had contact with Bitcoin, and I truly said, this is going to be the future, and I decided to devote my life to Bitcoin in 2012. I was in Argentina, and there are capital controls. It was impossible to move in and out from the country with currency. And a friend from San Francisco said, Diego, you have to see this. He asked me to open an account in a wallet, and I opened the account, and he sent 5,000 Bitcoins at that time, and unfortunately I gave them back. And all of this was done, and I didn't ask anybody for permission. The cost of that was 5 or 10 parts of it. You can keep some of it so they can play. And I had 0.00955. I also paid the cost of the transaction, which is something that we're not used to. The cost of transaction is concealed, but even when you pay with a bill, somebody's paying for that transaction. So this is charged in a different way in terms of loss of your freedom. What you're paying in the Bitcoin network is the cost of freedom, the ability to do a transaction with another person without depending on anybody.
When I had that moment, I said, this is how a financial system, an open one, should be inclusive as well as global. And what Bitcoin did is, from these 3 components that you see there, blockchain is like the registry book of Bitcoin, the proof of work, and like this generates something that so far was non-existent. This generated, sorry, I'm clicking and clicking and it's not working. There it goes. What has happened with this technological innovation, it's a open transference system, a transference of value where any human being in the planet can participate. And this is the Internet of Value. Maybe this is an abstract concept, so I'm going to try to explain to you what this building the Internet of Value it's all about. As well as Internet of Information had many layers that were enabled. You see in Internet there are some documents called the request for comments, where all the history of how Internet was built is contained. So the first thing they did when they built the Internet was to create a system where 2 computers could communicate in a distance. They did a first test through phone lines in 2 states of the United States, 2 cities in the United States. So now they say, yes, 2 computers can talk. It's not too entertaining. So they created a system that replicated mail system, messages. And now they said, okay, Now, 20 years later, scientists in Switzerland created the web, created a system to share knowledge, and then after a long time ago, 2 decades later probably, we created social media. Emergent patterns started appearing of how to use the same technology. So this is a technology that basically what it does, it first you create the innovation, two computers talking at each other from a distance and then replicating what we have in a new environment and then generating new emerging patterns. Bitcoin, when Internet of Value arises, basically did the same thing. It created a first innovation. It created the foundations for the construction of something new. And this Internet, sorry, we're having some technical issues. This Internet of Value also has a lot of layers. The main layer is Bitcoin, which is the storage of value. And over these layers of economic coordination are the networks of RSUK, which is open source, as Ethereum, which are networks that enable you to go beyond than just storing value. They allow you to having more than just digital gold and to have representation of currency of each country. They allow you to have digital dollars, for instance. They enable you to have contracts where people can do all the rest of things that we do in the financial systems, like loans. But instead of loans against the financial institutions, it's loans against other users, meaning we are doing financings amongst peers in an open way. Also, we see emerging patterns. And this is where it becomes very interesting, because what enables all of this series of protocols of Internet of Value is to replicate all the structure of our society, but in a programmed way and running on decentralized networks. We have, for instance, smart contract concepts. If you think about our society, we have a programming language, which is laws. What we do within a contract is to establish agreements or program certain logic amongst peers, and then we have a legal system that basically enforces those agreements amongst people. It makes sure that those contracts are executed in a more certain manner with certainty. If we think in lawyers of our society, they're the hackers, right? Nobody thought an attorney could be a hacker, actually, but they know how to program these agreements between parties or these contracts. So imagine, instead of needing a judicial system, a policing system, this is just written in programs that run through this decentralized network that have the same security as Bitcoin and agrees, or basically it enables people to communicate amongst others without external control. So these are smart contracts that have also money control, because these decentralized networks control money, control the rights of property of a house, of a car, of a company, so we can recreate society, but in a totally decentralized and transparent system that we can trust. And if we want to go beyond and go into the future, we could create objects. Like, look at this car. It's an autonomous car with their own life. They self-manage themselves. We could make this car in an Uber, put it in a wallet. It can pick up people. It can pick up people in El Salvador, charge per second. And when they leave the car, they close that payment channel, and it keeps on circulating. When there is no fuel, they go to the gas station, recharges, pays from its own wallet, because they can manage, the car manages its own wallet. And if it breaks down, the mechanic comes and fixes, and the car pays from its wallet to the mechanic. And this is a service we can all purchase. And we can also own this car and get the income every hour or every month, depending on what we want. All this I just described can be done today thanks to these technologies. It's not the future, it's the present. We just need passengers that want to ride the car, but we will get to that point where we trust. At a technological level, this can be done today. That's the level of disruptions that these technologies bring about. And something else that's very important is that these societies and other examples of this allows you to have systems of communitary money issuance. Bills have been printed, money has been used from the start of humanity, exchanging grain, salt, seeds, but money in the hands of the state is something quite new. It has only 300 years. So what happens? With these new technologies, we gain back control of our own currency. Like in the past, we can have the currency of a regional economy or coins that represent an industry. We can come back to recover money control and have money in our hands and control it ourselves and not a bank. And this, of course, needs to connect with Bitcoin, with currencies from each country, but this is just a tool for local economies to prosper. Something else is that these economies enable you to do funding amongst peers as well. What we saw in 2017 was one of the most interesting experience, was thousands of projects around the world did what they call funding, crowdfunding, to do their innovation projects, and any people that had crypto could do it. They called them the ICOs. And many of those projects did not, didn't come through, they don't exist anymore, but they built the technological foundations of the future of this technology. And we saw an example where people can crowdfund other people, entrepreneurs, for them to develop their projects. So now we are seeing something incredible. With all of these technologies, we are building a new financial system that doesn't depend on brokers or intermediaries or an institution. It's just depending on us and our new financial patterns and of collaboration. In this regard, something else that for me has become essential, there was a man called Dunbar that studied the capacity of number of relationships amongst animals. For instance, monkeys can generate links of trust, meaning trust relationships within a close circle. Human beings can develop this close relationships amongst 150 people. Animals can't without, insulting them, but human beings can develop more circles of trust. So with these technologies, we can start to generate agreements, social contracts amongst ourselves, and demonstrate our adherence to certain principles, agreements, in a scale that was not possible before. So we can have social contracts and agreements amongst thousands of people. In this sense, this is other value of this technology, to generate social scalability, to give transparency to agreements. And this removes a lot of violence of society, because somehow a lot of the society violence is because we adhere to certain social contracts and others adhere to other social contracts. And democracy itself, it's imperfect because it prioritizes the majority and oppressing or reducing the ones that don't fit the majority. And with these technologies, we can create a social system, a social tissue that is based on respect, and it respects diversity without generating this duality between choosing if it's one social contract or the other. So this is also a tool for social enhancement. And last but not least, something that is essential for me is that with these technologies, we can create reputation-based identities. What does that mean? I can demonstrate, meaning under my control, I can demonstrate which is my trajectory, economically speaking, all of my transactions, my trading history in the last years, all my social contributions, how I helped my community, how I studied and learned things. And with all that tracking or traceability, I can generate something that's very valuable, that will give me an asset to have access to financial systems and to have access to better markets, trade with people that doesn't know me based on this reputation-based identity or traceability. And this is the key to provide financial systems and a better life to half of the population that is now excluded from our financial systems. This combined with the adoption of smartphones gives us the opportunity that with these technologies we could create an inclusive financial system and an open one for everybody in the planet. Thank you. Thank you for speaking English, and I apologize. We finished earlier.
¿Qué les pareció esta plática? Y recuerden que hoy en El Salvador pueden tener la portada con Rodo yéndose a Marte desde El Salvador y la Bit Conf con Bitcoin Week. Y ahora vamos a tener un panel muy interesante de precisamente minería, que a muchas personas le genera mucho interés, de qué es la minería, cómo funciona, cómo es este sistema de distribución, y para eso tenemos un gran panel para que nos hablen de cómo se está generando y también qué es lo que está sucediendo en toda esta industria tan emocionante, que es una parte muy importante de la infraestructura de Bitcoin y blockchain, tener esta parte de minería para asegurar la red, y también es la manera en la cual se hace la distribución de Bitcoin. Entonces, hay unas diferentes, tenemos aquí ahora con nosotros el panel, y sigan con nosotros en la transmisión en vivo.
Vamos a hablar de...
And according to Bitcoin Mining Council Energy, consumption around BTC is 0.1% of world total electricity generation. For some, this is a huge figure. For others, this is the price that society is willing to pay for having a tool of freedom such Bitcoin. But that sounds money could represent really this price. Should this amount of energy that could supply an entire country at Switzerland be used for a better reason than for energy just for mining? Or at the contrary, we need more miners, we need more power, we need more energy to make Bitcoin so much stronger than it is right now? Rossello, what do you think about it?
Well, there is one thing that concerns me a lot about the way mining is today. It's too much centralized already. So this is a big problem. If you just count maybe 20 mining pools, they actually control probably like 85% of the hash rate at the moment. So answering your question, we need to decentralize more. We need miners mining on a small scale in different parts of the world. And if I could suggest part of the world, let's shut up those guys that they saying that mining is bad. It's because they don't understand what they are saying. We are only using 0.5% of the energy that is wasted in the world. So how about if we mine maybe in Venezuela, mine maybe in El Salvador, mine in Angola, in Zimbabwe, mine in countries that they are poor, and they can have, their families can have 10 machines in their house. And there is no problem with electricity then. So we need more mine machines in different countries, and not being controlled by maybe a VC corporation from China or a VC corporation from Switzerland. We need the poor people mining, not the rich people. That's my view on that.
That's great. I completely agree with you, man. So, Ethan, what else could you add to Rosella said?
Yeah, well, I think energy consumption has a very high correlation with human progress in civilization, and so we need to frame the argument that we should be consuming more energy as a civilization. Our end goal should be we're able to produce unlimited energy in the world. Hopefully that's all clean energy, and I think we are transitioning to that.
Yep.
But that's the way we should frame it, because as soon as we start getting into the argument against Bitcoin FUDers that it doesn't use that much energy, or it's pretty renewable, I think we've already lost the argument. And so we really need to kind of flip it on its head. Energy consumption in the Bitcoin network benefits society. It improves our energy infrastructure systems. It adds dollars to a lot of countries around the globe, and so that's how we should be looking at it. I do think that this issue will not pass in the near future. Bitcoin has gone against many foes, I guess, in the past. You know, funding terrorists, black market money, but now we're going head to head with the most topical point around the world, which everyone cares about, climate change. And so it's going to be a long battle, but it's one that we can, I think, ultimately prevail. At the same time, we need to be making sure we're funneling investment into renewable energy sources, nuclear energy, hydro, wind, solar, and keep pushing that narrative.
Yeah, I completely agree. Also, I think that the whole global warming stuff is something that is concerning right now, and we're going to talk about it in just a few minutes. But Rosella said something about decentralization and technically that this whole power must not be in just one city, not just be in just one company. Talking about locations, we were talking about that behind the scenes, and where to set up a mining facility in a country that needs the help, that need money, that financial support, maybe, I don't know, Africa, maybe we are right now Latin America, or it's much better for the miner to go to developed countries. What do you think about that?
Up until May of this year, China had around 60 to 70% of the Bitcoin network hash rate produced within China. And that has since left since the ban in China, but we're seeing, unfortunately, most of that head to the United States. The United States has the best capital markets, they have the best infrastructure, and so it's the easiest path for a miner to go set up in Texas or Nebraska or Kentucky. And so I think us as Bitcoiners need to work to combat that in multiple ways, and for a couple of reasons. It's really important that the network is decentralized. If one country owns more than 50% of the network, then we might as well be using our fiat banking systems.
Yep.
And so every country having representation at this new governance of our global financial system being Bitcoin is extremely important. I think there's a ton of opportunities and challenges across developing nations when it comes to Bitcoin mining, and we're trying to work on solving some of those challenges. I think the one we're very focused on right now is access to capital markets.
Yep.
You see American companies raising absurd amount of monies for Bitcoin mining. Marathon just announced $650 million debt deal to expand their mining farm. That's probably more money than the entire LATAM mining community has invested this year. And so access to capital markets, especially through public markets, I think is going to be key for Latin American miners to expand their operations, as well as private financings. North American miners can go to private debt providers and get ASIC financing, whereas Latin American miners don't have that option yet. And so at Luxor, we're working very closely with some of these financiers to educate them on Paraguay, other places in Latin America, Venezuela, to look and really get them comfortable investing in this region, because that's how I think Latin America will expand in Bitcoin mining and be a key player in the future Bitcoin network.
Great, great. Well, investment, money, at the end, technically is all about our main resource as miners, that is energy. And talking about energy, Daniel, and energy and resources, one of the most important is hardware. So, because technically it's our main tool for working. But you know there are some urban legends related to miners and on the mining ecosystem about the firmware. You know, like it decreases ASIC lifespan. So, from your work, from your day-to-day, what do you think about that?
So for people who don't know, the firmware is kind of like the operating system that runs on the ASICs. It's like the iOS for your iPhone or Android for your Samsung phone. The firmware is a really important component for miners because it's independent from the capital expenditure, meaning that when they purchase the hardware, they're receiving a machine with an expected amount of production in terms of computing power. But when they change the firmware on it, they can actually change the performance of the hardware. The most common way that most miners do that is actually increasing the computing power so that they're mining more Bitcoins per unit of energy that they're consuming.
Overclocking.
Overclocking, yes. And there's a stigma that comes with overclocking that you're going to break more machines faster and you're going to decrease the lifespan over time because you're running them hotter. When you consume energy, it doesn't get destroyed, it gets turned into heat. So doing those computations is just converting the watts into heat output. And when you do that with silicon, and it expands the silicon, and the amount of times that you do that, it decreases the lifespan of the hardware. So this is a big battle for us because we are one of the larger third-party firmware providers around the world, and we're trying to help miners improve their efficiency. But a lot of miners think firmware equals overclocking, and this—
I do.
Yeah, this isn't actually the case. Firmware equals customization. In our case, if you want, say you have an Antminer S9, it's the machines from originally released in 2016. They consume on average about 1,200 watts, and with that 1,200 watts, they would produce about 13.5 terahash. If you install our firmware onto them, you can take it down to 800 watts if you want. You can undervolt them, and you actually increase the efficiency really significantly. So the efficiency of an Antminer S9 with the original Antminer firmware on it is about 88 watts per terahash. That means that—
Wow.
So per 88 watts, you're producing 1 terahash of computing power. If you install our firmware and you go down to, say, 800 or 900 watts, then you end up with an efficiency closer to 70 watts per terahash. You actually increase both the efficiency in the short term, the amount of bitcoins that you're producing per watt of energy that you consume, and you increase the lifespan because you're running them cooler and more safely. But at the same time, if you want to make as much Bitcoin as you can overclock. And that's also made safer with third-party firmware that does auto-tuning because it's sending frequencies and voltages to the chips that is calibrated specifically for the quality of that particular machine. It's treating each machine as an individual and optimizing it for the silicon quality and all of the hardware architecture. So firmware is not about overclocking only on its own. Most of our miners, for example, in Venezuela, are doing the opposite. They're underclocking, they're using their energy more efficiently, and they're preserving the lifespan of their S9 so that maybe even after the next halving in 2024, they'll still be mining with Antminer S9s. And going back to the energy—
Hello? Yep. Hello? Try. No,
test. I think it's okay, it's back. Going back to the energy consumption FUD, with many of the nuanced arguments against energy consumption is that the hardware is gone in 1 or 2 years, and this is a super outdated talking point.
Okay. Yep. We have some problem with batteries here to technical support that. Okay, well, that's really quite interesting. I think, Daniel, maybe after the conference we have to talk a little bit because we have a lot of miners to set up in Venezuela with brains. So let's continue to the other topic. But technically, you know, firmware is related to lifespan. And talking about lifespan, right now we are receiving a block reward of 6.125 BTC every 10 minutes. But only in 12 years in the future, that amount is going to decrease because of the halving issue, right? To 0.7815 per block. Almost the same current amount for fee mining that we, the user of the blockchain, are paying. So, Rosello, don't you think that mining industry have a small window with some kind of clock that is making tick-tack, tick-tack, that or you enter right now or you're going to lose a train? So,
you know what I think on that one every time when I see that? I think is Satoshi Nakamoto saying, we are against greedy, we are against centralization. That's what it is. Because this is a very good opportunity. Right now, we're going to see a bunch of VC funds putting a lot of money on mining. I'm not against them. Good for them. They are making, but there is a period of time for them.
That's good.
Then, just think the families in Venezuela. You can buy in the market S9, S11, S7, because your energy in your country is close to zero.
Yeah, too cheap.
It will be the next support for the blockchain technology.
Great.
That's simple. The way it was created, I know for sure, maybe in 20 years' time, the Bitcoin mining will go back as was in the old days. Someone with 2 machines or 3 machines mining it because it's not enough money on the network to pay for it. Maybe the miners are going to mine something else. Maybe they're going to do something else. But I think in the next 12 years or the next 16 years, let's put it this way, it's going to be centralized. I'm not seeing a way to change this. Will be centralized.
Centralized?
Centralized.
All right.
I think will be 20 guys in the world controlling the mining.
Okay, but
that's it. But then, after this period, for sure, we will see a lot of people all over the world with 4, 5, 10 machines mining cryptocurrency.
All right.
That's how I see the future. And the opportunity right now for who is in El Salvador, get 2 mining machines, join a pool, and we're going to make a little, but we need you guys in the future. Because today, only the big boys they can play with. But tomorrow, we're going to need those guys. The people that actually can have 2 or 3 machines at home. So I think it's a payback from Satoshi Nakamoto. That's my view.
Yeah, at the end, it's all game theory, right?
Exactly.
So, figures, decentralization, sovereignty. At the end, the whole security of the network relies over mining. And with the same question, Ethan, what do you think? 12 years in the future is just the next corner, but we are not fortune tellers, but centrally in the future, maybe miners are going to receive less than they are receiving right now. But I'm going to add something. For example, in Venezuela, I have 2 nodes. One that is running in my house and then a satellite node that is also running. And then I am not receiving a penny for that. Okay, I am just giving the guarantee that the whole network is completely safe, is decentralized. So could be miners in the future talking about block reward have the same way of thinking?
So I guess taking a step back from purely mining, looking at the Bitcoin protocol, it is designed to be a deflationary asset where at the beginning you're mining 50 BTC per block and we're now at 6.25 and we're going to be heading down to 0 new block reward in 2140 in 120 years from now. And I think that's a crucial part of why we're all here for Bitcoin. If you look at the general economies around the world, they're on the opposite trend, printing more and more money every year, whereas the Bitcoin block reward will be decreasing every 4 years. And so I think that's going to give a lot of underlying value to the overall Bitcoin network. And so as miners, yes, you're earning less in Bitcoin over time, and eventually you're heading close to 0 block reward and only compensated through transaction fees. But I think ultimately we're in this business because we think that that structure alone is what's going to cause a really strong increase in the price of Bitcoin. And so if you look at how many people are competing for the Bitcoin network, that directly correlates to how much is the Bitcoin network rewarding those people for competing. And so as long as Bitcoin price continues to do well, I think people are still going to be willing to contact TSMC to build ASICs and then buy those ASICs from people, set up large mining farms, and then spend on electricity to secure this network. So as long as you're kind of thinking that this deflationary schedule of Bitcoin will ultimately benefit the network, then I don't think miners have anything to worry about. It's going to continue to be profitable for the foreseeable future.
Do you think the same, Daniel?
Yeah, if price doubles every 4 years, then the block reward in fiat terms is not really, it's not going to be a problem for miners. Like, and price has been going up about 170 or 180% on average every year, which is far more than double every 4 years. So at the current pace that we've been seeing, it's not going to be a problem anytime soon. And then on top of that, eventually, transaction fees should account for a larger and larger portion of mining revenue. And that's good for the network because it's good for the world because it means that the utility that Bitcoin is providing to people is directly correlated to the amount of money that the miners are making. If people are not using Bitcoin, then Bitcoin will eventually go away and it won't consume any energy. And if people continue to use it and they're willing to pay miners to continue to confirm their transactions, then miners will be consuming energy, but they're doing so because they're providing value to people.
Okay,
And
okay.
I want to just add one thing on that. And remember, technology is evolving all the time.
Yeah.
Remember the first ASIC chips was what, 25?
Moore's law, yeah.
Right, so now we are 6 nanometers. So
5
nanometers. So as you can see, technology also will improve along the way. So probably in 4 years' time or 10 years' time, the chips are going to be using less energy. So it's not going to be, you don't spend that much money, energy anymore. So many you might can carry on. But I think the most important part is what happened with all those machines that are not profitable anymore. That's where the rest of the people has a chance.
Okay.
To be
They'll go
part
to
of
Venezuela.
Exactly.
Argentina.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's great. I am thinking right now in something that is completely not spoken before this, but talking about fees and we miners will receive the payment for uses of the network. What do you think shortly about L2 layers like Lightning Network, where we don't need miners, so sorry for the Lightning Labs team here, but you know, what do you think? Any of you?
It's a topic we discuss a lot with investors and people looking to get into the mining space because the Bitcoin community really hypes up Lightning Network, but if you take it at face value, what it does is it takes volume off-chain, right? And so if you just look at it with that lens, then miners are making less transaction fees and getting paid less. But I think the more nuanced way to look at it is it's a development for Bitcoin. It's a very good feature, as we've all experienced here in El Salvador, buying through the Lightning Network. And I think it will drive adoption of Bitcoin further in the world, which will increase its overall usage and actually increase transaction fees through higher adoption. So I think things like Lightning will actually benefit miners in the long term.
And what I think is like, competition is always good, right?
Markets.
Before, remember the SegWit thing. The block was 1 meg. And was no pressure. Then everybody started to put pressure on it, saying, we need a bigger block, we need a bigger block, we need this, we need that. So then, someone, have nothing against him, like Roger Ver was a guy says, if you guys don't want to change, let's create a new one. Then put pressure on it. And because that pressure, we need to get SegWit on right there, right now.
Yeah.
Look at Taproot. Same situation. Other coins has the whole facility as be anonymous and Bitcoin does not. Now, pressure again, Taproot in place. So Lightning is just a new way to force, to change the protocol, to get it better and better. And when you see the white paper from Satoshi Nakamoto, it's always saying, if the majority decide to change, the change must be applied. So that is going to be beautiful. What I think Lightning doing is just saying to the Bitcoin core, you better guys change something, otherwise we take over. So is it just a competition?
Yeah, that's why all that hard forks has been so unsuccessful, right? So, but let's get to the point.
I would reiterate something that Ethan said in a kind of different way, but Ethan and I are in some sense competitors. We run similar products, Slush Pool and Luxor Pool. But at the end of the day, if Bitcoin succeeds, then Bitcoin miners succeed, and Bitcoin miners are the most long Bitcoin of any entity in the entire ecosystem. Like they're basically a leveraged position on Bitcoin's future. So when I look at Ethan and what Luxor are doing and I see them doing really great things, it's not like a thing of like, oh, their gain is our loss. If they're doing the good things for the Bitcoin ecosystem and so are we, then the Bitcoin ecosystem is going to continue to evolve in a good direction. And that's good for all the miners and it's good for us. So the Lightning Network is the same thing. The Lightning Network is good for the users of Bitcoin because we can't fit 1 billion transactions into each block. It's just not feasible with bandwidth requirements and data storage requirements.
Yep.
But if we can enable payments to actually occur with Bitcoin, we can enable entire countries to start using it with basically free and instantaneous payments. And at the same time, we as miners can continue to secure the main chain and we continue to earn transaction fees, then it's great for us. If it increases the utility of Bitcoin, then it's good for Bitcoin miners.
And of course, it's good for all of us, the millions of people that Bitcoin has to reach. So let's go. We are technically just running out of time. Yeah. Let's go with one final question, and let's go back to society. Okay. I was searching some information because of this panel, and the United Nations Conference on Climate Change held in Glasgow last week recognized the complex environmental situation for our planet and the urgent measures that we have to take as a society, especially in global warming, you know. So, considering that Bitcoin uses a certain amount of energy based on CO2, one of the most polluting compounds, how could the mother of all cryptocurrencies help to defeat this threat? Daniel, let's begin with you.
I think the first thing to realize about Bitcoin mining is that the energy consumption doesn't really tell us that much about the environmental impact. In my opinion, the cleanest use case for Bitcoin mining, the best use case for the environment of Bitcoin mining is using a fossil fuel, which is waste gas, which is all over the world, but in particular in North America and Canada and the US. There's enough gas being flared and vented into the atmosphere, it's just pure methane. Methane is about 25 times worse for the environment over a 100-year time span than CO2. Yep. And that's just being flared into the atmosphere. The reason that's happening is because it's a byproduct of oil extraction, and oil extraction is extremely profitable. So even though that's an externality of it, people are going to continue to do it because we use oil for everything. So oil is really important. And as long as there's that financial incentive to continue extracting oil, there will be a lot of natural gas that's also being extracted. And we need to do something with it. Right now, the main thing that we do with it is just burn it into the atmosphere, and it's just releasing methane and CO2. But if the flare stack is inefficient, for example, then methane is seeping out from that. And that's damaging the environment at a really severe rate. And we can power the entire Bitcoin network multiple times over right now just with natural gas that's being flared and vented into the atmosphere. So the whole, we need renewable energy, we need solar panels and wind farms and all this stuff. It's good to see technological development of these different energy sources. It's being built out all across the world. But at the same time, it doesn't tell the full story. We need to have some nuance about environmental impact is not directly correlated to the amount of energy being consumed. Yep. And in fact, it can be the opposite. If we had the entire network running on gas that would otherwise be flared and vented, then Bitcoin is carbon negative.
Okay, great. World leaders are watching this right now to take note. Yep. So, Ethan, 1 minute for you, 1 minute for you, Rosella, for ending.
Yeah, we could riff on this topic all night, but I love the use case that Daniel just outlaid with flared gas.
Great.
One of the other interesting use cases right now is for renewable development. Renewable is majority intermittent energy, so during certain periods of the day, it's producing more than others. And you're starting to see that right now in places like Texas and the ERCOT grid. They're making a huge effort to put wind energy there, and it's leading to some issues on that grid. And Bitcoin miners are one of the perfect use cases for dealing with that issue. They can come in, use energy when there's a surplus, and then immediately turn their machines off when it's needed by the grid for heating homes and whatnot. So at Luxor, we work with a lot of companies that are directly adding value to these grids, to renewable energy projects, and I think it's going to fuel more money into greenfield renewable projects and make them more viable. So I think Bitcoin's going to enable renewable energy development across the world.
Great.
Well,
Marcelo.
I like, well, those two guys said everything, but I think it's really nice and as an opportunity. For example, some places that they have no network, electricity network connection. It's possible for some countries to have, like, let's say, for example, solar panels, and then those solar panels, they can be mining cryptocurrencies. Only with a satellite connection for the internet, they can actually generate money from it. So if you are in the middle of the desert, or if you are in a location that you have sun, exposure to the sun for 12 hours a day, but you do not have connection to the electricity, there we go. So you can convert that in something. So I think using this possibility, this kind of energy that you can generate, I think is the nice future that we can use.
Great, thank you guys.
Muchísimas gracias. Thank you guys for this incredible panel. Bueno, and now we have the last talk before we go to lunch. Yes, remember that during lunch.
Y ahora aquí tengo acompañándome a mi querido amigo desde Argentina, Gabriel Kurman, y también un astronauta que sale en las portadas de los periódicos el día de hoy, así es que si están aquí en El Salvador, no se pierdan a Rodo, la Bit Conf y Bitcoin Week en la portada. ¿Qué te ha parecido el evento?
Es increíble, es un sueño estar aquí después de tantos años empujando juntos, José, estar hablándole al mundo desde el primer país que acepta Bitcoin como legal tender, ver a la Bit Conf en la portada del diario más importante de El Salvador y mostrándole al pueblo salvadoreño que hay mucho más detrás de la ley Bitcoin y del archivo wallet, que es solamente la apertura de una puerta del rabbit hole, como le decimos nosotros, ¿no?
Así es, y eso es la importancia también del contenido que hemos tenido, por ejemplo, ahorita que vimos de minería, para que se vaya más allá de solo el precio y la especulación y que empiecen a entender y también a desarrollar desde aquí y ser parte de todo este ecosistema para hacerlo crecer aún más. Hay una gran oportunidad en esta gran nación Bitcoin que debería de seguirlo muchos de nuestros países también y aceptar ese Bitcoin como moneda de curso legal para tener este desarrollo que está teniendo el país.
Absolutamente, creo que es una oportunidad enorme para todos los emprendedores, desarrolladores de Latinoamérica. Tienen las puertas abiertas de un país que abraza Bitcoin a cada lugar que vamos a comer, nos aceptan la tecnología. Es espectacular y creo que abre miles de oportunidades, como tú decías, para emprendedores que vengan a desarrollar aquí y de aquí para copiar y llevar a nuestros países.
Perfecto, entonces recuerden seguirnos en las redes sociales y ahora vamos a la siguiente conferencia, Bitcoin is a Revolution.
Vamos.
Getting into the discussion, and I got a bit too busy to put together a talk until last night, and I quickly whipped one up, which was to do with the fact that Bitcoin is evolutionary in nature, not just revolutionary. But the essence of the topic that came to mind was that Bitcoin is inevitable. And the theme that comes to mind when I say that is Agent Smith in The Matrix saying to Neo, it's inevitable. So what I'd like to get across, I've only got 10, 15 minutes, so I'll be really sharp on this, but is one small nuance around how to perceive Bitcoin, particularly from, well, not even particularly, but from whether you're an individual, a corporate, a group, or a government, a state, whatever you want to sort of classify yourself as. So, this was me last night asking my ancestors for guidance. They didn't give me anything. But let's look just quickly, first of all, let's just define what money is. A lot of people think money is gold, or it's paper, or it's, they use the thing, or it's a medium of exchange, or all this sort of stuff. The way I like to help people understand this is you need to think about money as a metaphysical concept. Money has existed from the beginning of time in relationship to human beings, and it'll exist until the end of time. We will always need a mechanism between us, or we need a tool or a technology that enables us to measure or encode the product of our labor, and the constituents of that is time, energy, natural resources. And then that mechanism needs to solve the problem of intersubjective value, meaning that we're all different We all value everything differently. We all have different needs and wants and desires and time preferences and everything. So the technology that binds all of that together is the thing called money. And it's come in many forms since the beginning of time to now. A lot of people think barter actually was the original money, and as you'll note, it's not even up here. Barter is bullshit. It was never money. It's very rarely used as money. Money is a technology that enables complexity amongst human beings. Barter doesn't enable complexity. It actually fails as soon as you get more than 5 or 6 people who want different things. So really, money started as promises, and it was a memory. It was, if you go and kill the animal, and I'll pick the berries, you clean the cave. We kind of remembered what each of us were doing, so that we had some sort of like a notion of work that had been done that we should kind of implicitly trade later. And in fact, a lot of people don't know this, but the first cave wall inscriptions were actually to do with accounts. It was a ledger, and here we are, obviously tens of thousands of years later, with another ledger in the form of Bitcoin. So that's really what money is. And then we realized that we needed to get out of the cave, we needed to interact with other people, so we moved into rocks and shells and precious metals and coinage, and all of you guys have probably seen this 100 times now. And along the way, we've tried to, the journey of humanity, in many ways, has been a journey into discovering a better mechanism for us to encode or store the product of our labor so that we can cooperate and build complexity in society. That's really been the function of society from the beginning. And I believe now that we've reached an apex moment in Bitcoin. Like, all the other stuff is fiat. All the other stuff is a mechanism of someone issuing money and detaching it from what it metaphysically represents. So for me, I'll show a chart next in a minute, but basically, Bitcoin is perfect across all dimensions. And I'll define this really quickly. A store of value is not defined about how much US dollars this thing holds, or the fact that it's going up in US dollar terms. Store of value just means knowing your proportion in relation to the whole. That's all it means. So a pizza can be a store of value. If you hold 1/8 of the pizza and you know how much the pizza is, you can store your value in that piece of pizza. So it's it's an equation of proportionality. Bitcoin is perfect. The only thing that's perfect, and it's not just perfect because it has a fixed supply cap. It's perfect because it has a fixed supply cap that is unchangeable by any institution, organization, group, or anything. It's too late to turn that wheel back. So that's why it's actually perfect. Medium of exchange means the capacity for 2 people to trade. And this is what a lot of people get wrong. They think medium of exchange means transactional throughput. It's got nothing to do with that. Medium of exchange just means my ability to pick someone and exchange without requiring permission from somebody else. And again, Bitcoin is perfect in that. You do not need permission from anybody to move Bitcoin from one UTXO set to another. And it happens irrespective of who you are, where you are, what time it is, what color your skin is, what government, what country. Doesn't give a shit. It just goes through. And then the unit of account. This is sort of related to the store of value element. And unit of account is a phenomenon that occurs once there is enough people using a form of money in the marketplace such that they measure everything else. Now, what will be beautiful about Bitcoin long term as the whole world moves on to Bitcoin and catches up, now this is a multi-decade phenomenon, is that we actually know, nominally speaking at least, we know how much Bitcoin there roughly is. And as a result, we can actually start to accurately and intelligently measure all other goods and services against it. And the fact that it's digital and divisible means that it will make the problem that fiat and gold had, for example, that they're not very divisible, it solves that by being digital. So again, it's a perfect unit of account. So money is winner takes all. It's a communication medium, again, and the communication that it represents is time and energy. So that will converge to unity. That's how these kind of network effects work. Basis of complex society, it's thermodynamically, probabilistically sound, it's organically emergent, meaning it wasn't issued by some institution, organization, or a foundation or a group and marketed as the next big crypto. It went into the market and it grew when nobody expected any of this sort of shit to work. It was the 0 to 1 moment, and the path-dependent nature of Bitcoin's emergence is something that can't be repeated. You can go back and you can copy the code, you can do this, you can do that, you can do all sorts of stuff that all the shitcoins basically are doing. But what you can't do is you can't turn the clock back 12, 13 years and reintroduce something like Bitcoin at that time, in that way, adopted by those people, with those principles, with a founder that disappeared and that grew organically in the marketplace. That is, I guess the best way to think about it is like it's an immaculate conception. Not going to happen again. And then finally here I've got like the map represents the territory, which is effectively the first time we've had that. Like money being this metaphysical idea that enables us to cooperate better on the physical realm, but there's always been they've never mapped very well between each other. So we've always had this loss of information in between. Like if somebody can print money while you and I work for money and trade resources or time or energy, then you have a skewing of the signal and the money doesn't actually function properly. But when you can't skew that signal, the metaphysical nature of money actually represents the physical reality, and that's something that's never existed before. So this is the visual representation of what I discussed earlier. The only thing that Bitcoin sucks at is being a mechanism of control and parasitism, which is effectively what modern money is evolving into. The three core functions of money were supposed to be store of value, means of exchange, and unit of account, but governments and their attempt to introduce their own money, particularly all this craziness around CBDCs and all the shitcoins that want to be the new version of CBDC. They just effectively want to be issued by someone so that they can tell you what to do with your money and your time and your effort and the product of your labor. So with that pre-frame, so I've got 5 minutes to go, I just want to posit something, which is Bitcoin is inevitable, and in fact, it's inevitable in two ways. It was inevitable in the sense that an intelligent, sentient species was going to have to discover what I like to call energy money at some point. Otherwise, it's going to blow itself up, wipe itself out, press the red button, turn itself into a authoritarian gulag. All of that shit, is basically the specter, or it's the possibility if energy money is not discovered. And in a way, if you look at our path from the beginning of civilization, it has been this process of discovering functional money so that we can cooperate as human beings. So in that sense, Bitcoin was inevitable. I think if there is aliens out there or whatever the case might be, they would discover their own version of energy money, and the architecture and the way it functions would probably be very similar to Bitcoin. So in that sense, it's inevitable. But in the next sense of its inevitability is the fact that Bitcoin will be the money that this planet uses. And you either get involved now, or you just wait and you get involved later. That's the only option you really have as an individual, as an organization, or as a government. It's like thinking that you're going to regulate Bitcoin or ban Bitcoin or change Bitcoin and thinking that you are somehow superior or the laws of physics don't apply to you is about as dumb as thinking that a government is going to ban the number 0, or ban a particular letter, or ban the law of gravity. You jump off a cliff and you pretend like there's no gravity until you smash on the bottom and blow up like a watermelon. So Bitcoin is going to happen. The question is, and this is really the only question, is what are you going to adjust and adapt about yourself in order to take advantage of Bitcoin? When we built airplanes, we took the physical reality of gravity and aerodynamics and we built with that in mind so that we could actually fly and use gravity and aerodynamics to move. We didn't pretend there was no gravity or no air and just jump off the side of a fucking cliff like Icarus, right? That's stupid. So Bitcoin is going to exist whether governments like it or not. Them pretending like it won't exist or them trying to ban it is cutting off their own nose to spite their face. It's absolute stupidity. So it's kind of similar, I've got a note here, it's similar to the cultures and countries who first embraced math and science. That's really why they moved ahead. They were able to transform their understanding of math and science into technologies that allowed them to prosper. They didn't ignore the stuff and pretend like it didn't exist. And that's what put them on top. So this is really like, if there's any officials and shit in here, whoever's going to be watching this, that's how you want to think about Bitcoin, is you want to get the hell out of the way. Don't think you can regulate it. Don't think you can control it. This is not just some shitcoin that got issued by someone. This is literally energy money. You don't control energy money in the same way as you don't control the fucking sun when it comes up, when it comes down. You use the sun to your advantage because you understand that it abides by not human laws, but by the physical laws of the universe. And that's that little frame that I hope everybody can sort of flip. And this is an example. I've got like a couple minutes left really quickly. This is from an old article that I did called Bitcoins and Lockdowns in 2019, or 2020, sorry. And it's just a new way of thinking about Bitcoin's adoption curve, that it's not going to occur so much as a function of price or any of that sort of stuff. It's going to occur as a function of moving from the luxury, I'm on this side, the luxury side of the spectrum into the necessity side of the spectrum. So at the moment, everyone here is, in a sense, lucky enough to have the luxury coming into Bitcoin, to want Bitcoin. And that's an incredible advantage because Bitcoin is mispriced. Not everybody has reached the point of need yet. But as things get more and more stupid, whether it's from a government level, from a central bank level, whether it's printing money, whether it's stupid taxations, whether it's stupid mandates, whether it's, you know, this sort of UBI/CBDC dream of governments where they can, like, you know, issue you money, they can give you a little bit, which, you know, what that does is it actually turns you into a pet, because when someone gives you something for free, they effectively own you. And then they come with some conditions around what you can and cannot say, what you can and cannot think, etc. Like that kind of reality, as we move into that, we have this reality of slave money versus freedom money. And that's really the way you want to think about Bitcoin versus everything else. All crypto, all fiat, all of that stuff is in the same bucket of slave money because it's issued by someone. It is no different in philosophy or in essence than what Bitcoin emerged to fight against. So in the last bits and pieces, yeah, this is my freedom slavery thing. You know, you got that on one side and Ethereum and all the fucking crypto labs and democracy and parasitism and everything on the same side. And this is what they want. So final meme, blah, 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 fix the money, fix the individual, fix the world. So anyway, that's me. I hope that little nuance helped. And if you want to come see me afterwards, talk to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. And yes, it's inevitable.
Thank you.
Bueno, ahora sí, cerramos esta primera ronda. Los espero después del almuerzo.
Bueno, y ahora estamos terminando la primera mitad del día. Vamos a tener un pequeño break, pero regresamos con todavía más contenido para el resto del día, donde vamos a tener pláticas de Bitcoin, criptoarte, KYC, antilavado de dinero y varios paneles muy interesantes como finanzas descentralizadas y CEFI, Centralized Finance. Espero que les haya gustado la transmisión hasta ahora. Recuerden también que el día de mañana estaremos en vivo desde aquí, desde El Salvador, y también que pueden ver toda la transmisión, ya sea en español a través de nosotros con Talent Republic y también en inglés a través de Bitcoin Magazine. Recuerden seguirnos en las redes sociales como la Bit Conf y, por favor, si les ha gustado el evento, etiquétenos en sus fotos y también con los hashtags la BitConf y Bitcoin Week. Y ahora, bueno, vamos a tener un pequeño break y también recordarles que pueden ver también el evento desde el metaverso de Decentraland, de CryptoVoxels, perdón, donde a través del Museo del Caos estamos transmitiendo las diferentes conferencias y también donde pueden ver el NFT oficial de la BitConf, la cual será subastada y está ya disponible en el mercado, en Maker's Place, para que ustedes lo puedan ver. Les agradecemos mucho que estén con nosotros. Recuerden seguirnos en redes sociales y nos vemos en unos minutos nuevamente aquí desde El Salvador, desde la nación Bitcoin.
Ingresa al mundo de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, envía e invertí. Protege y globaliza tu dinero en decrypto.la.
HODL HODL, a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At HODL HODL, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. HODL HODL, your keys, your coins.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity to the project. Our rocket launched from Bitcoin with the exact same target, the moon. In these 2 years, supercharged with the Bitcoin left on the table by the stablecoin holders on every Bitcoin price rise, BPro historical performance reached 30% on top of Bitcoin. Reach the moon earlier with BPro. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
What's Moss? It's a high-tech company whose carbon credits are fully tokenized, coded in blockchain with the highest security protocols possible. We use AI and blockchain and top-notch tech. Moss is a global agent at the largest carbon credit registry and has audited its process with the best-in-class companies. The world's first green digital asset.
En Paxful creemos que todo el mundo debería tener una forma de pagar las cuentas, enviar dinero, comprar bienes y construir su propio negocio con criptomonedas. En Paxful tenemos más de 350 formas de comprar y vender cripto. Únete a nuestra comunidad global peer-to-peer y crea tu cuenta hoy mismo.
Trezor is the only thing you need to easily buy, manage, and protect cryptocurrency. Complete with an easy-to-use, secure software suite, you can keep your funds safe, make transactions, and boost your privacy all in one place. A Trezor wallet keeps your secrets secured, no matter where you connect it. Since it's open source, you don't even need to trust us on that. Independent security experts are able to verify that Trezor is the safe place for your coins. All of the world's leading crypto platforms and exchanges support Trezor because it is the gold standard in crypto security. Buy today and enjoy the support, tools, and know-how of a global community. No matter what stage you're at on your journey, secure your independence with Trezor.
digital identity provider with millions of users in Latin America already. By speaking to your users in Spanish and recognizing all faces from all places, we achieve a 99% success rate. NetKey stops identity fraud in its tracks.
Ingresa al mundo de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, envía e invertí. Protegé y globaliza tu dinero en decrypto.la.
Hodl Hodl, a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At Hodl Hodl, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. Hodl Hodl, your keys, your coins.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity to the project. Our rocket launched from Bitcoin with the exact same target, the moon. In these 2 years, supercharged with the Bitcoin left on the table by the stablecoin holders on every Bitcoin price rise, BPro historical performance reached 30% on top of Bitcoin. Reach the moon earlier with BPro. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
What's Moss? It's a high-tech company whose carbon credits are fully tokenized, coded in blockchain with the highest security protocols possible. We use AI and blockchain and top-notch tech. Moss is a global agent at the largest carbon credit registry and has audited its process with the best-in-class companies. The world's first green digital asset.
En Paxful creemos que todo el mundo debería tener una forma de pagar las cuentas, enviar dinero, comprar bienes y construir su propio negocio con criptomonedas. En Paxful tenemos más de 350 formas de comprar y vender cripto. Únete a nuestra comunidad global peer-to-peer y crea tu cuenta hoy mismo.
Trezor is the only thing you need to easily buy, manage, and protect cryptocurrency. Complete with an easy-to-use, secure software suite, you can keep your funds safe, make transactions, and boost your privacy all in one place. A Trezor wallet keeps your secrets secured, no matter where you connect it. Since it's open source, you don't even need to trust us on that. Independent security experts are able to verify that Trezor is the safe place for your coins. All of the world's leading crypto platforms and exchanges support Trezor because it is the gold standard in crypto security. Buy today and enjoy the support, tools, and know-how of a global community. No matter what stage you're at on your journey, secure your independence with Trezor.
is the premier digital identity provider with millions of users in Latin America already. By speaking to your users in Spanish and recognizing all faces from all places, we achieve a 99% success rate. NetKey stops identity fraud in its tracks.
Ingresa al mundo de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, envía e invertí. Protege y globaliza tu dinero en decrypto.la.
HODL, a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At HODL, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. HODL, your keys, your coins.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity to the project. Our rocket launched from Bitcoin with the exact same target, the moon. In these 2 years, supercharged with the Bitcoin left on the table by the stablecoin holders on every Bitcoin price rise, BPro historical performance reached 30% on top of Bitcoin. Reach the moon earlier with BPro. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
What's Moss? It's a high-tech company whose carbon credits are fully tokenized, coded in blockchain with the highest security protocols possible. We use AI and blockchain and top-notch tech. Moss is a global agent at the largest carbon credit registry and has audited its process with the best-in-class companies. The world's first green digital asset.
En Paxful creemos que todo el mundo debería tener una forma de pagar las cuentas, enviar dinero, comprar bienes y construir su propio negocio con criptomonedas. En Paxful tenemos más de 350 formas de comprar y vender cripto. Únete a nuestra comunidad global peer-to-peer y crea tu cuenta hoy mismo.
Trezor is the only thing you need to easily buy, manage, and protect cryptocurrency. Complete with an easy-to-use, secure software suite, you can keep your funds safe, make transactions, and boost your privacy all in one place. A Trezor wallet keeps your secrets secured, no matter where you connect it. Since it's open source, you don't even need to trust us on that. Independent security experts are able to verify that Trezor is the safe place for your coins. All of the world's leading crypto platforms and exchanges support Trezor because it is the gold standard in crypto security. Buy today and enjoy the support, tools, and know-how of a global community. No matter what stage you're at on your journey, secure your independence with Trezor.
NetKey is the premier digital identity provider with millions of users in Latin America already. By speaking to your users in Spanish and recognizing all faces from all places, we achieve a 99% success rate. NetKey stops identity fraud in its tracks.
Ingresa al mundo de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, envía e invertí. Protege y globaliza tu dinero en decrypto.la.
HODL, a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At HODL, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. HODL, your keys, your coins.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity to the project. Our rocket launched from Bitcoin with the exact same target, the moon. In these 2 years, supercharged with the Bitcoin left on the table by the stablecoin holders on every Bitcoin price rise, BPro historical performance reached 30% on top of Bitcoin. Reach the moon earlier with BPro. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
What's Moss? It's a high-tech company whose carbon credits are fully tokenized, coded in blockchain with the highest security protocols possible. We use AI and blockchain and top-notch tech. Moss is a global agent at the largest carbon credit registry and has audited its process with the best-in-class companies. The world's first green digital asset.
En Paxful creemos que todo el mundo debería tener una forma de pagar las cuentas, enviar dinero, comprar bienes y construir su propio negocio con criptomonedas. En Paxful tenemos más de 350 formas de comprar y vender cripto. Únete a nuestra comunidad global peer-to-peer y crea tu cuenta hoy mismo.
Bueno, bienvenidos a la Bit Conf. Estamos en una de las salas principales. Este evento tiene diferentes tipos de áreas. Vamos a estar recorriéndolas y vamos a ir conociendo qué es lo que está pasando en cada una de ellas. Así que vamos. Aquí tenemos toda la sala de dispensers, comida, alimentación para todos los speakers. Toda la gente que está asistiendo al evento pues tiene su espacio de catering y alimentación. Esta es toda la sala de estar, donde la gente pues va a estar disfrutando. Hay shows de música, nos encontramos también con diferentes artistas, mucha gente que está haciendo música y ese sonido, esa música la están convirtiendo en NFTs. El nuevo arte, la nueva tendencia de convertir no solamente las imágenes y el arte en NFTs está sucediendo acá en la Bit Conf. Uno de los incentivos y una de las cosas que más trae el mundo de las criptomonedas es la adopción. Y la adopción viene dada con tecnología. Esta tecnología la estamos viendo acá, donde se consigue poder reciclar y tener diferentes tipos de incentivos monetarios. Este espacio también viene con una barra de cervezas para la gente que quiere disfrutar, pasar un ambiente ameno. Cuando las charlas están finalizando o tenemos descansos, todos vienen acá a disfrutar un rato entre speakers y asistentes. Con el espacio de arte. Tenemos diferentes tipos de tablas de surf intervenidas por diferentes artistas. El mundo de los NFTs está cambiando la forma en la que valoramos el arte. Ya no se trata de un arte que tienes en tu casa, sino que ahora lo expones al mundo. El internet abre las puertas para que cualquier persona pueda mostrar su arte al mundo. En la Bit Conf tenemos diferentes tipos de artistas que intervienen ese tipo de arte. Estamos mostrando diferentes tipos de estilos, diferentes tipos de narrativas, estructuras que vienen no solamente dadas desde el folclore del país, sino también movimientos que vienen dados desde el graffiti. Esa cultura, ese estilo se ve dado en cada uno de los artistas. Claramente cada uno de ellos tiene su propio perfil en OpenSea. Los invitamos a que nos sigan en redes sociales, @labitconf.com, #labitconf y el Bitcoin Week, donde se van a encontrar con los diferentes tipos de artistas que intervienen este tipo de artes. Bien, cada uno de ellos tiene su perfil en sus tiendas, en su OpenSea, para poder publicarse y mostrarse de forma pública.
50% of profits go to the cooperatives, and so they're also funding educational projects.
First, there was singularity. Singularity became chaos, and chaos became structure. Structure became cause. Cause became effect, and effect became relations. So God saw it was okay. Nah, sorry, just kidding. Relations became trade. Trade brought debt, and debt became commodities. Commodities became gold. Gold brought banks, and banks created notes, and everyone was happy, or that's what we thought. Notes became currency. Currency became fiat, and fiat became paper. Paper brought abuse. Abuse brought bubbles, and bubbles became empty. Empty became loss. Loss became chaos. And chaos became bailouts. End of the story. No. Bailouts brought Bitcoin. Bitcoin removed paper. Bitcoin removed abuse. And Bitcoin brought blockchain. Blockchain restored trust. Trust restored hope. And hope became revolution. Revolution is understood at the Bit Conf, the main Bitcoin and blockchain conference in Latin America.
Trezor is the only thing you need to easily buy, manage, and protect cryptocurrency. Complete with an easy-to-use, secure software suite, you can keep your funds safe, make transactions, and boost your privacy all in one place. A Trezor wallet keeps your secrets secured, no matter where you connect it. Since it's open source, you don't even need to trust us on that. Independent security experts are able to verify that Trezor is the safe place for your coins. All of the world's leading crypto platforms and exchanges support Trezor because it is the gold standard in crypto security. Buy today and enjoy the support, tools, and know-how of a global community. No matter what stage you're at on your journey, secure your independence with Trezor.
Netkey is the premier digital identity provider with millions of users in Latin America already. By speaking to your users in Spanish and recognizing all faces from all places, we achieve a 99% success rate. Netkey stops identity fraud in its tracks.
Acá nos encontramos con diferentes tipos de stands, servicios como por ejemplo el equipo de Celo con inclusión financiera, servicios de Hands donde cualquier persona puede tener inclusión financiera, Dash, Ripio como rampas, Dash como un servicio de criptomonedas, Ripio como uno de los servicios de fintech en América Latina para poderse hacer rampas en cripto. Roselo, ¿cómo estás? Roselo, un videito para la Bitcoin. ¿Cómo te sientes hoy acá?
Es la mejor conferencia de criptomoneda que ya estuve en toda mi vida. Yo ya voy a muchas, más de 30. Y esta, increíble lo que hicieron acá. No tiene nada. Ahora tiene un problema. Del próximo año tiene que ser mejor que esta. No sé qué vamos a hacer. Tiene que ser mejor. Más lo mejor de todos. Muchas gracias por estar acá. Y las personas tienen que venir en el próximo año, tienen que venir ahora porque es muy, muy importante. Gracias.
Por favor, gracias, Roselo. Así nos encontramos con diferentes speakers, personas que están en un recorrido de más de 9 ediciones, porque la Bit Conf no solamente comenzó en El Salvador, también estuvo en Colombia en el 2017, estuvo en Buenos Aires en el 2013, diferentes tipos de personajes y influyentes de todo el ecosistema. Roselo está hace muchos años en el mundo de Bitcoin y es una de las personas que nos muestra la pasión y el sentimiento que se tiene al venir acá a este tipo de eventos. También nos encontramos con servicios de White Level como Alpha Point para proveer liquidez, market makers, OKCoin también, un exchange muy internacional. Nos encontramos con el servicio de Random, con el equipo de Algorand Explorer para poder buscarlo. Hey, ¿cómo están? BRZ Token, el token brasilero. El equipo de Lend, y es que con cripto también viene mucho el tema de las finanzas descentralizadas. Acá nos encontramos con servicios como Lend que permiten que cualquier persona tenga inclusión financiera y pueda utilizar sus criptomonedas como colateral para poder pedir dinero. Esa es una de las características que está viviendo actualmente Lend. Durante los entretiempos también vamos a estar entrevistando varias personas influyentes y para eso tenemos este stand de prensa. Nos encontramos también con la gente de Coinet, un exchange descentralizado, el equipo de Algorand, una blockchain también muy importante con mucha relevancia, Coinbase como un servicio de consultoría, toda la gente de Blockchain for Humanity ayudando con toda la descentralización y el apoyo en las redes, Ibets como un equipo descentralizado, un exchange para compra y venta en Latinoamérica, Trezor, billeteras frías para poder asegurar, el equipo de minería de Slushpool con Brain iOS, que es un nuevo servicio que permite minar de forma mucho más eficiente, CoinKite como un exchange también para poder operar contra cripto. También nos encontramos con la gente de Koru, todo lo que son pagos inteligentes, pasarelas de pago que ahora aceptan Bitcoin como forma de intervención financiera, todo el equipo de Edge Wallet para poder atesorar, Blue. Hace poco entrevistamos a Roselo, que hace parte de Blue, también toda la gente de Edge, Wallets no custodial, donde el servicio está con nosotros, Netki como servicios de identidad personal, donde los datos están con uno y no con un tercero, toda la gente que se encuentra en Mezzo, exchanges que permiten las rampas, el trading en spot, el trading de futuros, FTX como uno de los exchanges más internacionales que ha comprado la arena de Miami, ahora se llama FTX Arena, también la gente de Tink para poder pensar y desarrollar soluciones, el equipo de RSK que ahora tiene toda su solución financiera que permite que cualquier persona pueda lanzar soluciones, smart contracts sobre la blockchain de Bitcoin, un servicio de compra de créditos de carbono. Increíble, muy bueno, muy buenas ideas, todo esto está sucediendo acá en la Bit Conf. Los invitamos a que sean parte, a que sigan los streamings, a que se conecten y participen de todas las cosas que están sucediendo acá. Es momento de que te capacites y entres en este ecosistema, nunca es tarde. Bien, así que los esperamos, vamos a ir ahora a otro stand y vamos a tomarnos unos segundos para visitar las demás áreas que hay acá en la Bit Conf.
Ingresá al mundo de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, enviá e invertí. Protegé y globalizá tu dinero en decrypto.la.
HODL, a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At HODL, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. HODL, your keys, your coins.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity to the project. Our rocket launched from Bitcoin with the exact same target, the moon. In these 2 years, supercharged with the Bitcoin left on the table by the stablecoin holders on every Bitcoin price rise, BPro historical performance reached 30% on top of Bitcoin. Reach the moon earlier with BPro. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
What's Moss? It's a high-tech company whose carbon credits are fully tokenized, coded in blockchain with the highest security protocols possible. We use AI and blockchain and top-notch tech. Moss is a global agent at the largest carbon credit registry and has audited its process with the best-in-class companies. The world's first green digital asset.
En Paxful creemos que todo el mundo debería tener una forma de pagar las cuentas, enviar dinero, comprar bienes y construir su propio negocio con criptomonedas. En Paxful tenemos más de 350 formas de comprar y vender cripto. Únete a nuestra comunidad global peer-to-peer y crea tu cuenta hoy mismo.
Trezor is the only thing you need to easily buy, manage, and protect cryptocurrency. Complete with an easy-to-use, secure software suite, you can keep your funds safe, make transactions, and boost your privacy all in one place. A Trezor wallet keeps your secrets secured, no matter where you connect it. Since it's open source, you don't even need to trust us on that. Independent security experts are able to verify that Trezor is the safe place for your coins. All of the world's leading crypto platforms and exchanges support Trezor because it is the gold standard in crypto security. Buy today and enjoy the support, tools, and know-how of a global community. No matter what stage you're at on your journey, secure your independence with Trezor.
digital identity provider with millions of users in Latin America already. By speaking to your users in Spanish and recognizing all faces from all places, we achieve a 99% success rate. NetKey stops identity fraud in its tracks.
First, there was singularity. Singularity became chaos, and chaos became structure. Structure became cause. Cause became effect, and effect became relations. So God saw it was okay. Nah, sorry, just kidding. Relations became trade. Trade brought depth, and depth became commodities. Commodities became gold. Gold brought banks, and banks created notes, and everyone was happy, or that's what we thought. Notes became currency. Currency became fiat, and fiat became paper. Paper brought abuse. Abuse brought bubbles, and bubbles became empty. Empty became loss. Loss became chaos. And chaos became bailouts. End of the story. No. Bailouts brought Bitcoin. Bitcoin removed paper. Bitcoin removed abuse. And Bitcoin brought blockchain. Blockchain restored trust. Trust restored hope. And hope became revolution. Revolution is understood at the Bit Conf, the main Bitcoin and blockchain conference in Latin America.
Ingresa al mundo de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, envía e invertí. Protege y globaliza tu dinero en decrypto.la.
HODL, a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At HODL, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. HODL, your keys, your coins.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity to the project. Our rocket launched from Bitcoin with the exact same target, the moon. In these 2 years, supercharged with the Bitcoin left on the table by the stablecoin holders on every Bitcoin price rise, B-Pro historical performance reached 30% on top of Bitcoin. Reach the moon earlier with B-Pro. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
What's Moss? It's a high-tech company whose carbon credits are fully tokenized, coded in blockchain with the highest security protocols possible. We use AI and blockchain and top-notch tech. Moss is a global agent at the largest carbon credit registry and has audited its process with the best-in-class companies. The world's first green digital asset.
En Paxful creemos que todo el mundo debería tener una forma de pagar las cuentas, enviar dinero, comprar bienes y construir su propio negocio con criptomonedas. En Paxful tenemos más de 350 formas de comprar y vender cripto. Únete a nuestra comunidad global peer-to-peer y crea tu cuenta hoy mismo.
Trezor is the only thing you need to easily buy, manage, and protect cryptocurrency. Complete with an easy-to-use, secure software suite, you can keep your funds safe, make transactions, and boost your privacy all in one place. A Trezor wallet keeps your secrets secured, no matter where you connect it. Since it's open source, you don't even need to trust us on that. Independent security experts are able to verify that Trezor is the safe place for your coins. All of the world's leading crypto platforms and exchanges support Trezor because it is the gold standard in crypto security. Buy today and enjoy the support, tools, and know-how of a global community. No matter what stage you're at on your journey, secure your independence with Trezor.
NetKey is the premier digital identity provider with millions of users in Latin America already. By speaking to your users in Spanish and recognizing all faces from all places, we achieve a 99% success rate. NetKey stops identity fraud in its tracks.
Bueno, seguimos aquí en el intermedio, pero tenemos una entrevista con una persona que viene desde aquí de El Salvador, que se llama Omar y que nos va a contar un poco de lo que ha estado sucediendo desde la parte también regulatoria y legal. Hay mucha controversia también respecto a este tema y entendemos que todavía falta mucha educación y difusión con respecto al tema. Y por eso estamos aquí en la Bit Conf, para que la más gente sepa cuáles son las ventajas y también los retos que hay con no solo el Bitcoin, sino cuando se lleva a cabo una adopción como lo estamos llevando aquí y cuando se vuelve una moneda de curso legal. Así es que, Omar, si nos puedes contar un poco más de quién eres y qué es lo que haces acá en El Salvador.
Bueno, muchas gracias primero por el espacio. Mi nombre es Omar. La gente de YouTube me conoce como Tecnoboca porque tengo mi canal ahí de YouTube, así que ahí suscríbanse y todo. Yo hablo de la que es la política actual del país y también, obviamente, lo que es la criptomoneda para enseñarle a todos los salvadoreños qué es Bitcoin y qué pueden utilizarlo y cómo pueden invertir, cómo pueden sacarle provecho, cómo pueden mandar una remesa desde los Estados Unidos, ya que yo radico en los Estados Unidos, pero aquí es mi país, pulgarcito, aquí comer pupusas y todo. Entonces yo le enseño a los salvadoreños cómo pueden invertir en la criptomoneda y también hablamos de la actualidad de lo que es la política de El Salvador, que también va un poco ligada a lo que es esto de que estábamos hablando al principio, de que mucha gente como que no lo conoce, que muchos salvadoreños no se quieren entrar y que pues esto, pero la verdad es que lo que ha hecho el Bitcoin en El Salvador, o lo que va a hacer el Bitcoin en El Salvador, es cambiarnos a nosotros la vida como salvadoreños, ya que como tal vez ustedes sabrán, vivimos un país de que hay pobreza, o sea, no hay que dejar eso atrás de que existe la pobreza, pero el Bitcoin va a ser una de las criptomonedas que nos va a ayudar a nosotros de cierta manera a invertir y a que podamos hacer transacciones, ya que pues el tema de las transacciones era bien difícil porque tenemos muchos salvadoreños en Estados Unidos que mandaba dinero y con el método tradicional pues tú gastabas un montón de dinero, pero ahora, brother, 0 comisiones.
Eso es alguno de los retos y también una de las razones cuando se estaba impulsando esta ley a nivel nacional. El reto que se tiene para las remesas, que similar, yo vengo de México, es un ingreso importante para las familias y hay familias que dependen por completo. Y otra cosa interesante, más allá de la parte de inversión, de especulación, etcétera, es el acceso a los servicios financieros. Actualmente la única manera que tenemos es a través de los bancos, a través de las instituciones financieras y no tienen esa presencia, sobre todo en Latinoamérica, en todo el país, y con Bitcoin cualquier persona a través de su celular es casi su propio banco y su sistema financiero. Exacto. Y pueden ayudar a desarrollar. Entonces, desde mi punto de vista y también desde la experiencia que he tenido en casi 10 años dentro de esta industria, para mí va a ser muy positivo no solo en la parte económica, sino en la parte de desarrollo tecnológico y también, ya lo estamos viendo, diferentes empresas de todo el mundo están estableciendo algunas de sus oficinas y empresas aquí en El Salvador.
Sí, y fíjate que ya estamos viendo eso en el término de ahorro. Yo que le enseño a los salvadoreños en Estados Unidos, muchas veces la gente me dice, bueno, es que yo tengo mi cuenta de ahorro, pero fíjate que el banco, bro, yo no sé por qué, que cada vez mejor me pone 2 centavos o 3 centavos y empezamos a experimentar con los salvadoreños en Estados Unidos y digamos, bueno, entonces vámonos a Bitcoin y qué tal de que un porcentaje tú lo metas a Bitcoin y la gente está bien alegre de que algunos compraron cuando estaba en 42,000, que fue cuando el presidente de El Salvador anunció o lanzó lo que es Bitcoin y ellos me dicen, brother, yo ya no tengo 2 centavos. Esto me subió a $40 y la gente está muy, de cierta manera emocionada de lo que la criptomoneda puede traer, no solamente al salvadoreño que está en Estados Unidos, pero también el que está acá.
No, y lo que están haciendo aquí también está muy interesante. No solo se está uniendo, digamos, sector privado, gobierno, industria, comunidad, educación para lograr este gran esfuerzo, sino que se está creando una de las infraestructuras más grandes a nivel mundial para dar puntos de acceso y salida a través de Bitcoin a las personas. Uno de ellos lo vemos con la red de cajero que se está haciendo, las diferentes empresas que se están posicionando, por supuesto este evento como la Bit Conf y la Bitcoin Week que dio la bienvenida a gente de todo el mundo para que vengan hacia acá. Entonces todavía hay mucho que hacer, todavía hay mucho que construir y algunas otras cosas interesantes. Cuando pasaron estas leyes, precisamente el gobierno hizo algo que no vemos en ninguna otra parte, pero que vamos a ver posteriormente otros países adoptando algo similar. Uno de ellos fue la creación de este fondo de $150 millones para hacer una contraparte y para poder potencializar esta red y que como lo está haciendo, que se vuelva toda una nación Bitcoin.
Sí, y de hecho ya esos $150 millones ya tuvieron su fruto. Una de las cosas que ¿verdad? Que mucha gente, especialmente la oposición de El Salvador, criticó mucho, fue de que, ¿cómo es posible de que ese es el dinero del pueblo? Y hacían carteles diciendo, mire, perdimos $5 millones. Saludos del FMLN, Anabel Belloso. Y mire, aquí perdí este dinero del pueblo. Y lo chistoso de todo esto, de que a las 2 semanas, ¡pum!, se fue para arriba y El Salvador pudo sacar $4 millones de ganancia, más recuperó los 5 millones, o sea que se hizo como 9 millones, pero solo se le sacaron 4 millones y se pudo construir lo que es un veterinario, con lo que es la ganancia de lo que es el Bitcoin y los fondos fueron otra vez con Bitcoin, sí. Y fue un logro grande.
Ahora, afortunadamente, digamos que Salvador, cuando compró estos bitcoins, ha tenido, bueno, históricamente hasta ahora, a mediano y a largo plazo, ha tenido una tendencia alcista, no solo por la parte de especulación, pero también porque lo hemos visto, ¿no? Ahora hay más empresas, hay más inversión, y ya vemos incluso a los grandes bancos y a los grandes corporativos que decían que nunca iban a emplear bitcoin, siendo ahora uno de los principales inversionistas dentro de esto. Pero también hay que tomar en cuenta que, como mencionaste ahorita, afortunadamente se ha tenido una plusvalía, se ha ganado con este dinero, pero no deja de ser también un bien volátil, sí, que claro, no es hecho para todas las personas. Entonces también para las personas que van iniciando, pues tómenlo como un aprendizaje hacia cómo se usan estas tecnologías, y si lo están viendo como una inversión especulativa, también no inviertan, o para algunos también se los hace como una apuesta, más de lo que estén dispuestos a perder, porque ahorita, como dijimos, El Salvador está ganando, pero también en su inicio tuvo una pequeña bajada, entonces es un bien que constantemente está cambiando, entonces también por ese lado hay que tener algo de precaución y sobre todo informarnos muy bien qué puede causar esto.
Sí, claro, y claro, no sabemos el futuro de Bitcoin, o sea, sabemos de que es algo alcista, pero bueno, una de las cosas de que me interesó es de que el gobierno de El Salvador dio $30 para que de cierta manera el salvadoreño pudiera experimentar y decir, ok, vamos a probar con esto. Yo le digo a la gente, o sea, no tampoco ponga el 100% de sabor, sino que examínelo, ya que somos el primer país en hacerlo y estamos a tiempo de cierta manera conocer la moneda. Siempre les digo, mire, ponga $5, $10 y usted se va a dar cuenta conociéndola como para que ya más adelante usted sepa estrategias, qué poder hacer y todo. Y la verdad es que fue una gran bendición para nuestro país, de cierta manera, de que hayamos entrado en un momento donde totalmente nadie, yo creo que tú como mexicano, muchos mexicanos me dicen, mira, bro, a mí me gustaría que México
no solo México, todo el mundo, y pregúntale aquí a todo el mundo de Latinoamérica que preferiría tener a Bitcoin como su moneda. Tenemos gente de México, Argentina, Venezuela, Colombia, todos hemos vivido devaluaciones, todos hemos vivido desafortunadamente algunos malos manejos de políticos, gobernantes y todo, que afectan a toda la población porque ellos mismos controlan el dinero. Bitcoin es un dinero que nadie controla, que es de todos y que cualquiera puede construir y desarrollar. Y quitando un poco de lado la parte política, lo que va a suceder aquí es un gran laboratorio, en donde este laboratorio vamos a poder construir la siguiente generación de sistemas financieros, un sistema financiero con mayor acceso y un sistema financiero que va a funcionar mejor de lo que hemos visto en las últimas décadas.
De hecho, yo creo que vamos a tener unas 20 escuelas de Bitcoin, entonces todo esto abre una puerta grande a que otros inversores o que personas que estén estudiando ahorita en la universidad puedan de cierta manera, hey, vamos a ver cómo esto también nos puede llevar a que nosotros podamos superarnos también como país, que eso es bien importante.
Pues agradecemos mucho a Omar, recuerden seguirnos también en las redes sociales como la Bit Conf, poner el hashtag Bitcoin Week y también con el hashtag la Bit Conf para que también nosotros compartamos su contenido. ¿Y dónde te localizan a ti en redes sociales?
En redes sociales me pueden encontrar en Twitter como Tecnoboca, en Instagram como Tecnoboca, también lo pueden hacer en Facebook como Tecnoboca y en el canal de YouTube también como Tecnoboca, y ahí me pueden encontrar todo lo que hablamos aquí en El Salvador.
Muchas gracias y continuamos en la Bit Conf.
Un placer.
mundo de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, envía e invertí. Protege y globaliza tu dinero en decrypto.la.
HODL, a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At HODL, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. HODL, your keys, your coins.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity to the project. Our rocket launched from Bitcoin with the exact same target, the moon. In these 2 years, supercharged with the Bitcoin left on the table by the stablecoin holders on every Bitcoin price rise, BPro historical performance reached 30% on top of Bitcoin. Reach the moon earlier with BPro. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
What's Moss? It's a high-tech company whose carbon credits are fully tokenized, coded in blockchain with the highest security protocols possible. We use AI and blockchain and top-notch tech. Moss is a global agent at the largest carbon credit registry and has audited its process with the best-in-class companies. The world's first green digital asset.
En Paxful creemos que todo el mundo debería tener una forma de pagar las cuentas, enviar dinero, comprar bienes y construir su propio negocio con criptomonedas. En Paxful tenemos más de 350 formas de comprar y vender cripto. Únete a nuestra comunidad global peer-to-peer y crea tu cuenta hoy mismo.
Trezor is the only thing you need to easily buy, manage, and protect cryptocurrency. Complete with an easy-to-use, secure software suite, you can keep your funds safe, make transactions, and boost your privacy all in one place. A Trezor wallet keeps your secrets secured, no matter where you connect it. Since it's open source, you don't even need to trust us on that. Independent security experts are able to verify that Trezor is the safe place for your coins. All of the world's leading crypto platforms and exchanges support Trezor because it is the gold standard in crypto security. Buy today and enjoy the support, tools, and know-how of a global community. No matter what stage you're at on your journey, secure your independence with Trezor.
NetKey is the premier digital identity provider with millions of users in Latin America already. By speaking to your users in Spanish and recognizing all faces from all places, we achieve a 99% success rate. NetKey stops identity fraud in its tracks.
First, there was singularity. Singularity became chaos, and chaos became structure. Structure became cause. Cause became effect, and effect became relations. So God saw it was okay. Nah, sorry, just kidding. Relations became trade. Trade brought depth, and depth became commodities. Commodities became gold. Gold brought banks, and banks created notes, and everyone was happy, or that's what we thought. Notes became currency. Currency became fiat, and fiat became paper. Paper brought abuse. Abuse brought bubbles, and bubbles became empty. Empty became loss. Loss became chaos. And chaos became bailouts. End of the story. No. Bailouts brought Bitcoin. Bitcoin removed paper. Bitcoin removed abuse. And Bitcoin brought blockchain. Blockchain restored trust. Trust restored hope. And hope became revolution. Revolution is understood at the Bit Conf, the main Bitcoin and blockchain conference in Latin America.
Ingresa al mundo de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, envía e invertí. Protege y globaliza tu dinero en decrypto.la.
HODL, a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At HODL, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. HODL, your keys, your coins.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity to the project. Our rocket launched from Bitcoin with the exact same target, the moon. In these 2 years, supercharged with the Bitcoin left on the table by the stablecoin holders on every Bitcoin price rise, B-Pro historical performance reached 30% on top of Bitcoin. Reach the moon earlier with B-Pro. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
What's Moss? It's a high-tech company whose carbon credits are fully tokenized, coded in blockchain with the highest security protocols possible. We use AI and blockchain and top-notch tech. Moss is a global agent at the largest carbon credit registry and has audited its process with the best-in-class companies. the world's first green digital asset.
En Paxful creemos que todo el mundo debería tener una forma de pagar las cuentas, enviar dinero, comprar bienes y construir su propio negocio con criptomonedas. En Paxful tenemos más de 350 formas de comprar y vender cripto. Únete a nuestra comunidad global peer-to-peer y crea tu cuenta hoy mismo.
Trezor is the only thing you need to easily buy, manage, and protect cryptocurrency. Complete with an easy-to-use, secure software suite, you can keep your funds safe, make transactions, and boost your privacy all in one place. A Trezor wallet keeps your secrets secured, no matter where you connect it. Since it's open source, you don't even need to trust us on that. Independent security experts are able to verify that Trezor is the safe place for your coins. All of the world's leading crypto platforms and exchanges support Trezor because it is the gold standard in crypto security. Buy today and enjoy the support, tools, and know-how of a global community. No matter what stage you're at on your journey, secure your independence with Trezor.
Netkey is the premier digital identity provider with millions of users in Latin America already. By speaking to your users in Spanish and recognizing all faces from all places, we achieve a 99% success rate. Netkey stops identity fraud in its tracks.
First, there was singularity. Singularity became chaos, and chaos became structure. Structure became cause. Cause became effect, and effect became relations. So God saw it was okay. Nah, sorry, just kidding. Relations became trade. Trade brought debt, and debt became commodities. Commodities became gold. Gold brought banks, and banks created notes, and everyone was happy. Or that's what we thought. Notes became currency. Currency became fiat, and fiat became paper. Paper brought abuse. Abuse brought bubbles, and bubbles became empty. Empty became loss. Loss became chaos. And chaos became bailouts. End of the story. No. Bailouts brought Bitcoin. Bitcoin removed paper. Bitcoin removed abuse. And Bitcoin brought blockchain. Blockchain restored trust. Trust restored hope. And hope became revolution. Revolution is understood at the Bit Conf, the main Bitcoin and blockchain conference in Latin America.
I start here. The talk is called The Art of Learning Bitcoin, and I want to show you ways to easy get into Bitcoin. When I started in early 2017 with Bitcoin, I was very confused because the people were saying many things about Bitcoin. For instance, Bitcoin is freedom. That's not my slide. Please, can we go back? Sorry. So Bitcoin is many things. Bitcoin is freedom. Thank you. Bitcoin is money. Bitcoin is a protocol. Bitcoin is digital gold. Bitcoin is sovereignty. Bitcoin is neutral. Bitcoin is software. Bitcoin is a currency. In El Salvador, it's even legal tender now. Bitcoin is decentralized. Bitcoin is time. Bitcoin is hard money. Bitcoin is fairness. Which is actually the thing where I can identify the most with it, because I think the most important thing about Bitcoin is that it's accessible for anyone, regardless of gender, wealth, status, or color, anywhere globally in the world. Bitcoin is so many things. And if you're confused at the moment, you might think that Bitcoin is everything you don't understand about money, combined with everything you don't understand about computers. Yes, it's a fact. And the reason for that is because Bitcoin consists of many things from different areas of knowledge, research, and things like that. So there are things from cryptography in Bitcoin. It's about monetary policy. It's about game theory. It's about human rights. It's about IT, mathematics, physics, and even economics. Not even economics, it's economics. And that's Bitcoin. And that's why it's so confusing. And many people don't know where to start to learn them. And when we are in the later stage of Bitcoin, we always talk about, and then I fell into the rabbit hole. What do we mean by that? Well, for me, I started to read a lot of books and videos, and to start at the beginning, I started with the white paper. And from there on, you go deeper and deeper and deeper, and then you can connect the things in your head and you realize, oh, this one thing is connected with the other, and that's how you get deeper into the rabbit hole. It all began in October 2008 when an unknown person named Satoshi Nakamoto presented the Bitcoin white paper on a website called bitcoin.org, and you can still find the PDF there. In this paper, this person laid out the ground concepts, the basic foundation of Bitcoin and how it works. And it's very interesting to read. Also, if you're not a mathematics genie or an IT genius, it doesn't matter. You can just read it to get a glimpse of what Satoshi Nakamoto's intentions were. Satoshi called it a peer-to-peer electronic system. And it started on January 3rd in 2009, when the first public Bitcoin block was mined. And the most important invention or discovery that Satoshi Nakamoto had was to find a solution to the problem that if you send money online, you always need an intermediary. And Satoshi Nakamoto found a solution to this problem, so the first time in the history of humankind, we can send money globally, digitally, without the need for banks or other financial institutions. Satoshi Nakamoto wrote one sentence into the first public block of the Bitcoin blockchain. And it's the headline of the Times of the same day, Chancellor on brink of second bailout for banks. And for me and for many other people, this is a sign that this work is connected to the financial crisis in the year 28 and 29, where basically banks and financial institutions were responsible for this crisis. And actually, right at this time, it seems that we are at the beginning or maybe in the middle of another of these financial crises. So Bitcoin is money for the people, from the people. And that's important. And it shows let's say the other one, sorry. The thing is, Bitcoin has very important properties that no other money on the internet has. First, it's permissionless, meaning you don't need to register anywhere. You don't need to pay a membership fee or a package. You don't need to show your ID to receive or send your Bitcoin anywhere. It's transparent. This means everybody can read the Bitcoin blockchain, the ledger of all transactions that have been sent since the beginning of the Bitcoin blockchain. This transparency is also needed that the maximum supply of 21 million Bitcoin cannot be changed, or that it would be visible if anyone would try to change it. That's important because Bitcoin's very important property is also that it's non-inflatable, meaning there can never be someone who changes the money supply to say now we have 50 million Bitcoin, which would decrease the value of a single Bitcoin. And that's what's happening in fiat currency. We have a lot of inflation right at the moment. They say it's transitory, but yeah, who knows? Okay. So, consensus. The 21 million limit can also not be changed because for every change in the Bitcoin software, you need the consensus of all participants in the network. So that means even if you're just a user, you only have a wallet and send and receive Bitcoin, you're a participant of this network. As also the miners, the people who have full nodes at home and such. It's neutral, that's what I said before. Everyone can use Bitcoin, regardless of your age or whatever. It's borderless. You can send money globally in seconds. If you maybe have friends or family abroad that send you money back home, you don't need Western Union anymore. You can just use Lightning or the Bitcoin blockchain to send money safely, much faster, and for much less cost. It's decentralized, which means There is no hierarchy. There is no leader. We, the people, basically own Bitcoin. The network is a public good. It's for everyone. And Bitcoin is censorship resistant. So all these properties combined make it so that nobody can change any of the transactions. And nobody can take your money away. But this only, you unlock all these properties and features and advantages for yourself only if you hold the keys to your coins. This is a so-called seed phrase. It's like a keychain that unlocks all your Bitcoin addresses where you have money stored on the blockchain. So if you have those, you're basically completely independent and nobody can take your money away. And you might see this slogan very often, not your keys, not your coins. If you don't have the seed phrase, if you only have a password for an account on Coinbase or Kraken, you're basically not own Bitcoin. It's just like another bank. They can close your account, they can freeze your funds, whatever. So now, there's a concept we call the staircase to financial self-sovereignty. And it's a concept that I heard it first from Stephanie Murphy, and she's a podcaster also. And it goes like that. On the staircase to financial self-sovereignty, most of us, I mean not, but many of you maybe, are on the ground floor. You still just a fiat user. You use US dollars, euros, or whatever. So basically you have not unlocked any of the opportunities and advantages of Bitcoin. On the first floor, you might go to Coinbase or Kraken or any other centralized exchange and exchange the first US dollars to Bitcoin. So actually, you think you own Bitcoin, but you don't really. I meet a lot of people, they tell me, oh, I also earn Bitcoin, and I say, where? And they say, maybe at Bitpanda, which is a big Austrian exchange. And I say, yeah, well, but actually you don't own it then. And then very fast, they learn and go the next step. And the next step is the second floor, where you own your keys and your coins. That's when you have the seed phrase to a wallet, an open-sourced wallet. I have here some examples of wallets that I recommend. For instance, the Moon Wallet. The Moon Wallet has the advantage that it's for bigger Bitcoin on-chain transactions as well as for Lightning transactions. Or the Breeze Wallet. I use it because it's not only a Lightning wallet, but it's also enabled that you can listen to podcasts. I'm a podcaster, and if you like my work and you use that, you can send me sats while you're listening to my podcast. That's a new way to fund content creators, which is great. And another opportunity or alternative to the Chivo wallet is the Bitcoin Beach wallet. And then, on the next step, if you're really a Bitcoin enthusiast and a little bit of a tinkerer at the moment, you can buy yourself a Raspberry Pi and run your own full node. Or you can download the Bitcoin software onto your computer and run your own full node. Then you are what we call your own bank. You basically unlock all the possibilities that only banks have at the moment, like in your pocket. You have your bank, you are your bank, your own bank in your pocket, because you verify your own transactions and nobody can take your money away from you, and you are a part of the network because you also contribute to the network through your software. And on top of that, but that's, for the enthusiasts, then there is DeFi. We will have decentralized finance atop of Bitcoin too. RSK, for instance, and on top of that, Sovereign is an example. So I suggest you go like this. You read the white paper where it all began. You don't need to understand everything. It's just to get a glimpse of it. Then answer the question, why Bitcoin? Not only why for you, but also why in general. Why is Bitcoin important for the world? What is money? I mean, I never thought about what is money. I didn't learn it in school, and I guess you didn't too. Where does the US dollar come from in the end? How is it protected? So, and then you see, in comparison to Bitcoin, that there are huge differences. So, what are the most important properties of Bitcoin? I was talking about those, but you can learn about those too, what's behind of them. The staircase of financial sovereignty is important. And then I suggest that you not only listen to number go up and I'm going to be rich in a year, but also that you think about all the stories or arguments maybe about using Bitcoin. The thing is, if you think about all the arguments against Bitcoin, you're again for Bitcoin. I mean, at least in my experience. How to store your keys safely? That's actually the most important thing. And then which strategies are there to earn and invest and use Bitcoin? And surprise, surprise, all of that is very comprehensively in my book, which is called Learn Bitcoin. And the L is in a bracket because I want you also to know that it's now even possible to earn Bitcoin online. So one example was podcasting 2.0. And I listed some of the other possibilities that there are right now. Then, I have other great books as recommendations for beginners. First, it's a children's book, and these books you can all get them in English and Spanish. A children's book called El Dinero Bitcoin. Also adults can read it. I read it too. It was great. Then there are 3 volumes of The Internet of Money, El Internet del Dinero by Andreas M. Antonopoulos, which is also a great introduction to Bitcoin. It's not technical at all. He brings it into the context of history, recent developments in the internet and such. It's a great book. And then the Little Bitcoin book from the Bitcoin Collective. They are explaining why Bitcoin is important in the sense of for human rights, for disenfranchised people, for people in emerging countries and in authoritarian regimes. Very interesting book. If you want to go deeper into the technical details of Bitcoin, I suggest you read Mastering Bitcoin by Andreas M. Antonopoulos, and soon, Mastering the Lightning Network will be out, and it has a general part about Lightning, what is Lightning Network, and then it goes deep into the Lightning Network, explaining the technicalities. I'd say it's more for developers then. Yes, if you don't want to read books, but rather learn online, Andreas has an online course, a free online course, Introduction to Bitcoin and Open Blockchains, and from today on, it's also in Spanish available. A deeper look into digital currencies is the Introduction into Digital Currencies course by the University of Nicosia. It's also a free course. It takes some months and you learn a lot. I did it in 2017. It's a great course. I can really recommend. And then I have here some resources in Spanish. I put these on my website. You can find all the links at anita.link/start. So, why would I buy a book if I have all these free online resources? Yeah, completely understandable. I think it's a good, you can combine these things. And also, in the book, this is basically a comprehensive list of things, so you can save time and can learn everything what's important in one small book. So, and now, I want to know of you, who will now go home and learn more about Bitcoin? Who was first? I think you were first, right? One book for you.
I was raising my hand.
Okay, thank you very much.
I was already raising here, Anita. I was already raising the hand there.
Oh, sorry.
You didn't saw me.
No.
Gracias por continuar con nosotros aquí desde El Salvador y ahora tenemos más amigos visitando directamente desde Argentina.
Hola, ¿cómo están?
Para presentar las próximas pláticas que tenemos, que es después de lo que sucedió, cómo está cambiando la historia del país y qué es lo que está sucediendo y por qué tanta gente y tantas empresas están viniendo para acá. Y para eso tenemos a continuación
a la ministra de Economía, María Luisa Hayem, que va a estar hablándonos acerca de El Salvador como un destino para la inversión.
Y esto es algo que nos gustaría no solo que suceda aquí, sino también incluso en nuestros países. Esperemos que también en algún momento tengamos estas oportunidades donde más allá de la parte de inversión y la parte de especulación, es una gran oportunidad para el desarrollo humano, tecnológico, de innovación y que suceda lo que va a suceder y va a seguir sucediendo aquí. La migración de personas, la migración de eventos como la Bit Conf, la migración de empresas para ayudar hacia el desarrollo económico y el desarrollo social de toda una región.
Así es, ojalá que El Salvador sirva de ejemplo para otros países de la región y que también ellos adopten una ley Bitcoin tan buena como la de El Salvador.
Y hay también grandes países, Argentina uno de ellos, que tuve la oportunidad de conocer en 2013-2014, donde hay grandes comunidades y muchos usuarios que están a la espera de tener una mejor versión del dinero, que se está creando mucho aquí con toda esta infraestructura que se está teniendo. Paseamos por aquí, puedes comprar tus pupusas, sacar en los cajeros Bitcoin, pagar con Lightning hasta un refresco.
Es increíble, sí, la verdad. Bueno, Argentina, Venezuela son ejemplos de malas experiencias, lamentablemente, y la gente necesita una alternativa. Y realmente Bitcoin le trae esa alternativa a la gente para poder salirse del sistema que les está robando valor, o sea, te está robando tu trabajo. Todo lo que vos ahorrás en moneda gubernamental, a la larga se pierde y Bitcoin te da un escape.
Sí, es algo desafortunado que la mayoría de los países de Latinoamérica hemos vivido, que a través del tiempo hemos visto cómo ha perdido el valor este dinero y también muy poca innovación con lo que es el dinero. Si vemos lo que está sucediendo aquí, yo nunca he visto una reunión de banqueros intentando crear la nueva generación como de pagos o de sistemas financieros como la manera en que se está haciendo aquí y en toda la Bitcoin Week.
Totalmente, y El Salvador se beneficia de cualquier nueva invención que se haga alrededor del Bitcoin. El Salvador se lo lleva totalmente gratis. Es decir, hay toda una comunidad Bitcoin en el planeta que por suerte vino acá y se reunió en estas dos conferencias y está dando, digamos, mejoras y cambios que El Salvador se va a ver beneficiado por ello.
Y también lo que estamos viendo, toda esta infraestructura que se está construyendo, todas estas personas de todo el mundo que vinieron aquí a El Salvador, a la Bit Conf, a la Bitcoin Week, a saber qué es lo que está sucediendo, cómo pueden hacer algo similar en sus comunidades, cómo pueden hacer algo similar en sus países, y no solo decir está del lado del gobierno, ¿no? Sino también del lado de la gente, y al final de cuentas la gente es quien debe de decidir y tener la libertad con su dinero y también debe saber cuál es la mejor opción para hacer cosas. Y un gran ejemplo que veíamos aquí eran las remesas y el alto costo que tenía, que es una de las razones por lo cual decidieron explorar esto.
Totalmente. Y como esta charla es acerca de venir a invertir en El Salvador, también invito a todas las empresas del ecosistema Bitcoin, no importa el país en donde estén, a los Bitcoiners, a que vengan a El Salvador, vengan a conocer qué es lo que está ocurriendo y también ver la posibilidad de apoyar a este pueblo, digamos, a estar haciendo nuevos emprendimientos, que ahí está todo por hacerse.
Y bueno, continuamos. Hoy es el día número 2. Recuerden seguirnos en las redes sociales como la Bit Conf y también como hashtag Bitcoin Week y hashtag la Bit Conf. Y aparte de esto, bueno, tendremos muchas otras pláticas por el resto del día y vamos con la ministra de Economía.
Chum, chum. Estiro. María Luisa.
Okay.
Welcome to the Bit Conf stage.
Gracias. Hola, hola. Ah, no lo necesito.
¿Se escucha, María Luisa?
Hola, hola. Creo que sí me escuchan, ¿verdad? Muchas gracias, Rodolfo, por todo el trabajo que han hecho para hacer esta conferencia una realidad en nuestro país. Nos encanta tenerlos a todos aquí en El Salvador esta semana. Gracias por estar aquí de manera presencial. Los que nos ven en línea, decirles que la oportunidad siempre está y las puertas siempre estarán abiertas para que puedan venir a conocer nuestro bello país. Es un honor poder representar al gobierno del presidente Nayib Bukele esta tarde y poder compartir con ustedes todo lo que estamos haciendo.
That we are doing from the digital perspective, everything that we're doing to make El Salvador into a nation, a digital nation. I want to request Rodolfo. Should I speak English or Spanish? Raise your hand who wants Spanish. The majority wants Spanish. Who wants English? We'll do it in Spanish. That way we can practice Spanish as well. Again, thank you very much for your attention. In these 20 minutes, we will present again what El Salvador is doing in order to become or to turn into a digital country. We will also introduce how Bitcoin adoption as a legal tender in our country has already had impact in El Salvador, but also what are the opportunities emerging from this adoption and the opportunities for all of you here that are here with us presentially, and also for those that are accompanying us online, and for all the country as a whole. Before going into specifics regarding the digital topic, for me it was very important to share with you why are we sure that El Salvador has everything to shine bright, and why El Salvador has everything that investors need to be able to come to the country and invest and even settle. And it's our geographical location that really bridges us to the north part of America, the South America, and it's a bridge, and we try to connect our infrastructure physically as well as digital in order to connect one another and to connect with the world. Our main asset, and I hope that each one of you have felt the warm welcoming of our Salvadoran people, which is our biggest asset. We have a human talent with willingness to work, committed, engaged. I'm not saying this as a minister of economy. On a daily basis, local and international companies that are settled in the country say so as well. Besides this, it's young human talent. We have lots of youth that graduate from university, and we are, as a government, supporting them on receiving technical studies. Some don't have the possibility, unfortunately, to get education, but as a government, we're fully committed to train them and prepare our youth for them to incorporate themselves in the labor market specifically, and we really hope that they can also enter into the technological and digital world. We also have a legal framework providing incentives to tourism sector, manufacturing, services, renewable energies, and we have all the commitment from the government to continue improving those incentives that really mark the difference from other countries, and that investors, local as well as international, can come and see El Salvador as the place to invest. As you all know, we are a dollarized economy, and as of the 7th of September, we adopted Bitcoin as our second legal tender, our second one. And now let me go into details regarding this topic. We also have an energy matrix, an energy grid, very diversified, which is important for us. This grid is important because we protect our environment, but we also seek for achieving competitive prices for our companies and also for the general population. Last year, we estimated that 80% of the production of energy grid was renewable energy. We are soon to implement projects that are very diversified and big in El Salvador regarding energy to increase the production and for new investments to be able to have access to this quality energy and with the least cost possible, and green, of course. And of course, I don't know if the Minister of Tourism is here, but I'm an ambassador of tourism as well of my country, of El Salvador, and I want to mention, I can't avoid mentioning that we have the best waves, one of the best waves in the world, and a beautiful place to visit. And of course, that will make you stay in our country, our beautiful beaches. Now, going into the digital world, all of us gather here, and those audience connected online, they know that the future, it's geared towards the digital world. That's why in June 2019, prior to the pandemic, we really set out the goal as a government to analyze and to study which are those barriers, those hindrances that really hinder our multinational companies to grow, like unicorn companies, northern companies, or South American companies. What's really hindering these companies to come to El Salvador and to invest here? And based upon the conversations we've held with technological companies, telecommunications, IT companies, international SMEs as well, and huge companies, we collected the information and we built what we call our Digital Nation Plan. This is the ecosystem that we all need for our companies of the technological sector to be either national or international, can settle in the country and can grow when they are here, or if they plan to come. The idea is that they can operate in the most efficient way possible. This is how we also provide human talent, and we're training them to enter into new market. There is a project that I truly am passionate about, and I'm proud to present it and share it with you. It's a project where we train youth for them to provide services through e-lancing platforms. This project has led youth in El Salvador to provide services in the IT world, in the digital sector, to countries as Vietnam and Israel. And El Salvador, it's a small country. We can't really only focus on our country and what we're doing more and more as a government. It's integrating each other, integrating the country, as well as opening more opportunities for our products and services. Financial solutions, access to financial products. I think all of you in this conference, all the audience knows that this is one of the big hindrances to growth, mainly of emerging countries, developing countries. That's why Bitcoin adoption as a legal tender in the country and the disposition of our population to embrace a solution such as Chivo wallets, as well as other solutions of the market, we see that this embracement is an opportunity. We are seeing this as a huge door to finally have our population, especially those that are in most need and vulnerable, to have access, and they can accumulate wealth. They can have their store in the rural area of the country. They are going to be able to pay their vendors and suppliers, to receive remittances, and also to be able to do it with their smartphone, having full access to information, access to technology that only big companies had access to in the past, and only multinational corporations could ever dream to do this. So the impact this is having in the financial institutions in our country has been immediate. We are working even harder for the use of these wallets to really become something permanent for our people. I talked already about human talent, and I just want to reiterate this is our most valuable and precious asset. We're doing partnerships with multinational corporations like Amazon Web Services, Microsoft, in order to ensure that our youth will have free access to knowledge in the technology sector. These are just examples that I'm mentioning, but our greatest commitment is that when companies, IT companies especially, that when they come and establish in the country, our commitment is to work in a joint manner with these companies to ensure that they have the talent they need. We are investing more and more in our human talent from the Ministry of Education standpoint. We're providing them with computers to our youth in the classrooms, and this will really prepare us to be there faster and to really become the digital nation that we all wish for. In the regulatory framework aspect of it, it's a topic we're also vested interested in. and knowing that for investor it is relevant to play with clear rules and to have certainty. Likewise, we acknowledge that it's very important to have flexibility in order to develop more innovation, new products, new services, and to really achieve a sense of balance between that regulation and innovation, both hand in hand. I'm very pleased to share with you that we are working hand in hand with different government institutions to be able to develop a law of startups. The objective is that more startup companies, which are considered small companies in the IT sector, can come to the country, can come here and grow to test different models, and to then they can take them elsewhere to other countries. This is just one example of the regulatory framework that we are modernizing. We couldn't really continue with the regulatory framework that has more than 100 years old and is obsolete. We are really gearing our efforts towards a regulatory framework that can be more modern and that can promote innovation. And innovation at the end of the day and the adoption of technologies, it's everywhere. It's embedded in all our government action plans. We're becoming a digital government as well. And we really hope that in the least time possible, when Salvadoran citizens as companies can really undertake and do their transactions and negotiations and proceedings in a fast, agile, electronic manner. Also, in our technological sector, we want our companies to adopt new technologies in order to really become a more productive country, and that we can produce better and different products and services of added value.
We are also working to develop an innovation center where we hope that this center would be a regional center where we create new ideas, new prototypes, again with the objective of having El Salvador as the center of new projects, as the creator of new projects. And finally, we are promoting and working to change the image that El Salvador had for many years. We are positioning the country in the map as a country that has state-of-the-art information technology. And here I would like to say that a meeting to be productive must have next steps. So in this specific point, we invite you to be ambassadors of our country, that you share with other people around the world and tell them about this new version of El Salvador, this new El Salvador that we're building with opportunities for all, an innovative El Salvador where we have all the possibilities for tourism. And what are the areas that we are focusing on? We know that when we talk about technology, it can include a lot of things, but due to the adoption of Bitcoin as our second legal currency, we are working in developing the crypto ecosystem. I would like to invite all of you to join us and become part of this ecosystem, and that you know that you can count on the President Bukele government to develop these ideas and these new businesses. And again, be able to sell your services in the country, but why not doing it like other investors are doing, and see El Salvador as a hub where you can try your services and products to take them later to Latin America, to Central America, and the world. We are also promoting our outsourcing sector, our technical outsourcing we have, and I hope that many of you had the opportunity of learning about how our technology companies are growing in 160%, doubling their number of employees from one year to another, and serving companies around the world. The truth is that we are very proud to say that we have companies that are providing artificial intelligence-based services, video games, robotics, and all of this is happening here in our country. And from the government, we're trying to boost this, we are showing that we are doing it. We know that the technology buyers know the product, know about El Salvador, and they demand it. This is also an area that we are supporting and strengthening and creating all the necessary conditions required so that this sector can grow. And of course, with the objective of having more jobs in our country, more employment, and that these are well compensated. And finally, the area of artificial intelligence, as I was saying, is an area in which El Salvador is starting to work on, and this is where we're going to. We are focusing on that, and we are determined to invest, create strategic alliances in order to create a position for ourselves in this sector. And talking about fiscal or tax incentives, as the certainty that President Bukele is providing for the investor, it is also important to have these figures in the equation to determine if the country is the right country to invest in, and this is how we have tax incentives. Tax exemption, the income tax, municipal taxes. And when we import goods from abroad, being able to do so without paying taxes, these are some of the examples that I wanted to share with you. And we have one specialist speaks about the law for international services. We foresee that more and more companies, as we move forward in building our digital nation, can benefit from this. We're having some technical issues. We're sorry. Yes, now we have the right slide. Thank you. It's not working, thank you. And something that we are also committed to is be able to expedite the establishment of companies here. And now in a maximum of 6 days, companies can establish in the country. And if these are international branches, a maximum of 11 days. This is the ideal situation. Well, we're not satisfied, but we know that these are important steps and that we are working so that all our proceedings have a quick response. We know that there are some permits that may require some additional time, but we are committed to remove all the obstacles that made El Salvador a country that didn't grow for many years. And the part that I believe that you are all waiting for is the adoption of Bitcoin in El Salvador as a legal currency. And people told me, but the future is not going there, and I thought, they are right. The future is not going that way. We are in the right time to take advantage of all of these opportunities created by Bitcoin. This is how we have been promoting and changing the mindset of people, but also proving this with specific projects. We have been sharing the benefits of the use of Bitcoin. As you know, starting September 7 in El Salvador, Bitcoin became our second legal currency. Of course, as we were saying before, not 100% of people, and I know that all of you understand what we're saying right now, not Everybody is interested in using Bitcoin, but that's fine. We have created a solution. The law mandated that we had to create a solution that allow us to say that people that are not interested in using Bitcoin can immediately convert this into US dollars in case they do not want to have or keep Bitcoins. There are many projects that we have developed. The first one was the adoption and the enacting of the law and the development of electronic wallet that is being used by over 3 million people in the country. The benefits, we have seen them since the moment we enacted the law, and El Salvador is now in a good position, and this is positive because we are leading the financial transformation. But also, we have reached the certain parts of the country, and thanks to the electronic wallet, and we are pleased to say that there are other wallets in the market, but now with this we are providing access that for so long were excluded from these opportunities. Another positive impact is the ability to see companies from the technology sector or fintech, tourism, interested in El Salvador. That interest that we see that is growing, and they become investments, specific investment that will mean and will translate into more jobs for Salvadorans and a better life for our people. As you can see, the impact of adopting Bitcoin as a legal currency is good. I would dare to say that we will have more positive effect that we are not seeing yet. To conclude, what is the Chivo wallet? I know that you heard of it, but this is a tool that the government made available for the population in order to have access to use Bitcoins. It was created by the government. The transactions must be made in the ecosystem of Chivo wallet, and they have no cost if they are made part of the Chivo wallet. The use is optional. As I said before, we have the possibility of converting automatically from dollars to Bitcoins and vice versa. It's available for Salvadorans around the world. We see that this is a great opportunity, and it has been an opportunity so that Salvadorans can send remittances to El Salvador at a lesser cost. This is access. It offers access 24/7, and we have ATMs, a total of 200 in the country and 50 in the United States. We also have support centers to help the people understand. I would like to share with all of you the opportunities that come from adopting Bitcoin. We have a friendly regulatory framework that promotes innovation. And of course, we safeguard the wealth of people that use the cryptocurrency. Also, a commitment from the government that I hope I was able to convey to you of creating all the necessary conditions so that technology companies are able to come to our country. We also have in our work, in our daily life, we are creating an environment that will bring even more innovation for new business model, new services. Again, El Salvador can become a center for new ideas that can later on can be expanded to the world. And I think that with that, I conclude my presentation. I thank you for your time. And I know that I have no time. I have two next steps. I would like to invite all of you so that we join as a team to create a digital nation. We should see all the benefits of adopting Bitcoins. All the benefits should reach the most vulnerable parts of the population. And the other thing I already mentioned, please become ambassadors of El Salvador. We want El Salvador to have a position in the world that it is known for the new version it is, 5.0 version.
Bueno, ella fue María Luisa Hayem, ministra de Economía de El Salvador. Próximamente viene una charla del presidente del Banco Centroamericano para la Integración Económica, se llama Luis Rodríguez, y también va a estar hablándonos acerca de Bitcoin en el país y cómo, digamos, esto se adapta. La verdad que la charla de recién fue bastante inspiradora y también invito a todas las personas que están viendo la transmisión a también ser embajadores del Bitcoin y embajadores también del Salvador. Así que vamos a ver cuánto falta para que venga el próximo speaker. La verdad es que este experimento que está haciendo El Salvador es de lujo, digamos, nunca se ha intentado antes hacer que un país adopte Bitcoin como moneda. Y vamos a ver qué ocurre cuando tenés la posibilidad de elegir entre dólar y Bitcoin. Ahí está entrando el presidente, así que vamos a dar la charla.
This bank is the largest development bank in the region, and this includes Panama and Dominican Republic. We include 15 partners, 15 countries, including Taiwan, Spain, and South Korea, Colombia, Argentina, plus all the countries in Central America. Well, the main partner of the region, we cover over 55% of all operations and public investments made by the governments. And we also have private. In El Salvador, we support them in all topics: public security, environment, water, energy, digital connectivity, and now Bitcoin. Train, ports, airports, railways. We are covering early stages. Education, I believe, is the largest area that we're working on, and we are also the largest cooperating agency. We work with scholarships for children. We work with children that are hospitalized with cancer, and soon we will also include renal diseases. This is what we are. A few days ago, President Bukele made the most important announcement, and I value that. He announced that they were going to build and remodel 30 schools, 30 public schools in the country. With the profits of Bitcoin, not with us. We had $200 million in schools for infrastructure for children so that they are connected. All multilateral institutions invest $600 million, but in this case, they announced 30 public schools with Bitcoins. Welcome to the ecosystem. In El Salvador, and their reality may be similar in other countries in Central America. Education in our history hasn't been the best, not at all. El Salvador has approximately 5,100 schools nationwide, and more than half of them need help. They either don't have energy or water, or they do not have desks or pencils. And unfortunately, this factor of inequality has an impact on many areas and many things. It has an impact on generations. It has an impact on the competences and the abilities and skills that our children have to face the world, to find a good job in the future, to open a business, to understand how all of this works. To apply it, we need education to do that. And in this case, multilateral institutions, schools, us, governments, parents, teachers, children, and now Bitcoin become part of an ecosystem to develop education. We can contribute with 30 schools, others 100, others 500, but we are all joining this ecosystem for development. We are all having impact on our future. And what really makes a difference in our future, which is education. And to this we must add another factor that we left behind, which was technology. The majority of our schools in our country are not connected. Soon we will conclude a contribution to give computers to all children at a national level. This is together with the government, and we are very happy about it, but we still have work to do. They have to be connected so that they can open up to the world and learn programming, create a presentation, play. But all of us involved in it are here. We are part of this ecosystem. I want to understand how to use Bitcoin. I need to educate myself. At the bank, they asked when we announced the support for the government with the study about Bitcoin, they asked once, how much do you know about that? Nothing. We don't know anything about it. But we understand some things. We understand that this disruptive effect, it's necessary here in the country. We understand that is a challenge. Yes, but challenges focused on innovation are also important to consider. We understand that this is a focus on the future, and we need to start now. So we said, no. We don't know anything, but we do know that we need to support it. And little by little, we have been learning about this. Not as experts, but yes, continuing our training. We are responsible for educating a child so that one day they can use technology as their main tool, because there is no turning back. At this age, today, we need to learn. And this window will determine how good we are for something, how good we are at something. And also this tells us where we want to go as a country. The challenge of looking into the future is complicated because not everybody understands it, and because when we do not understand it, we create barriers. The challenge that we have with all of these the challenge is to break these barriers. After listening to your presentations, and we're still talking about education, culture, ecosystem. Now it's not only the government or only the people or only us, not just one cryptocurrency. Now it includes people. Now many of you are educating us and modifying these factors of change. We are facing more challenges. We invest a great deal in infrastructure. We are working with projects at the ports, as I mentioned, railway, mobility, connectivity. And in the end, in each one of those areas, for each one of them, Bitcoin is there. Or it fits, but I need to prepare the conditions. I need to have a railway, a train, so that people can move. Once there is connectivity, then I can charge this with the Bitcoins. I need to create an investment ecosystem in tourism in the coast area. 10 additional hotels or 15. With the successful project of Surf City, but it needs investment, it needs a budget. It needs study. Once it is there, now we can do it. Once it is there, I can use it. And it becomes part of the development ecosystem. And it comes to support or strengthen businesses. It opens the portfolio to more people. I don't know if you heard this in other presentations, 70% of the population here does not have a bank account. And it opens the possibility. It allows us to move from the airport to Surf City to pay a hotel, pay a bar, to have a beer. But we start with another type of transaction based on the investments that we make together with the government. A few months ago, we announced the largest operation of our bank, and it was here in El Salvador. During the most difficult phase of the pandemic, many businesses were forced to close. And many of them were affected financially due to this. I have to lay off my employees. I cannot buy this. I cannot do what I did before. We did an operation in El Salvador of $700 million for entrepreneurs, for micro enterprises, small and medium enterprise, in order to cover the jobs that were lost and rehire people, or to cover debts that they had for a long time and that had to be paid, to allow businesses to transform and adapt to these new times and to plan their future. $700 million in El Salvador. And obviously this investment, when we need to transform a business and be able to start with it again, to recover it, to create new products, to open new markets, obtain new customers, to be part of that 24/7 that is required by globalization. This is when we saw Bitcoin for the first time, and it becomes part of the ecosystem, and we talk about a social engagement in the social area, in infrastructure, and now we're talking about an important participation in businesses and entrepreneurs. Tourism business. I have here my dear friend, the Minister of Tourism, Art, Culture, Energy, and others. I cannot make business only with Salvadorans. I have to go out and connect to the world. I need connectivity for this. In order to use this connection, I need to be trained on how to do it. And in order to work with a different economic agent, I also have to be trained for this, and we continue. Making businesses going to the digital part, the decentralized technology, and the use of crypto, or crypto economy, as they call it. Efficiency and free access. Global market. 24/7. This and others are challenges that we need to face. And we listened to these presentations, the Ministry of Economy, and we heard from experts, and we all talk about a challenge of something that yes, and it is new for us, yes. But we face it without fear because we see the opportunity that it is, and El Salvador has that characteristic. We see opportunities. And if we are fixed on something, we continue there.
We have other type of important investments. In digital topics, we have a digital connectivity program at a national level in the rural area. Connectivity is definitely not good, most of it. Most people don't have access to it, and in the urban area we reach 35%. There's structural topics to work upon, but the country will invest. We are going to set the conditions for this in order to have basic utilities, basic services for companies to be able to trade, for these players to be here, for us to use it. As of this, we can have lots of changes. If not, we're connected in one way. Tomorrow it will be another connectivity. We cannot be in the last wagon. And this is something the country is clear about. As of all of these investments, almost $2,000 million is for infrastructure. Something that has never been done before. And the potential that these agents have amongst us, this ecosystem, it's very important, and we need to see it. Now, the player is key within our development ecosystem. We already talked about education, companies, infrastructure. Now we can talk about connectivity. And all of these things have a very important factor that impacts in the inequities that this country suffer from. Lack of access to stuff, to things. Or a child that cannot connect to the world now. This will impact the country. The impact will be in 5 years or even 10. And we cannot just afford that anymore. We all need to enter in a very aggressive dynamic, in positive terms, of course, of all investing something. Investors that come here, multilateral, that set financial resources or cooperation, governments as well, public policies, strategies, users, we're all part of it. Something important that we have seen as a bank, as a development bank, is that we didn't even think it twice in supporting the country in this. Not even twice. We talked with the President of the Republic. We talked about how to enter this into this ecosystem What participation will this have? Where we want it to be? What is the projection it has from here to 5, 10 years, 15 years? What do we want from our people? Working with cryptocurrency, working with Bitcoin, what is the function? What's our role to play within all of this? What will be the function, the role they play within the development scheme of the country? And yes, we conclude that it has a participation that is basically in everything. And yes, we conclude that this, as a future project, is totally worth it. Last point, social. How does this play with the social part? Well, at first I said the most important thing for me of all of this, when the announcement was made, is that Bitcoin entered the country in a different way. It was the announcement that 30 schools were going to be built with this. Social part is important. Revenue, of course, we talk about money, we want to win, excellent, very good. If it's not the case, then we wouldn't have to be talking about it. Social part is important. What if we have Bitcoin scholarships in El Salvador? With my kids, doesn't matter. 10,000, it doesn't matter. Or electric mobility. Highways. Now schools, this wealth of technology in virtue of people is also something that's worthwhile for everybody. We make it. And we do it to promote more the ecosystem. Because it's urgent for the country. And the last indicators say, yes, we're doing good. This is the path of strong economic growth. It's also urgent that we're all part of a social change. I would like to congratulate you all, because I was reading today some things and I saw a phrase that I really liked. And it's that when we talk about how all of this began, they left aside that the revenue, if it's 2015 million around the world is moving, it's all these people has really worked hard to change the world. And that's worthwhile to mention. This is something as an institution that we treasure. The country has a lot of future. And we always say, we can't change it alone. So in one way or the other, inevitably, it's already here. I give you the warmest welcome to this development ecosystem. You can't hide anymore. You're here. You're trapped. We won't let you go. But please also bet on us. We as a bank and as a main ally of this country and of the region, we bet for our countries. And we bet for this country especially. Please bet with us, because we will all earn. Thank you. Thank you.
Él fue Luis Rodríguez, el presidente del Banco Centroamericano para la Integración Económica. Increíble estar escuchando a un banquero estar hablando de Bitcoin de manera positiva, pero bueno, el cambio se está dando y nos está invitando a participar. La próxima charla va a ser acerca de un enfoque republicano para la adopción del Bitcoin en el país y va a estar dado por la gente de Atena, que son los que realizan los cajeros automáticos que está usando el gobierno como los cajeros automáticos Chivo. Entonces esta charla la va a dar Eric Gravenhardt y Matías Goldenhorn. Así que vamos a ver cuánto pueden haber. Bueno, realmente todavía no han llegado. Estos cajeros automáticos empezó todo como un proyecto muy pequeño y apenas ha esparcido por toda Latinoamérica. Permite comprar y vender criptos y Bitcoin de manera, en este país, sin comisión. Es decir, los salvadoreños pueden comprar o vender a tasa cero, es decir, sin costo para ellos. Esto es algo realmente revolucionario. Hay 200 cajeros acá en el país. Han también colocado 50 cajeros en Estados Unidos para que los salvadoreños que están viviendo en Estados Unidos puedan enviarle a sus familias remesas y sin pagar ningún tipo de comisión. Totalmente libre de comisión, y eso le está ahorrando al país, hay unos cálculos que dicen unos 400 millones de dólares anuales de ahorro que quedan para las familias salvadoreñas. Vamos a ver también, si me pueden poner ahí. Bueno, estos cajeros son fáciles de usar, cualquiera puede ir a interactuar con ellos, tienen un límite de uso de $1000 diarios, están esparcidos por el país y ahí están entrando, así que vamos al escenario.
Let's get this started. This country started something extremely special just a few months ago, 2 months ago. On September 7th, they launched a new era in human evolution. We now have a country with dollars and Bitcoin. They're both legal, and they're the two best forms of currency. For sure. And I think people in this room might rank them a little bit differently than other people. But it wasn't always going to be that easy. This guy hates this country. This guy, legalizing Bitcoin will completely collapse El Salvador's economy. Steve Hanke, this is not our friend. I want you to find him on Twitter. I want you to say mean things. Why should you say mean things? Because he believes this, but more, this is what he's done to this country. 20 years ago, he was part of the team that recommended that El Salvador adopt the dollar as its legal currency. And you can see, starting in 2000, there was growth, like 2%. If you were living here, would you enjoy 2% annual GDP growth? That sounds really great if you live in Sweden. But if you live here, where the GDP is much lower per capita than Sweden, it sucks. And so Steve Hanke helped with that, and he thinks the dollar is the solution to everything because he likes 2% growth in an economy like this. I don't. I hope you don't. And I don't think the people of El Salvador like it. We'll get back to Steve in a minute. I'm here to talk about how we went from having 0 Bitcoin penetration in this country a year ago, and then starting September 7th, how we got to 4 million users, registered users of the Chivo wallet in 40 days. And we did that with Athena Ruru, which I'll explain in a minute, but it's built on trust that comes from having a quality set of ATMs, having a POS system, so you can go to Walmart, you can go to Super Selectos, you can pay your Uber driver, and a wallet that's beautiful that people like to use. And that's the Chivo wallet, which you can't have because none of you are Salvadoreños. But if you were, you'd have it. Let's talk for a minute about the Chivo wallet. 3.95 million users of the wallet. There are 200 beautiful blue Chivo ATMs in the country. You've probably seen one at the airport. Maybe you saw both of them at the airport. You can see them at the mall nearby. They're beautiful. But more important to that, there's $1 million a day coming in remittances. $1 million a day into the Chivo wallet. Who knows where that comes from? Does anyone know where that comes from? I'll get to them in a minute too. But $1 million a day, keep that number in your head. So again, how did we do this? Oh, we should stop and say, why did we do this? We did this because in this country, 30% had a bank account. 30% of adults over 15, World Bank data, had a bank account. That means 70% have never used the word balance. 70% of the population have never used the word balance. How many people here have a bank account? Okay, some of you are lying. I know that. I see you. The IRS sees you, whatever. In less than 3 weeks, most of the country all of a sudden had a balance. First time they've ever had a balance. So, back to how do we do this? How could this have been done? And how was this not done 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, when they dollarized this economy? Was it dollarization that brought this miracle of more people having an electronic wallet than ever before? No, it was not dollarization. Dollarization sat here for 20 years. Was it fintech? Also 20 years ago, X.com renamed itself PayPal. Peter Thiel handed over the reins of CEO to a younger Elon Musk. Did he bring a fintech app and get 4 million people to use it? The answer again is no. Was it Western Union? No. I'm not even going to spend too much time on Western Union. They have failed to bring electronic access to quality financial products to this country since, I think they like to say that they're 170 years old. They had 170 years to do this. Did they do it? No. Was it the World Bank? The World Bank, 75 years since the Bretton Woods Accord, they have been solving poverty and other things. Did they bring quality banking access to El Salvador? No, they did not. Was it Bitcoin? Bitcoin plays an important role. Everyone in this room plays a very important role in this story. This story is a Bitcoin story, but everyone in this room has also had 13 years to bring a wallet and get people to use it here. But did we? No. I've been a Bitcoiner for 8 years. I didn't bring a Bitcoin wallet here for the last 8 years. I also failed. We failed as a community. Why did we fail as a community? Let's think about that for a minute. Why has one of the best forms of money, the best form of money that we've ever invented, not solved all the problems of El Salvador over the previous 13 years? There is one reason for that. It's trust. How can you trust magic internet money? We trust magic internet money. Who was in Bitcoin last year? Okay, now put your hands down if you didn't use Bitcoin before 2019. 18, 17, 16, 15. Oh, some old Bitcoiners here. 2014? Who's the class of 2014? You guys should be so rich you shouldn't be at this conference anymore. 2013? My hand goes down. 2012? 2011? 2010? We have like Satoshi Nakamoto in the room here. It's trust. How do we trust money? It's a social construct. So we trust things that our friends trust. We trust things that we can feel with our own hands. We trust things that we understand well. No one understands Bitcoin well. Andreas Antonopoulos understands Bitcoin well. But guess what? For the rest of us, none of us can calculate a SHA-256 hash in Excel. We can't. But we trust other people, and we trust institutions, and we want to find places to trust. But it's hard to trust Bitcoin, and it's impossible to trust Bitcoin if you've never had a balance. You've never had a balance. Balance doesn't mean anything to you. A couple facts. October 15, more people put money into the Bitcoin ATMs than took out. That's trust. So how do we get that kind of trust? How does a system build trust in Bitcoin, in an app, in a government, in software? How do you build that trust? And I'm going to tell you the way we look at trust. We look at trust as being built one transaction at a time, and for people that have never had a balance, all of a sudden, they pick up their phone and they say, oh, I have 30 bucks. What does that mean? You have 30 bucks? Is this real? But they went to the ATMs. There were long lines. You can go look at the photos on Twitter. They're real. Long lines. People taking money out of the ATMs. But it was a magic moment for them, for anyone watching. You take your phone, you take some of your balance, and you send it to the machine, and a $20 bill emerges. And something in their eyes changed at that very moment that that $20 bill comes out. It meant that the wallet that they were given by the government with 30 bucks in it was real. This is the first time they had ever seen this before. They had never had an app that turned into money. This is a population, 70% doesn't have a bank account. When they walk into a store, they have money in their pocket, literally. They do not have a credit card. They do not have an electronic balance. They do not have a way of paying for things. But on the 15th of October, 1 month and 1 week after we launched, people were like, no, this is a better form of money, and we want to put our money into the Chivo wallet. And they did that with credit cards, and they did that with the ATMs. And so when we think about how we trust Bitcoin, we trust it because our friends trust it. We trust it, most of the people in this room trust it, because they know they have access to quality exchanges. You can use Binance. You can use Coinbase. Over there we have Kraken. Those are all exchanges that we can use and convert our Bitcoin into dollars so we can spend our dollars. But for someone who has no access to banking and no prospects of having access to banking, if you don't have a bank account today, it's because you're never going to have a bank account. Because the banks don't believe in you, they don't want to hold your 40 bucks in the bank, they don't want to give you access to it. So how do we build trust in Bitcoin? We build trust in Bitcoin because we have ATMs, and we have point-of-sale devices, so you can go to the store and you can convert your balance on your phone into goods, services, and a $20 bill. That's how we build trust in Bitcoin. And all of the work you do builds trust in Bitcoin. That's how we build trust in Bitcoin. And so today, I want to introduce Athena Ruru, a comprehensive platform for rising economies to build trust in financial systems, to give access to the two best forms of money, dollars and Bitcoin, to give electronic access to bills so you don't have to ride a bus to go and pay your electrical bill. How many people ride a bus to go pay their electrical bill in this room? Not one hand. Why? That's a waste of time. It's a waste of time for an entire country to be doing that. And so we have an integrated platform, ATMs, point of sale, a beautiful app, which we can't use the Chivo logo outside of El Salvador, but we can put a new face on that. An integrated platform. That's what Athena Ruru is, and we're excited to be starting to talk about it today. It's an ecosystem for an entire economy, but it's not a complete ecosystem. It's enough to establish trust with the ATMs and the point of sale and a wallet. But it's incomplete. And it's incomplete and it needs other things. I'm going to get back to that. It needs you. It needs the people in this room to build things on top of it, because that is what we need. We need micro-lending. This country has no micro-lending. It needs quality remittances. We need people to go and compete with the Western unions. It needs billing so that a software developer living here, who right now is getting paid in what, PayPal? PayPal doesn't connect to anything. If he gets paid right now in PayPal, the money's stuck. We need billing so that he can send a bill to his employer, whether that's in the United States or Europe or wherever, and receive the money back into his Chivo wallet. We need that type of thing. We need payroll so a company can pay their employees straight into Chivo or straight into Ruru as we expand. We need people to do store promotions, loyalty programs. We need you, the developer community, to work with us on those things. And all the while, Athena will be doing things like this. 800,000 transactions went through our ATMs in the last 2 months. 800,000 times when we built trust in the system, trust in the Bitcoin network, trust in the apps, not just the Chivo wallet, all of the wallets. All of the wallets are now trusted. Why? Because 800,000 times someone went to the machine and they withdrew cash or they put cash in and it showed up in their balance. And that is so important. And so when we talk about the global network of ATMs, we talk about the ones here, and we talk about the ones in the United States where you can go and send money to your relatives. You can go into the Salvadoran consulate and buy cheap Bitcoin. Almost no fees. You can buy those Bitcoin and send them to someone here as a cheaper form of remittances to bend the curve of the remittance industry, which has been taking $400 million per year in fees just from the people of El Salvador. And Athena will continue to do things that it does, like the integration with banks, and we will build that. And then you say, well, how did you do this in such a short time? Just trust. We built trust, and we use that trust to make the wallet a success. Now, let's get back to Steve Hanke. We remember what he said. He said a mean thing. He said a horrible thing. And to that I say, okay, boomer, 10% growth? 10% growth. That is what you have delivered to El Salvador. That's what Bitcoin has done. It has energized this economy. You have energized this economy. None of you, my story, I didn't know where El Salvador was 2 years ago. I got a phone call and said, Eric, somebody wants to talk Bitcoin. He lives in El Zante. You should go meet him. I was like, what? Where's El Zante? Where's El Salvador? Bitcoin has brought prosperity to this country like it has never known before. You have brought prosperity to this country that was never known before. So thank you. They used to say that only the weird nerds use Bitcoin, and then they said only the drug dealers, and then it was only the gamblers, but then it was like, oh, well, there's a couple people using it. And then it was only the small companies, and now it's only the small countries. But I need you, everyone in this audience, to go and help change that. We need to bring Bitcoin and trust to the rest of the world so that this slide no longer makes sense. And we don't say only small countries, we say only big countries. Everyone uses Bitcoin. It's the best form of money there is. You know it, we know it, and let's go and build that future together. So Athena Ruru is live. Come find us. We're at the booth right outside. We're eager to talk to you. We want to solve individual problems, but on a massive scale. We start with trust. We build atop it. That is what Athena Ruru is for. Thank you. And thank you for helping to build the trust that enabled this country to do this amazing thing. With that. Thank you, Rodolfo.
Hablando acerca de sus cajeros automáticos y el impacto que están teniendo en El Salvador. La próxima charla va a ser acerca del impacto que tiene Bitcoin sobre los bancos y es un panel. En este panel van a estar invitados varias personas del mundo. Lo va a estar moderando Leandro Elduayen, que es de la empresa Coibanks, y van a estar hablando Helpi Larios de la empresa Abank, Leandro Guini de Red Serfinsa, Francisco Montenegro de Open Bank Initiative y Luis Rodríguez, que también es el presidente del Banco Centroamericano para la Integración Económica. Este panel va a estar hablando acerca de los desafíos que atraviesan los bancos cuando quieren integrarse con Bitcoin. La verdad que no es simple para ellos, ellos vienen de una tradición de 50 años y es complicado, pero vamos a ver qué desafíos tienen. Vamos a la charla.
Ecosystem.
I wanna,
so,
and then this.
Eric, you're yet on with yours. Yes, ready. Leandro? Welcome, Leandro.
Thank you very much,
stage. And enjoy and introduce your panelists.
Sure. We're going to switch to English, guys. I hope to Spanish, sorry. I hope that's okay with everyone. Vamos a hacerlo en español, entiendo que tenemos traducción. Así que a medida que los voy nombrando van a estar algunos panelistas.
I will introduce some of the members of the panel, and like Rodolfo was saying, we're going to talk about the implementation of Bitcoin in the banks. First of all, I would like to welcome Francisco Montenegro from Open Bank. Welcome, Frank. Luis Rodriguez. You can applaud. Luis Rodriguez from the CABEI. We welcome Leandro. And Carlos Ruger from Davi Plata, who is joining us, and he's from Colombia. Welcome. I think that we have this panel that I believe is a controversy. Let's see how this goes. First of all, I would like to ask that you introduce yourself. My name is Francisco Montenegro. It's a pleasure for me being here. I'm a Salvadorian living abroad in the Bitcoin industry for some time, and to see this in my country has been great. And now I work for the Open Bank project. I'm API 3 Open Bank Ambassador, and one of my mission is how can we use open banking to do an institutional adoption of cryptocurrency. When you left El Salvador, where have you lived? I lived in Europe and the United States. Leon. Good afternoon. I'm glad to be here. My name is Leandro Guini. I'm Executive Director at Transafinsa. Thank you, Leo. Thank you. A pleasure to meet members of the panel. This is the digital payment processor for bank institutions and financial institutions in El Salvador. And when we talk about digital payments and what Bitcoin means in our business, we have to be there. Thank you for the invitation. Argentinian living here in El Salvador for 6 years. Leo Eluagen Coinbanks is a company that tokens and integrating finance and the bank. This is why I'm the moderator. I'm happy to be here with you. And Luis tells us about your jacket. This jacket gave it to me. It was a gift from Javier Cruz, is a Colombian artist who is here with a very interesting exhibit. It's a type of art that I found very interesting. I'm not the best person to explain it, but it's great. And tells us about you. Yes, I am director of the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, which is a development bank. Is the main development bank in the region. We cover 60% of investment operations from the governments, among other things. And you, Carlos. Thank you, Leandro. My name is Carlos Ruge. I am commercial leader of DaviPlata. DaviPlata is an inclusive bank. We were born 10 years ago, and we are second largest bank in Latin America due to the number of customers. We have 13 million customers. We work 1 billion transaction, and we move $7.3 billion. And this is for this year. More than 30,000%. We manage payrolls. We're making payments for 3.7 million people, and we're moving towards payment method. We have more than 500,000 stores, and these are the small stores that we have in the neighborhoods that use DaviPlata for their transactions. 13.5 million users. And you arrived today from Colombia? Thank you for making the effort. Now we start. 10 years of DaviPlata is what you said. I guess that you have faced challenges in that technology. DaviPlata is part of the group of Davivienda. How are you preparing for the technology chain that comes with the adoption of Bitcoin, and what is your experience in overcoming these technological challenges? The DNA in Davivienda is innovation. Since we started in 2011, making transactions with our phone, it was based on SMS. It was the first product that everything was done in the phone without cost for the customer. We opened an electronic deposit for information. We defined the law. There was no law for that in Colombia, and we have been moving forward with this. Another part of technology was the alliance that we created with Rapid. Rapid is, we created an alliance. All the financial part is, Rappi is like the Hugo in El Salvador, just to make an analogy. So the bank is open to innovate and sit down with new allies. We also worked with Eki, Israeli developer. We are in social sector. You can trade from the social network. Davivienda and DaviPlata has innovation in its DNA and trying to find partners to grow even more. So you're not afraid of Bitcoin? Well, in Colombia, we are participating in a sandbox made by the regulatory entity, and we participate in the sandbox. And this will allow us to review all of that, all the regulation now. As I said, we were leaders in the regulation when it didn't exist, and we are taking the same role right now, and look at how legislation can help us. DaviPlata is operating here in El Salvador, correct? Yes, we operate here as well. And soon I believe that we will be in Honduras. Well, we are eager to see how that goes. You told me that you are the largest network here in the country. These are the terminals for points of sale. How many businesses do you have? A little bit over 25,000 points. And like Carlos was saying, we saw the transformation. We went from processors to the credit cards, debit card, until we became merchant acquisition and payment methods. The truth is that this has been a unique operation for many of us in this industry. We all know, and the interesting part of this is that the company is the technological platform that makes this basic infrastructure possible to bring together the everyday life of users. The best known wallets, I think that everybody knows the Chivo wallet here, but there are so many other wallets. As a processing company, we accept all of those wallets, all of those payment methods, so that businesses can increase their sales and users are able to transfer their money in cash and convert it into digital currency. That is our main objective. I would like to touch on what you said, 25,000 businesses, and you want this largest network can accept wallets, and we're talking about crypto wallets, correct? Yes. Wallets for digital payments. They can be for crypto or any other type of wallet. So any business owner, any entrepreneur, or any digital wallet or crypto wallet that wants to come here to El Salvador is able to accept it and do the mentioned acquisition. Serfinsa is the company that will solve the part of acceptance of payment from any digital payment method. We are a regulated company, of course, and we only create links with companies that meet the regulatory requirements and are in compliance. But of course, we are open. This is part of our strategy and part of our roadmap. The ability to include as many payment methods as possible, and that they are relevant for people. Bitcoin for real world? Yes. Open banking, a little bit of what you were saying, is playing an interesting role in support the bank for the transformation processes. What are the challenges that you see for your customers or the bank that they're going to, what challenges are they going to face to include Bitcoin? The biggest challenge that I foresee is how can you be an on-chain actor to announce, how do you know that this public key corresponds to bank account? And once we can do that, then we can scale opportunity. And you provide visibility to a public key that all it has a number of letters that have a bank identity. Secondly, another thing that we see that is a challenge is what will you do with the Bitcoin, and now you know who this belongs to? How can you innovate? How can you offer credit or loans with a collateral for your customers? And then we have this component of AML and reporting, because this entails new knowledge from the bank. Specifically talking about crypto, they have to be able to follow up on all of those transactions. if they want the crypto world, in this case the Bitcoin in El Salvador, is like the US dollar with all the regulations that they have with AML and other policies. Yes, the anti-money laundering is what we're talking about. You believe that the bank has the ability of applying AML for crypto, not in their everyday life, but once they have the infrastructure and the way of consuming services through APIs, they can ally with a third party that may have all the experience in doing it. I believe that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We have to look at the solutions that are out there and see which ones are compatible with the vision of the bank, with the needs of the bank, and implement it in that way. Luis. Speaking about context, what do we require? Well, El Salvador is an experience. Hopefully, it will be a success beyond the crypto community and the acceptance of it by the traditional bank. What else does the country need for this to happen? Well, experiment, I don't know, because we're already started, so we have gone through certain stages. First, there is a decision made by the country, public policy, a number of actors that become part of it, stakeholders, and you start with it. What is the main thing that we need? Well, it's hard for me to say just one thing. But maybe if we speak about tangible things, we need infrastructure that is necessary so that someone can actually do an operation, even if it's small. You need connectivity. Infrastructure is a very broad concept. Well, here we are talking specifically about connectivity, equipment. It's a very important area. And another one that is not as tangible, and we talked about it before, is education, because in the end I have to learn how everything is used, how everything works. Before, I had to learn about the bills, then a website, then a card, now cryptocurrency. So it's a process that requires education. People that does mining, programming, all of this requires education and a financial culture. How can I sell this? How can I consume this? It does require this process. So we have these two challenges, one that is, again, tangible, and the other one that what we want is to create conditions so that these projects happen in the best possible way. And from the bank's point of view, when you talk about financial, one of the criticism is the user management. Do I do it custodial or non-custodial? Do you think that this education from the bank's point of view is something that you can achieve? Well, we are training the trainers, meaning we are educating our staff. Even though we are not experts in it, this does not mean that we don't want to support the country in doing this. We are clear about the role that we have in all of this. But we are, of course, willing to support in everything that is required. We see this as a very positive thing from our point of view. The President Nayib Bukele spoke about this. We discussed it. We saw strategic part of it. We spoke about the role that we could have in all of this. We proposed other things. we agreed on something that we should work in an ecosystem, and we are all part of that ecosystem. So we have seen this as a positive thing from the beginning. We believe that there's the things that require effort and time, but with a work plan, if we have a number of studies that we need and a number of investments and development projects that we're also doing, we don't doubt that this will work. Thank you. And on behalf of the crypto community, thank you for your support. Let's do a little experiment to see if you're all awake. Crypto versus bank. From the audience, I would like to, by a show of hands, let me know if you agree. Cryptocurrency will replace banks. Cryptocurrency will coexist with banks, and the bank will adopt cryptocurrency. Why do we ask this? And let's see who would like to go first. It is very common that when they're interacting with companies that work with crypto, maybe due to regulations or for different reasons, either they close the door on them or they believe that their business model is threatened. This is what I want to bring to the table. What is the position of DaviPlata, Davivienda? Do you think that it should be adopted for them to coexist, or it is actually threatening a part of the business? From the bank standpoint, here in El Salvador, we're supporting the process of cryptocurrency. We are actively participating in it. In Colombia, we are also working with the regulatory part of it, and we know now that working together, we are stronger. This is what happened with Rappi. We partner with someone who had nothing to do with the financial system. We believe that everything has to follow legislation. It's an interesting and valid question. My point of view, and this is my personal point of view, that's a disclaimer, right? Yes. Clearly, I can see that there is a great opportunity, and most of us sitting here, we are an example. We need to understand that we have different types of consumers, customers. The Serfisa customers are specifically banked, and our approach is to include payment methods that people prefer, that people want to use, so that banks are able to use these payment methods, and we can take care of all the technological processing and the accounting behind this. But we need to understand that there are advantages in both of them, and the advantage of the current financial system a lot of people trust it and they feel represented, so we can't discard it. I will say that those of us that are adapting disruptive technologies such as this one, such as Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency, to the traditional systems, we are facing a great challenge because we have to create bridges between the new world and the current world that has its strengths. We are the ones that need to ensure that everything happens abiding by the law, and in compliance with all regulation. This, of course, requires an effort, of course, but the opportunity is worthwhile. It's worth it, and we need to do it, definitely. Assuming that we are in this road, we are adapting, we want to include it. What do they need? From a technical standpoint, the bank system, what do they need to include this? How do they prepare themselves for that? Well, in countries like Europe, United States, they have the technical infrastructure that is necessary for that, which is a middleware layer, which is between the core banking system and that is used to expose data or consume services. I believe that if the final user of the bank will adopt it, the first thing that they need to do is in their own infrastructure, they can integrate services that already exist. They don't have to make them up, and they can try, but I believe that the best approach is to work with solutions that already exist and then flatten the learning curve and move to the operation side of the business. In terms of technological infrastructure, they need custodial. I think that is the essential step for the banks. It can be hot, cold. They also have to look at the AML component that I was mentioning before, which are tools that are part of the core, and they allow these transactions to have traceability. And in the part of infrastructure, we see Bitcoin like something that can be considered digital gold. And I think that it is very important at this time that banks start to think about having reserves, Bitcoin reserves. That way they can keep their infrastructure up and running and be part of the Bitcoin community, not only at a local point, but at a global level. Luis, in the case of El Salvador, and you didn't like the word experiment, you said that it's something that you would openly support in the region. There's a theory saying that this will be a domino effect. We are seeing this. Well, I believe that the initiative of starting here provided there are many lessons learned. First of all, we have a government that thinks ahead. And I say it because we developed these projects with the president. Railways, a train, takes time, but it's starting, and this is not the exception. We see this as a matter of taking steps in a process. But there are conditions for things to happen in each one of these steps. So for us, this is an initiative to look into the future. There is an interest in the region. Some are just curious, are just saying, let's wait and see how this goes, and let others make a mistake, and others want to copy the model. So we see that there are these two approaches. A few days ago, something happened. We were in a virtual forum like this one for the University of Georgetown for African countries and Asian countries in Pacific Asia. And one of the panel members was Lord Fistois, who is a son of the royal family of Tonga. Our difference was 19 hours with a culture that is completely different from ours. And then he wrote to me and said, how did you start it? We see this, asking how El Salvador is doing this. And this is a country that is a 19-hour difference away. And the example of this country of making a country decision, and that other stakeholders in the ecosystem also join, as strengthening the topic. And has generated interest from other countries, even outside the region. And this is not only talking about our Central American countries, because there is interest at different levels, but also the example of El Salvador is reaching other areas. If the countries did not accept Bitcoin, but other CDCs, would you support them just the same? Where we cannot ignore the public policies of the countries. We are in a region with small countries. There are many differences amongst us, the government styles, how societies work, and even the words that we use in our same language are different. So depending on their reality, depending on their own characteristics, their social and political conditions, and depending on the strategies that they want to move forward. As a bank, we respect those decisions. We recommend what we believe it's best, but we support on how to implement these things in the best possible way. In the 5 minutes that we have, I will invite you to think about the future. I will start with you, Fed. And I will invite you to this. In a year, we see each other again in 2022. What happened in El Salvador with the adoption of Bitcoin line? What is the role of Open Bank? For every change that is resistant, and this is inevitable, I believe that what happens in El Salvador in the future is an experiment for the world, and now that the Bitcoin community is here, I believe that the success of that will depend greatly on the community, on how the community comes here and teaches people that's still afraid of Bitcoin, that we don't have to be afraid of Bitcoin. And even more into the future, we will see that Bitcoin is useful to fight inflation. And this is why we see that the prices are higher. And talking about the CBDCs that you said, I think that it's interesting. And if there's a universal system that includes Bitcoin, and we still have CBDCs, these are two different things. Bitcoin is decentralized, and the money, even though it's digital, it will be centralized in the other scenario where the government has the opportunity of issuing more money. So having Bitcoin in parallel to the traditional system, or having it, and this can be in paper or digital, that is an excellent thing for the global economy. Leang, November 2022, what happened with Serfinsa? Well, definitely, taking this to a trading analogy, this movement is strong enough, it's unstoppable. So I see this very well developed for Serfinsa. I don't know at an American level if there is another network of over 30,000 or 35,000 locations. So for Serfinsa, I think that it will be an excellent year, a great year for Serfinsa customers, for the banking system. This has been a motivation, and what I hear from our customers in the banking system is that there is a great interest in cooperating.
Same, Luis. November, what other countries are doing development banking? What happened with that law? Yes, I think, first of all, thinking locally, I do expect that for that time, companies, many of them, as well as entrepreneurship projects, as well as SMEs, have been able to diversify and apply this type of transaction. I think it's necessary because there's a lot of inequality in the financial access, and this is why this allows to diversify, democratize things, and have rapid access to businesses. And this is not away from Central America. We have huge talent here and with a lot of limitations. And if this is a pathway to cut certain limitations, we need to continue supporting, and I believe this is a very good step to start diversifying things. Thank you, Luis. Carlitos, in 1 minute, same question for you. Where is David Plata and where's the 2022 Bitcoin law? Well, I think that there's something very important in all of this. And like we were saying here, I think the strength that this is really snowballing, and we see the case of Colombia where we have the government is interested in looking at the laws and how they should adopt it, financial education. That is very important that people really understand all of this. And once all those rails are there, I think the pathway will be fast. Right now, we are in this pandemic topic. Digital payment has been really uprising, and there's a surge of digital payment. People understood that it's much better. It was totally surging, and I think that's going to be the same with Bitcoin. Thank you so much. We are going to close. It's been a pleasure as always. November 2022, I see again myself in La Bit Conf. I don't know where it's going to be, Rodolfo, but I'm going to be there. Okay, round of applause. Thank you very much.
Bueno, esa fue una charla acerca del impacto de Bitcoin en los bancos. Vamos a pasar a la siguiente charla, que es acerca de CeFi y DeFi en Bitcoin. Cómo obtener préstamos y cómo obtener retornos sin necesidad de vender tus Bitcoin. ¿Qué es esto del CeFi y del DeFi? CeFi se le llama a las finanzas tradicionales, es decir, cuando vos operás con un exchange, estás operando con un CeFi. Pero también ha surgido algo conocido como DeFi, que es cómo obtener préstamos, cómo hacer cambio de monedas, cómo obtener un rendimiento a plazo fijo, dejando tus bitcoins en un contrato inteligente que vive en la blockchain. Entonces ahora hay alternativas y vos podés obtener un retorno a cambio de tus bitcoins y no necesitas venderlos. Todo eso lo vamos a estar viendo en la próxima charla y vamos al escenario.
All right, everyone else go ahead and come on out on stage. Hello, everyone. Fun topic here. Kind of a hot topic in the world, really. And you know, yesterday I was listening to a government official, El Salvadorian government official, talk about, you know, we have Bitcoin, you know, DeFi's coming, and I'm like, wow, this, you know, you have government officials talking about DeFi. So panel is DeFi and CeFi with kind of a special focus on borrowing and lending. First, to just kind of kick things off, we'll go down the row and let everyone introduce themselves. Let's start with you, Martin.
I am Martin Bope. I've been working for the last almost 3 years on Celo. Celo's mission is to create a platform to enable the tools for prosperity for all. In practice, that translates to a proof-of-stake network that has 5-second transaction times. It's completely decentralized, and we are creating an ecosystem of stablecoins so that anyone with a mobile phone is able to exchange value with anyone in the world just with their mobile phone and their phone number. And we are very interested about how Bitcoin fits into all that. It's a great collateral for these stablecoins, and we could talk about that later.
Thanks, Martin.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mauricio. I'm the co-founder and chief strategy officer of Ledin. Ledin is, I believe, the only CeFi company on the panel. As what CeFi really means is we're a registered entity. We're based in Canada, and we have, you know, as a company, we have employees and we have client success and legal agreements. And so our job really is to make saving and borrowing very simple and very transparent as best as we can as a centralized entity, and provide people with the answers to the questions they need or the education they need to understand how these products work. And all of our products are fully available in Spanish and Portuguese. We think it's very important for people to be able to understand the rules of the agreements that they're getting into, especially if it's the first time. And that's it. I'm sure we'll get into some more after.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Max Carjusa. I am co-founder of Money on Chain. Money on Chain is the first stablecoin built for Bitcoiners by Bitcoiners. Basically, Money on Chain is a stack of protocols to have DeFi on top of Bitcoin. But our most popular tokens are the Dollar on Chain, a stablecoin pegged to the US dollar, and the Bit Pro, that is a token that allows you to earn income on your Bitcoins.
Mauricio, number 2.
Yeah, I'm the second Mauricio in the panel. Hi, my name is Mauricio Tovar. I'm the co-founder of Tropicus.finance. It's a lending and borrowing protocol to offer fair savings and access to credits designed for developing countries, started in Latin America. We are trying to solve several problems that we have in the region, that we live as founders, that we live as a team, but that we know we're facing in the region. And we are doing that in a decentralized manner. We are decentralized finance on top of the most important and the strongest currency at the moment and for the future, that is Bitcoin. And we can lend not only in Bitcoin, but also in a stable coin like Money on Chain. We are on top of RSK, a second layer on top of Bitcoin.
Hi, my name is Oswaldo Lorette. For the last 5 years, I've been trying to develop a Bitcoin sidechain. I was finally able to this year, but I'm so glad there's so many people trying to do the same thing, because that shows you what honesty looks like. I mean, you cannot develop anything on top of Ethereum or anything else. You have to develop it on top of Bitcoin. Why? Because Bitcoin is like the gold standard. You could only issue notes back 200 years ago if you had gold or silver in the vault. And what these guys are doing is exactly that. They're issuing their smart contracts based on actual Bitcoin. That's all I care about.
All right, the gold standard to the Bitcoin standard. Good way to kick it off. And Bitcoin is the reason we're all here. Would start off also by just saying, Bitcoin is DeFi. When you hold your own keys, when you can send your money anywhere in the world, that's DeFi. And we also want to be able to kind of access other services, things like lending, returns on that Bitcoin. So let's kind of get into that. Let's start with Celo. How does Bitcoin tie into Celo? How do you kind of view that?
Yeah, although it's very public, it's a little known fact that these stable tokens are actually partially backed by Bitcoin. So every time you mint one of the stable tokens we have, it could be Celo dollar, Celo euro, or coming up next, C real for the Brazilian real. You are depositing some Celo in some reserve, and that reserve has the decentralized mandate to rebalance that to Bitcoin. And in practice, that means that for each dollar that you deposit in the reserve is actually market buying that equivalent in Bitcoin. So I believe it's an interest of the whole Bitcoin community to have assets like this that are backed by the sound money that Bitcoin is. And building on that, once you have that incentives aligned and everything's living on chain, you just have the whole suite of EVM things that you can do. You can lending, you can borrow, you can yield farm. We recently started an initiative called DeFi for the People. There's, I think, $100 million in incentives for all sorts of farmings.
It's a lot of money.
Including, yeah. And also the biggest projects have committed also to launch of Celo. All the cool kids that are there are launching on Celo relatively soon. And that just brings to everyone's phone, quite literally, the opportunity to enter this very new, very exciting revolution for finance without having to pay crazy gas prices.
All right. Actually, let's skip to Max. And Max, can you kind of touch on this kind of similar question? How does Bitcoin tie in, and how is kind of what you're doing a little bit different than Celo, and kind of how your stablecoin operates?
Okay, well, basically, the dollar on chain is 100% backed by Bitcoin, but I should say like 1,000% backed by Bitcoin, because we have a lot more Bitcoins in the protocol that dollar on chain exists. So basically, we have two different people working with the protocol. Ones are, for example, Argentinian people that holds the dollar on chain because they cannot buy US dollars in the market. And in the other side, we have Bitcoiners that are willing to earn a yield in their Bitcoin. So these Bitcoiners mint the BitPro, and the BitPro is the one who takes away the volatility for the dollar on chain. So the idea of the protocol is that the inflation in the US dollar is greater than the inflation on Bitcoin. So the money left in the table by the people holding the dollar on chain is yield to the people holding the BitPro.
Thanks. Let's pop over to CeFi now. Mauricio, talk about kind of the opportunity to earn yield on Bitcoin, and kind of why a centralized way could be, is an option for some people. It might be the better option for some people.
Yeah, happy to. So at Ledin, essentially you can bring your Bitcoin and you can earn interest on it. That account is called our savings account, and it's very similar to the savings accounts that many people are used to today. You can log in, register an account, you get an address, you send your Bitcoin, and you start earning interest right away. So there are many ways to generate the interest on that Bitcoin. Ledin does not have a token, so we can't just print a token and pay people interest. So in order to generate the interest, we lend it to institutions that have a use case for it, either making markets or others, and then they can pay us an interest rate. We then take a little spread, and then we pay the majority out to the clients. It works very similar to a traditional bank account that you may be familiar with, and in other platforms, there are other ways to earn interest on your Bitcoin. You can stake it on some platforms and you can earn these tokens, which you then have to go sell and then come back into Bitcoin or dollars. We try to essentially simplify all that activity to our clients, where we just show them an address and they know what interest rate they're going to get for the month, and they collect the interest at the end of the month. Similarly, you can also use the Bitcoin that you have at the Ledin platform to post as collateral and get a loan. And we can disperse you dollars, and the Bitcoin becomes the collateral for the loan. So those are the key services that we offer today, and that's really the crux.
Good stuff. Also, Mauricio, we heard about this initiative for the people. Can you talk a little bit about kind of the people that you're kind of looking to help with Tropicos, and kind of how you see kind of the audience for the product?
Yeah, for sure. The Tropicus has a very interesting story about how it borns. Is that we started to work in developing smart contracts for the public sector, and later on with my partners we started a consultancy company, and we started to solve a lot of problems in that path. Not only from us, but for the financial system, the traditional financial system. And we started to understand the problems of Latin America in that sense. For example, our CTO is asking for a loan for the past 3 years. He don't want few money, he want a lot money, but if you compare it with the average in Colombia, and the financial system reject him systematically. And we're starting to understand developing DeFi products for third parties or clients, the benefits of decentralized finance, because it's open, you can maintain your privacy, and it's very efficient. So all of those things that the banks do with people, papers, offices, only a smart contract on top of Bitcoin can do it. But we start to understand also that a lot of the volume in DeFi is made by large institutions. So all of those benefits are not the people that need it the most don't take advantage of those benefits of DeFi. So we decide to start Tropicus, because all of this is a long story, and I don't want to be to bother you with that, but that's why we have in Tropicus a savings account on RBTC or Bitcoin, and we yield 4% APY with a limit of around $1,800. And also we have microloans with 4.5 APY with a limit of $1,000 in a token that is RDoc, that it's pegged to the dollar, thinking to offer fair financial services on savings and on loans for Latin Americans.
Good stuff. Oswaldo.
Okay, so my main interest coming down here is El Salvador. I mean, I cannot believe this is happening. The last time this happened was 1722. Isaac Newton developed the gold standard. And the country who took it up became the largest, commercial kingdom in the world. A little island that was only like 5.5 million people. These guys are six.
Sounds familiar.
6.5 million people here, right? These guys were an island of awful weather. Okay, they still are. And they were only 5.5. And just because they took up the gold standard, they became the largest empire the world had ever seen. So El Salvador here is taking up a road. I mean, that minister right there, I've never seen a minister of finance like that. So I'm here to help that out.
Good stuff. Very interesting, Tropicos, kind of how you're tailoring a product to a certain group of people on the CFI side and kind of tailoring a product to different geographies maybe. How do you kind of think about that for the Canadian customer base and the El Salvadorian customer base?
It's a great question. And so savings and loans are pretty universal. Everyone largely around the world, has a desire or a need to take out a loan or has some extra money that they want to earn some interest on. The savings side, I think, is less of a distinction because there isn't really, it's a very simple service. There's just an interest rate and it doesn't really matter where the money's coming from, provided that as a centralized entity, we have to pass KYC and everything. But assuming all that is good, it's not really different for us where the money is coming from as far as where our clients are looking to save. So the savings product is pretty universal as far as how it operates. Everybody gets the same treatment. Everybody gets the same rate. It's basically our way of being as fair as Bitcoin. And on the loan side, it's a little bit different because, as many would imagine, people or clients on average in investor markets tend to have sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Bitcoin or millions of dollars worth of Bitcoin, and they're taking a loan to buy a house. It's very different. We thought long and hard when we first brought the product to Latin America because many times we are introducing this product to many people. Most people didn't know that you could borrow dollars and use your Bitcoin as collateral. It's actually brand new to most people. And so what we wanted to do when we built it was make it really simple so that people could understand how the product works and try it. And so many companies out there, when you want to borrow from them, you'll have to borrow at least $10,000, at least $20,000. That requires a lot of collateral. And in LATAM, in countries like Venezuela, El Salvador, Colombia, that is a very high friction point for somebody to try something they've never seen before. So we worked really long and hard to start our loans at $500, which some people consider to be micro-lending. But at Ledin right now, anyone can show up with $1,000 worth of Bitcoin and borrow $500 worth of dollars and get you in your bank account in 24 hours. And that's true to El Salvador, Venezuela, Colombia, Mexico. We're essentially all over LATAM, and everybody gets the same treatment.
Everyone gets the same treatment, just like everyone using Bitcoin. Max, so we kind of got the CFI perspective on how they're thinking about kind of that different level of customer in terms of amount they need to borrow or amount they want to lend. How do you think about that kind of operating more decentralized version of this?
Well, lately we have been told that we can borrow against our Bitcoins and we have never to pay back. And we as Bitcoiners must to be very careful with that, because it's very tempting to put my Bitcoin as collateral and take a loan and buy a house or buy a car. But things can get very ugly if we do that. You have to think about what is going to happen with the market crash. So if you take a 50% loan in your Bitcoins, for example, you have $1,000 in Bitcoins and you take a loan of $500, and if the price of Bitcoins goes down by 40% or 50%, you are going to get liquidated, and you are going to lose your Bitcoins. So we have a completely different approach. Our approach is put your money in something like the BitPro and earn money with your Bitcoins, and then spend that money that you have earned with your Bitcoins, and do not put your Bitcoins at risk.
All right. Always good to have some words of caution in these bull market times too. Martin, let's come back to you. You were talking backstage a little bit, kind of where everyone's from and kind of the perspective that they come to this panel with. Kind of the history of Argentina. I think most people here are probably aware of kind of the inflationary cycles that have been experienced there. Talk a little bit about that here, and kind of how you think that places like that benefit from Bitcoin, and why something like these borrowing and lending options are important in those markets.
Coming out from those places, I think internationally there's a little bit of misconception about what happens in a big inflationary cycle. In the international community, it's like, okay, this is happening and people need just go money and they're just going into Bitcoin. And what happens actually is that people want to take the risk out of the table and they just want to keep their money somewhat stable. And there is where stablecoins are very useful in that particular situation, because what people want is less risk and making sure they're going to be able to afford the things to afford. In US dollars, it's a good hedge for that, at least for the moment. And then if you actually in a financial position where you can use Bitcoin, it's great that you can actually have an impact and can you do something with it, because otherwise, we are working in this problem. It's basically liquidity, right? If you just have your Bitcoin in your private keys, that just sits there, and you should hope for the best, but you cannot do anything on the short term. If you allow this composability of DeFi, you can borrow against, you can do all sorts of things, and you can put that money to use in the real economy, and that is one of the goals for Celo, to enable people to fulfill their needs, and that's how everything comes into play. And you can do all sorts of things. If you are somewhat concerned about the environmental challenges that Bitcoin has, you can just grab Bitcoin, wrap it in some carbon offset tokens, and voila, you have some green Bitcoin, and it's living on-chain right now. It's called eBTC, and that's the things you can do.
Good stuff. We just had a Bitcoin upgrade with Taproot that adds a little bit of kind of privacy to the base layer. Yeah, thanks, clap. Kind of last question here, getting into kind of the privacy aspect of using DeFi versus CeFi. Different spectrums, sure. Max, can you talk a little bit about how you see kind of DeFi, how projects like the DeFi folks on the stage here should be viewing KYC, should be viewing customers versus how CeFi does?
Well, there is a fact that you don't have to pass a know your customer process when you are using DeFi. So far, we don't know what is going to happen with the regulation. Maybe in the future, every protocol has to have its know your customer process. But I hope that regulators understand what is DeFi, and I hope that regulators never go to know your customer in DeFi. But probably what we are going to see, no matter what, is a know your customer process in the web application that we use to use this DeFi project. So far today, you don't have to do know your customer using DeFi, and you have to pass a know your customer process using DeFi. But probably in the near term, you will have to do it anyway.
Yeah, but Mauricio and Oswaldo, either of y'all want to touch on that too?
Okay, so the whole thing, the only reason I got into this Bitcoin DeFi thing was because I wanted the customer not to depend on an intermediary. Cryptocurrency exchanges are not your intermediary, and they are regulated. So you want to develop a way for people to be independent from intermediaries. And that's what these guys are doing, and what the people that I'm working with are doing. I mean, I've been in banking for 40 years. I know how they work from the inside out. So what you're doing here in El Salvador and some other places is you're trying to develop a financial system on top of Bitcoin. And that's the only way to do it. But once you do that, that doesn't mean that you're going to be depending on intermediaries again. That's what these guys are developing. They're developing a way for you to trade in and out of whatever into Bitcoin.
Well said, well said. Thanks everyone for participating. This was great. Remember, Bitcoin is DeFi, but if you want to put your Bitcoin to work, these are some great people to talk to, great people to work with.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bueno, yes, we will have a discussion anyway about AML and KYC today, yes, with the guys from Gafi and other entities. So just stay here. And yes, you might stay here because you are now a new moderator. But do you want yourself to introduce your panel?
Yes, for sure. We are going to talk about a very interesting panel right now because we are in the crypto industry, most of us.
Bueno, acaba de pasar una excelente charla coordinada por Mauricio Tobar sobre las oportunidades de negocios entre estados y empresas, y acá estamos con Agustín de la Bitcoineta, que nos va a contar brevemente un poquito de qué es esto de la Bitcoineta.
Bueno, la Bitcoineta es básicamente un proyecto que intenta comunicar y conectar las herramientas de esta tecnología con las personas en distintos y pequeños pueblos del interior.
Claro, alejarse de las capitales, alejarse de los centros de negocio y comunicar donde precisamente muchas veces es difícil que llegue la información y se hace más complicado entender de qué se trata Bitcoin y de qué se trata esta tecnología. La Bitcoineta tiene un capítulo El Salvador, ¿me contás eso? ¿Cómo es el capítulo Salvador?
Bueno, el capítulo Salvador es básicamente seguir contribuyendo a lo que está pasando acá mismo en El Salvador, con Bitcoin Beach, con Hope House, todo lo que están haciendo con el trabajo de divulgación, de conectar con las personas, y es un poco también lo que hace la Bitcoineta de otra manera, pero sobre la carretera, sobre los caminos. Entonces, acá en El Salvador es seguir contribuyendo con eso por la ruta.
Por la ruta. Bueno, tienen mucha ruta para recorrer. Hay más de 3 millones de salvadoreños usando Bitcoin y usando Chivo Wallet en estos momentos, así que el desafío de la educación financiera y el desafío de conectar personas es más grande que nunca. Nos están siguiendo en nuestras redes, @la Bit Conf en Twitter. Si nos están viendo a través del canal de YouTube de Talentland o de Bitcoin Magazine, háganoslo saber, opinen, participen, comuníquense con nosotros. Se pueden registrar todavía online para acceder a la app de networking, donde van a poder matchear según sus intereses y conocer a gente que está aquí viviendo la conferencia en vivo. Estamos prontos para ir al escenario, empezó el próximo panel, así que los dejamos con el stage.
For sure. Justin, please.
Yeah, hi, I'm Justin Newton. I'm the founder and CEO of NetKey. At NetKey, we focus on identity and how identity relates to different crypto and blockchain projects. We're involved in a wide array of projects, whether they're financial inclusion projects run by governments, whether they're identity reclamation projects to try and get back stolen identities to their original owners, whether it's KYC and AML for exchanges, for partners like CeeLo, and others that we work with across the crypto community.
Thank you, Justin. Juan Pablo.
Mauricio, hello. Hola. Hi, my name is Juan Pablo. I am from Argentina.
one of the builders of crypto market, a marketplace where Bitcoiners can use their coins for anything, also other cryptocurrencies. Then a place where the persons who have something to sell or some services to offer, they can do it by exchange of Bitcoins. And then a third product that we are like working stronger nowadays, that is a payment processors on the stores. We are trying to bring Bitcoin to the normal persons, the ones who build the daily economy.
Perfect. Thank you, Juan Pablo. Let's take the perspective of the user, no matter it is a merchant, a regular person, or a state. What are the benefits that they are seeing from your products? And maybe if you can use some examples about it, please. Juliana.
So Algorand is a blockchain protocol that was built to work at scale. It's enterprise grade, so because of that, we have several implementations that have been carried by government. Probably you know of a Vital Pass. So when they had to select a protocol that was easy to scale, secure, decentralized, and cheap and fast, they chose Algorand. Obviously, I mean, the benefits of having your vaccination proof on blockchain are obvious. My hope was that Europe would adopt it, but they couldn't agree. And so now you have a lot of people cheating and just fabricating their Vital Pass, their pass or Green Pass. Other uses, here in Salvador, we have signed with our partners an agreement with the registry to put on blockchain different titles.
What kind of titles?
So there are 5 areas. I hope I remember all of them. One is Cadastro, which I don't know. You say
Catastro.
Catastro, see. And then like car ownerships, like car and other mobile goods ownership, IP property, and then titles.
Okay.
So that will be very interesting, and the benefits are obvious, right? It's about access and also cost reduction. So access for the final users who won't have to go and be, you know, in line for hours to get titles, but also for government. In addition, there will be more opportunity to extend credits based on owning a car or a clean title. And so we think that also for the end users, that would be also an advantage. One other example is, I don't know if you have followed the issuance of 4 million NFTs in one day. That was from a CI, which is an Italian PRO. So basically they are putting on, tokenizing and putting on blockchain catalogs for artists so that it's easier to track and reward artists. And we're doing that. With them, it's mostly music, but we also created a decentralized platform where you can actually get your, you can calculate and distribute fees, and it's kind of like Spotify upside down, where if I create a playlist and you download it, you actually get compensated for it.
Okay, that's interesting. In the case of Cello, some examples of why the merchants or states are being benefits from your solutions.
Sure. What I personally love about Cello is the fact that it's like community-based. What Cello has done in terms of infrastructure, it's allowed for a full suite of goodies that you can basically build upon. You can build upon by yourself, by enrolling one of the grant programs by the foundation, or asking money for the community fund and so on and so forth, finding like easy information available and so on and so forth. So when we talk about merchants, I would like also to talk about the community, because they can be the ones to build these tools. On another side, it's important to say that it works in any mobile phone. and you can have your phone serving as a POS, no matter where you are. So different programs like disbursements, loans, DeFi, they have been allowed by the use of this technology and the way it was built. So we're very happy, I am very happy to be part of a community of over 100 and, I don't know, I think 40 countries now building on Celo in a very interesting hackathon called DeFi for the People. Other than that, there are use cases with international organizations and so on and so forth. But I think the key message is Celo is a playground for communities and institutions to build solutions that are available on the palm of your hands, which I think is key for blockchain, Bitcoin, and cryptocurrencies in general.
So it's a very big network of knowledge, Celo. It's not only technology.
Knowledge and people. When you sit side by side with people who are like the tentacles and also like this extension of the solutions. And of course, you can find amazing things like optics breach and so many other innovations by the community or by Z-Labs or by everybody that is around that just make this like ripples and networking effect.
Okay.
Work towards the people.
Okay. Justin, you're trying to do easy to use this technology, right? Can you explain more about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, first of all, so like end users and merchants aren't our target. You know, our target, the people we work with, is frankly all the people that are in this room and listening on the stream who are building layer one networks and then the exchanges, applications, and services that run on top of them. You know, the thing that we do for the end users and merchants is we help those others get access to their services. We provide the onboarding platform for that so that they can safely and securely onboard users knowing that the person who's joining their network is actually the person who says that they are, that they're there to do the things that they say they're going to do, and that they're going to be a meaningful member of that community that's participating as an honest person. We do that in a way that's fast, easy, and secure. For an end user, it takes them less than 30 seconds. And in some cases, we can deliver results in 15 seconds or less. Wow. And in a way that aligns well with the privacy and security concerns around identity that people operating in the crypto space have.
No, that's very, very interesting. Juan Pablo, I know very well crypto market. You are in several countries in Latin America. Can you explain us what, in some cases, what you found in Argentina, Venezuela, and El Salvador?
We got plenty of examples and taken by which kind of person we are talking. For example, if we are talking about a Bitcoiner user, then what crypto market brings to them is the facility or the liquidity. They can change this into anything, pay a bill, order a product on Mercado Libre, Amazon, I don't know, exchange it to another a stable coin or things like that. If we are talking about stores, what we give to them is the opportunity to open the market and to start to cross the bridge between fiat to crypto. And then if we talk about ecosystems, based in our idea about nodes and Kryptonians, what we bring is work for the Bitcoiners, because, example, we got 8 offices in Argentina. Every one of those, they have their own project. There is a guy making a map. There is a guy trying to build a no-governmental thing about blockchain. In Uruguay, is one of the founders of Blockchain for Humanity. So what we bring is an ecosystem and a synergy work for the ecosystem, from the nodes and Kryptonians, building shops and things like that. And one example that involves all of them is take an idea of, for example, a foreigner from Venezuela working in Argentina, he knows that the money that parents have is moving down all the time, is losing the price. Same thing is doing it with the peso in Argentina. So he can save the money in cryptos in a no-custodial way, and with that money he can pay his rent in Argentina and same time send a rose to her mother in the Mother's Day. So it's a very simple thing what we do, but it gives the real value of Bitcoin, because really connect people. We live in a world that has changed everything. We don't have any kind of geographic lines for work. There is many people doing homework from one side of the world to the other. The only thing that have no change is the way that we consume. So we are working for that.
Great. Well, okay, let's talk about that is very local, that it's in the context that maybe it's difficult for some of your products, but I want to get in that. We're in El Salvador, and Bitcoin is a legal tender here. So what changes for your product that a state like El Salvador make Bitcoin as a legal tender? It changes something or not? Maybe we can start with Juan Pablo this time.
Well, absolutely, they have give us to the more for the cases like crypto market. We are always having to handle situations with banks and government because we are like the bridge from one financial system to the other. So when we build a company with this kind of business model, the base is very soft. You cannot be working on serve because you don't know what is going to be the next log, or maybe pull all your work down or anything. So the idea that exists a place where we can really grow from a solid base, with a clean, that the rules are clear. We know what we can't, we know what we can do. This is fantastic for us. But now the thing is, every right you get, then it's an obligation you have. So now I think that the ecosystem have to give the Salvadoran the opportunities that the Salvador has given to the ecosystem. This is why.
Perfect. Justin, in your case, there's some change?
Yeah, I mean, I think for anybody that's working in crypto or digital assets or blockchain in any kind of way, what's happened here in El Salvador has changed their business. And, the reason for that is this is the only place in the world where, not just the majority of people have a crypto wallet, but basically 100% of the adult population has a crypto wallet. And so, there's a lot of things about the economy here that may be different than other places, or changes that may be different, but there's nowhere else in the world that a crypto company can go, or a company that wants to provide crypto or blockchain services can go, where they know that 100% of the population has a crypto wallet, knows how to use it, is familiar with it, has all their friends using it as a part of their everyday life. And that's going to mean there's an opportunity for all of those adjunct services that get built beyond the base of what Chivo does to start to grow and flourish, because they've got enough density for those projects and products to start to grow. And so, we don't directly build things on chain, right? We build enabling technologies for companies that are building in crypto. But, I expect that this is going to become not just an innovation center for Latin America, but a crypto innovation center for, frankly, the whole world for a while, because again, it's going to be the only place in the world that's maybe bigger than a few square blocks where you know that everybody has a crypto wallet. They know how to use the crypto wallet, and they'll know how to send and receive to other kinds of crypto services and start to use that as a way that they manage their finances. Eric talked about earlier that 70% of the country is
back to stable assets. They're available as a digital dollar, a digital euro. The community has pushed forward for digital real, for digital peso. This is all in the forums, all open. So there is the Bitcoin law that says, okay, you can use Bitcoin and dollars to make payments. Perhaps that also means, I don't know, that you could use a wrapped Bitcoin, a green Bitcoin that travels on a Celo network, or for instance, like a Salvador. Then this could be like a use case with an infrastructure of payment processing that is already running on Celo. So different ideas, but also to allow the whole population to do it themselves if they need to send or sell something on their own phone. So I would figure this to be one hypothesis.
It's a game changer, I think, from your answers. And if you add to that maybe is the leader and the first one of many others in the future, will be amazing. In the case of Algorand?
For us, it's been great. It's been one of these, wow, we're so lucky moments for many reasons. I think partly we are involved in rebuilding the digital infrastructure of this country, but also to see what works, what doesn't, what we can do better. But also, and this is something that may be new to you, it also called the attention to the use of energy for Bitcoin and all that came from it. I mean, it was coincidental or very close. The launch was very close to, well, actually the announcement happened in June, which was around the same time when China outlawed the miners. So it gave us an opportunity to remark that not all blockchains are created equal, and that in fact Algorand is a green blockchain. I would argue the greenest that I know. Our consumption is the equivalent of 10 families, which is nothing. And there are papers on this and all that, and I'll explain you why. And then, you know, we buy, the little we pollute, we buy carbon credits, and we also have in our ecosystem several companies that are helping with that. One is Planet Watch, and the other one is Climate Trade, that is putting on blockchain carbon certificates and helps trading carbon certificates. So that is one. And the other is also, if you follow closely what happened here, the implementation, it shows you how important it is to have a decentralized infrastructure, but also have real value for all users. Because although it's true that, you know, now everybody is a digital wallet, because who would say no to $30? My question is, what is the use for it? So everybody used it? No. Who did it? Who didn't? So lots of data for us, which is always great. But also I think he showed that remittances are in fact one of the best use cases for blockchain. And you know, we are working a lot with that in ways that are even more cost effective.
And maybe the main use case in El Salvador with 25% of GDP because of the remittances. But I want to...
For me personally, sorry if I say this, but when I met Silvio, and I didn't know anything about blockchain or anything, and he explained to me what it is, my first reaction, two reactions. One, I lived in Argentina when they had the worst hyperinflation on record, and I said, oh my God, this is great for Argentina.
It's worse in Venezuela, but it's a problem in Argentina,
but
yeah.
But I did not live in Venezuela, so it is for a country with high inflation, obviously. But the other one was remittances. There is one of the people I love the most in the world is a woman from Salvador. She helped me raise 3 kids, and it broke my heart when I saw her pay $10, $20 to Western Union to send $100. And you know that is the people that have the least money. It's a retroactive tax, they pay the most, and I'm very happy that we're changing that.
Yeah, as you can see, we're talking about real problems here. We are trying to solve real problems. But I want to ask you about the challenges of the adoption, because as Juan Pablo said, there is a lot of friction that it's been like reduced with the law, because the people is exposed to Bitcoin directly. But what are the challenges that you see we have to solve in the adoption of Bitcoin, not only in El Salvador, but in the rest of Latin America? Maybe Justin.
Yeah, I mean, so I think there's a few things. I think some of them were touched on in some of the earlier conversations, like you need to get the trust of the community that you're attempting to empower and give new tools and new things to. You know, when losing $30 might impact your family's ability to eat reliably over the next few weeks, you really need to trust a money system before you're going to trust your money in it. And so building that trust is going to be important. Creating a smooth and easy experience for people. And, you know, that is going to come throughout the process, right? So 70% of the population didn't have a bank account. That means that 70% of the population never went through any KYC process before, much less a digital KYC process using their phone. right? And even in countries where people are used to doing KYC, it can be hard to get them through that process successfully. And so you need to build tools that help to coach them through the process and make it feel familiar and intuitive to what they're doing. But then also, you know, when I first started coming down to El Salvador in June, after the law was passed, so I'm relatively new here, you know, one of the things that surprised me was the majority of people down here pay their Uber driver in cash. They don't have a credit card attached to their Uber account. At the end of the ride, you give them $2 or whatever it is. And actually, in many cases, they don't want to take your credit card for reasons I don't need to get into up here. But you know, it's to move from every single transaction is cash to transactions or digital using my phone is another huge behavior change. And so there needs to be intuitive design and software, there needs to be education, there needs to be coaching all throughout that process. And then, you know, there needs to be a supportive ecosystem that's put in place behind it. And I would say, like, you know, one of the things the government did here that was incredibly valuable was say, we're going to have a wallet of last resort to make sure there's a backstop starting point that everyone can have that provides the baseline that now everyone can work from so that all the rest of the companies aren't bootstrapping from zero. They're bootstrapping from an environment that already has users. You know, and users that are now getting past the very basic things of holding a Bitcoin balance and holding a USD balance and wanting to move on to services that everyone else can provide, like micro lending or yield or all those other services that aren't going to be part of the base layer. But without the base layer, all the rest of us are building on sand. And so by putting that base in place here, they created an environment for innovation and for the rest of the things to fertily grow. When we look at the rest of the region, getting that kind of base in place is going to be really valuable in creating those same kinds of opportunities for the country and the citizens.
Okay, interesting analysis. Juan Pablo, you want to add something? Camila, or?
Yeah, I think
about
that's
the challenges of the adoption.
Yeah, sure. Because this was a lecture, right?
Yes,
I was just saying yes, preach. But I would say that we can look at this, of course, in different angles. If we look from the institutional angle, like security is something very relevant, and this is why I like network. That's why I like community. Different partners within the community, as we say, offer different sides of this thing, for instance, like Prosegur yourselves. So this is all very much relevant. On the community side, I think it's very relevant, like on the educational portion, also allow people to build, to be nearby the community and say, hey, this is how you build, come here, join this Discord, like let's exchange ideas. So I understand that with these two things in place, plus the speech, we are well positioned.
And in the government side, in the state side, what are your challenges that you see that you are working a lot with them from Algorand?
This is how I decided where to attack when I was given the task to do Latin by myself. I thought, okay, there are situations where having a new system is just another option. There are situations where it's a necessity. I'll go to the necessity because I know that the people will adopt. This is what's happening in Venezuela, where 80-year-old women know what Bitcoin is. And that's pretty remarkable, right? So it's been, it is difficult. I think that, you know, from a government standpoint, they always take forever to change. So I love the fact that El Salvador did this. Yeah, I would say with bigger companies, really with government is the bureaucracy involved and different interests. But it's happening. Like we are working on a CBDC for a G20 country, and we have been engaging with other big country that are starting to wanted to use blockchain as a protocol.
I have my concerns with CBDC actually, but in the corruption side, you think blockchain can do some value in the government services?
Absolutely. That's why sometimes I don't know whether they want to use it or not. Being from Italy, I mean, I'm like, really? But, you know, it depends to whom you sell and what kind of election cycle you have, I guess. So.
Okay. Juan Pablo, do you want to answer?
Yes. Well, I think that it's coming a new world where there was monarchies, later came the democracy. But the democracies, you know, came as a second option, a second chance to live, a way to live. Now it's happening a third. It's like a certain way, different of these two ones, is coming. So I think that the things that we have to keep on mind is, first of all, don't lose the mind. To Bitcoin, for Bitcoin, need to be decentralized. So it's not about revolution, it's about evolution. The people is not going to get it when we want it, it's going to get it when they are ready for it. And what we have to translate, it have to be as since it's in the beginning. I mean, for example, it need to be decentralized, it need to be real clear, how she say, and build this space that when the people come to this side, the side of the Bitcoin and the blockchain, they know already what are the rules. This in one side. And the other point is that I like so much the community. Actually, I create crypto market just to be part of this, and then later come the rest, and it was nice and I enjoyed. But I think that most of the time we are using always the word ecosystem, and we are so happy each one creating things or toys or tools that we know how it works and we know how it got, but doesn't work for the rest of the people. When I work in the street with the customers, with the stores and the persons, I don't try that they only ask me and they know what is Bitcoin, because I ask them what they will use Bitcoin for and how they could use it more easier. So I think that we need to go outside and find a way. Like, for example, computers in the beginning were only a tool to make a better profit for a certain person who have workers that with this way were systematized. When the home computer came, the world changed because there was a tool that the people can use to do what they want to do and become what they want to become. And then they came the graphic designers, the media, now all these things. So I think we need to start to create things that the people is demanding, not what we think that the people need. That's it.
Yeah, that's an important thing to add, and reminds me an amazing job that has been doing Bitcoin Beach in El Sonte here in Salvador with merchants. And I think that the most valuable that they are doing is not just the technology, is the trust that the community have on them. And Bitcoin is a tool to connect the economy in that small town. They have an amazing leaders. But with this, I want to thank you because you share with us an amazing thoughts and perspectives about how Bitcoin could be, or cryptocurrencies and blockchain could impact the merchants and the public sector. So please give them an applause, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, all of you. Thank you, Rodolfo.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Bueno, y acabamos de escuchar un excelentísimo panel moderado por Camila Rioja, hablando un poquito de estos desafíos a los que nos enfrentamos en el camino de la adopción masiva y sobre todo lo que pasa con los CBDCs y cómo los bancos comerciales y los estados se tienen que reposicionar ante la realidad de Bitcoin y la descentralización financiera en la vida de la gente. El próximo panel, siguiendo esta tendencia de hablar del regulador o con el regulador, me encanta particularmente. Estamos hablando de lo que es AML o medidas de antilavado de dineros y de KYC, Know Your Client, el proceso en el cual las empresas tienen la obligación de conocer la identidad de sus usuarios para evitar precisamente que esta infraestructura tecnológica sea utilizada para cometer ilícitos. El desafío con esto es cómo logramos una regulación que no impida el crecimiento de las empresas, pero sobre todo cómo logramos una regulación y una innovación que sea respetuosa de la privacidad de los ciudadanos y de los usuarios tecnológicos. El panel se llama ¿Cómo regular, cómo trabajar con AML sin caer en un gran hermano, sin caer en las trampas de la sobrevigilancia estatal? Coordina este panel José Rodríguez, participan Roselo López desde Brasil, Juan Llanos representante de Ripio, y Michael Dupri, y creo que y Juan Cruz Ponce de la Gafi Latam. Así que vamos a tener ahí un panel picante con muchos puntos de vista. Les aconsejo, si se estaban por levantar, que no lo hagan ahora, que lo miren y que después nos comenten qué les parecen las redes @labitconf.com, en Twitter, en Facebook y en Instagram. En Instagram, advertencia de avisos parroquiales. Tengan cuidado porque hay dando vuelta un fake de la conferencia, un perfil falso. Así que nos ayudan mucho denunciándolo al perfil. Y nada, estando atentos. Nadie que les pida dinero por las redes es verdaderamente un bitcoiner ni una institución seria. Muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos nuevamente. Lo estamos viendo a Rodolfo en el escenario en este momento. Ya está a punto de comenzar este panel. Y si tienen dudas, opiniones, si lo están siguiendo en vivo y quieren que tratemos algún tema, si tienen ganas de que entrevistemos a alguien acá, algún speaker, porque se quedaron con dudas o tienen ganas de preguntar y de saber qué está pasando en El Salvador, por favor no duden en escribirnos. #Bitcoin Week o @labitconf, Twitter, Telegram, no tenemos comunidad, pero están bienvenidos a contactarnos. Quienes nos están siguiendo desde Talentland, damos la bienvenida al público de habla hispana. No se olviden de registrarse para obtener la app de Eventi. La comunidad de Talentland ya está acostumbrada, saben que pueden hacer macheo, que pueden revisar la agenda, que pueden programar en su propio calendario y enterarse un poquitito más de lo que está pasando en la comunidad de la BitConf. Como decimos siempre, no es solo una conferencia, es toda una experiencia, y este año la experiencia también es digital. Les cuento que el día de mañana vamos a estar presentando un videojuego bitcoiner. Vamos a estar presentando esta joyita para entretenernos y capacitarnos. Ya está por empezar el panel, ahí lo vemos a Juan Cruz Ponce, Roselo López, a Michael Dupri, Juan Llanos y José Rodríguez entrando al escenario. Los dejamos con ellos.
Give me 1 second, I look for a one, and I show it again with you. Bueno, introduce the guys and I bring the third one.
Thank you. Now we're going to have a panel about AML and KYC. I'm losing my voice a little bit, but I'm still here with you. My name is José Rodríguez. I come from Mexico. And we're going to have buddies from all over Argentina, Mexico, and the U.S. with us. We have Roselo Lopez from Brazil.
Hola, buenas tardes. Y ahí vamos a hablar de un tema muy bueno.
You're going to have fun with this guy and his adventures with AML and KYC. We have Juan Llanos from Argentina. Muy bien, gracias.
Oh, I was going to do it in English, yeah?
No sé. However you want.
In English.
En español, perfecto. Lo presentamos en español.
Está bien, no sé si los otros hablan español también, nomás. Para mí los dos da.
Français o
tranquilo.
Français.
En portugués también.
Maybe they're afraid in the backstage. They're letting time slip by. Let's present our panelists. Juan Llanos, he has some years in the AML sector and KYC with the different companies and exchanges and different Bitcoin companies he has collaborated with and advised for. My name, is Juan Llanos. I've been working in compliance for more than 20 years in the United States and 8 years in the industry of crypto. This is my 9th Bit Conf. And a month and a half, I work for Ripio Chief Compliance called Ripio. Yes, a lot of interesting adventures, exchanges in Brazil. He also owns his own cryptocurrency that he presented yesterday in the first day of Bit Conf here on the stage. We're gonna get into more daring things he's done. He's one of the few people that has sued one of the greatest or most important banks in his country and won the claim. Every time, when I started working with cryptocurrency in 2013, I understood this is a system full of freedom. I never really understood why the heck I have to send a picture to an exchange. Why do they have to know where I live, how much money I have? He doesn't need to know anything about me. In Brazil, when we started buying and selling crypto coins, it was a system not to have this information and to play the game with the rules of the system. And at the end of the day, they don't have any information of the client in the exchange. You don't have any information whatsoever of the client. We always have to ask ourselves this question. Why is the exchange needs to have my information? Why do they need my data? What will happen when they're in the dark web? And what the state is saying is, no, we need to know your data because of the drug trafficking, because of money laundering. We need to tell the state, if you're doing a good job, you don't need my information. If you're telling me that you can't do your job, then the taxes I'm paying are not working. But if you have a good education, if you have a good system, we don't need to do this. So that needs to be dealt with. If you have cryptocurrency and the place where I live is not necessary and you don't need my personal data. That's debatable, of course, because on one hand, we look for compliance and crime prevention, especially money laundering, organized crime, crimes that, of course, have damaged Latin America and the world. But also we need to question how effective all of these measures and regulations in the different countries have been and what is the real objective. If it's to really prevent crime, or is it a taxation, tax, or even intimidation recourse when they banned people to operate with the financial system simply because the government doesn't think it's a good activity or they're against what they want to do in that moment. So it's also debatable, and as Rosario said, some of the biggest thefts of databases, precisely personal data, have been through banks, have been through government, and to retail companies, simply because they do one sole purchase. They stay with your personal information, and this can be stolen. On the other hand, we have to see how valid is this. Let me introduce Juan Cruz and Rossello. Very timely, this introduction to the topic. First of all, greetings to all. I would like to say thank you for such a pleasant invitation. I'm Juan Cruz Ponce. I'm the Executive Secretary of GAFILAP, which is the Latin American Financial Group. My work is basically for 6 years in this role in the Secretariat. After that, I was in the Argentinian Financial Intelligence Group, where I really relate to the points you have put on the table. I'm here available to talk about the scope or the perspective of an international organization and our cooperative and strategic alliance point of view, especially with corporations. And I think this is an important topic. And of course, we're going to talk about crime prevention, strengthening transparency and integrity in economic and financial systems. I don't know if you want me to talk about some of the topics that you've discussed. Yes, please. Jose Lo, his position is totally against documents that, AYC demands and AML. So what's your perspective? Yes, of course, it is a pleasure to talk about this. This is not something that arises today. It has more than 30 years. When we started discussing in the international system, it was the effect of money laundering in economies, and illegal economies, especially if you analyze the impact in the economic system, having fluctuations of illegal flows in illegal capital. It's huge, the impact on financial systems. That's why it's very important to have healthy, transparent systems that enable free competition. The first affected by money laundering, it's the industry. If I have a criminal that is laundering assets through trade, then the competitor is the legal competitor that needs that money and can't receive it because of those illegal crimes. So the purpose of international standards in this subject matter is to generate an ecosystem that enables the development of businesses, that enables the innovation, and a climate of responsible regulation where the effort needs to be by the private sector but also by part of the public sector that need to anticipate to businesses, that needs to know the risks that certain operations inherit and that they contribute through a vulnerability threat evaluation. And this information is to be provided to legal players and needs to talk about regulations and risks. This is under the loop of experts that also are discussing about this topic, but all the information system points out to prevent, detect, and investigate laundering, asset laundering, and terrorism. There's many cases where it's proven that many vulnerable industries that don't have enough controls allow you to channelize this information with illegal activities. There's a big challenge because these are assets, sometimes new, that have a lot of activity, and there's a possibility of developing transactions in an immediate way at low costs in any part of the world, and also foster anonymity of operations. So this is why, because risk mitigation, I would like to give the floor to the rest of the panelists not to talk too much. Thank you. Something we did in Brazil, because there, it says many things. COAF is called, and it's always saying, look, I went through a serious problem in Brazil 3 years ago when my wife was kidnapped. The payment, or the ransom, was demanded in crypto coins. So she stayed 4 days with them. We didn't pay anything. It was a complicated topic, but I don't want anything bad to happen with cryptocurrency. But let's analyze how does the market work, and mainly with the exchange that we have in Brazil. I have in the bank, and I won claim they have to pay almost $1 million, and they have not paid so far. I have an account, and the client that's buying Cryptocoin has an account as well in Itaú. Why is Itaú saying that they don't know the origin of the money? If they know the client, if they saw the account of the client, if they know more of the life of the client itself. So they know the client, they know about us. Why should I will take your information out of where you are, where you live, your telephone, and have that? So regarding the company, they have the data. Sometimes they sell it in the dark web. The state doesn't understand that in order to do a transfer of one cryptocurrency, you only need an internet, cryptocurrency, and an address where you're sending your cryptocurrency. So all the information that the state has in Brazil, I have to say how much cryptocurrency I have. I'm sorry to say that for Brazil, never in my life you will know how much I have in cryptocurrency. Never. I'm going to confess that. I will never give that information. Why should I? That is my information. It's ours. It's not yours. So the state has to understand that if data go to deep web, and if there's a weapon in the head of my daughter, and they would say, okay, who's first? I'm going to kill your daughter, or are you going to send me the cryptocurrency? And what will the state say? Oh, look, this person in Kazakhstan or Pakistan or whatever needs to return the cryptocurrencies, and I don't know what to do. Once the transference has been done, he left. We have a new way of money that is very efficient, that can leave this place to China in seconds. And we don't have the state there to protect what's happening. So how can I protect myself by not sharing my information? I'm not gonna share the information of my cryptocurrency amount. nor to my wife. I hope she heard. So I'm not gonna share this information with Joel, that he's my brother. Never. Or Jose. Never. With this, never. But this guy, no. In Betso, no, I will never have an account there because they want my document, a naked picture. I have to sing Despacito. You have to do so much stuff to have an account there. Never. No. Yes, a question. And I think it's very interesting that you're sharing this experience that obviously it was painful, but there it's crime there, which is called data trafficking. This might be related to the requirement of providing information to the financial institution, but there's a criminal part of it that is facilitating this data to the deep web. I think that's a valid discussion, but not exactly related to why you should provide or not information and give your personal data. The standard is that you have to know your client and you have to know the nature of its commercial activity in order to understand, of course, transactions, if this is consistent with their wealth. Of course, the abuse, either in the excessive requirement of data or even to freeze their accounts, it's something that is the responsibility of the state that needs to be more aware and needs to really understand about international standards, but also of the financial institution that needs this information. Can I talk? Well, in this corner, libertario, in this corner, the voice of the state. Well, in this case, it's an intergovernmental institution. Okay, you're the rights of the institutions, the principles that come from a supranational institution, which is the international financial institutions that fall like because K2 countries, they convert these principles into legislations pursuant to their own republican legislative systems. Then they regulate the implementation, they standardize it, they adopt it, they enforce it to the financial industry, right? Is it good so far? Yes. Now, I'm in the middle here. I was a compliance officer. I am still. I was 20 years ago, but I represent the industry in this case. I'm a citizen of the world. And I try to be balanced and Aristotelic. I try to really act upon what I observe. And what I observe is the following. The standard from FATF of identification of people is the following. Government issue photo ID. Government issue unexpired photo ID. So it needs to have a picture of the person and it needs to be current. It can't be expired. There are human beings in the earth that don't even have governments. So less, they won't have identity issued by the government. So now the state has to certify that a human being is born. That's wrong, maybe. But if you don't go and have a birth certificate issue, you don't exist as a human being. You have no rights, right? So this is the standard in humanity. Let's think of the root cause of problems. So there are 2/3 of humanity that don't have, 80% of Africa or Nigeria, you know how much time they spend to get a passport? 7 years to get a passport in Nigeria. If I'm from Nigeria and I have an informal company and I need to receive international payments for somebody that I sold the design service to, and I can't receive it because I have the centralized standard of BITSO or the exchanges that is requested by national legislation that implement FTA, FATF legislation, I cannot do that. That person cannot have access to financial services. This creates financial exclusion. We talk so much about financial exclusion and non-intentional consequence of this type of principles. Misly applied by the government or by the state is provoking financial exclusion. That's clear, right? Thank you. Second and 3, because 9 minutes. So I'm going to keep on talking. I studied these things 25 years ago, 20 years ago. I'm studying this. I even write things about this. Nobody reads them, but I write about it. And it's common sense at the end. That was one. Here we are talking with Juan behind the scenes. We're talking with Juan and things that should be common sense. Let me tell you, I don't want to monopolize the conversation, but what's happening in your case, I explain it in this way. The states, the governments have several objectives for public policy. Today we saw the Ministry of Economy, she expressed as if she was out of this world statistical experts that she wants to make El Salvador into Singapore. I mean, if you don't understand that a country wants to be Singapore in Central America, you don't know that everything starts with passion. Everything starts with a vision of building a better world. Even if laws are not even enacted, President Bukele criticized him for whatever you want, but he did that. He said this is going to be the first country in the world, and I put my flag here. This is a stimulation of public policies to be able to promote investment, job employment, develop the country, invest in the country. Yes, and one of the groups of public policies, that was one. And the second group of public policy is prudential, meaning that there are other politicians or objectives of public policies that are what we call prudential. That means that we need to create a balance in the market, not asymmetries, not monopolies, no operational risks, that the service operator is responsible, avoid fraud, avoid scams, responsibility. That's why we have licenses in the world. We grant authorized permits, licenses. The state analyzes the market, the capitalization, budget, management to see if the company will provide good customer service to citizens. And I think it's super valid and legal to have such objective. How to do otherwise? For instance, Mexico fintech law demands that you need to be a bank, right? And that's the standard that was implemented. And I think demanding fintech or startup to become bank from day one, it's wrong. Sorry, that's my opinion. We're here to give our personal opinions, right? So I'm going to go to the third one, and then I give you the floor. Something else, then comes implementation. So good intentions of creating laws and legal clarity, clear games, rules of the game. And we talked this about the panel. 186 pages of instructions is contained in the fintech law. Yes, Mexico, the third country of Latin America. 186 pages of instructions to enforce fintech law. Do you know? Californian instructions, which is the fifth world economy. California, the state, the fifth world economy. United States, Germany, Japan, United Kingdom, California. You know how many? 5 pages. So, if the places where the cinema industry is born, where billions of dollars in products, raw products, has 3 or 5 pages to regulate financial services, where Facebook is there, Facebook payments, Google payments, Amazon payments. Bro, how come Mexico receives 20 million remittances? They need financial inclusion, has 80% of poverty. How can they put so high barriers for innovation? Third, it's punitive to prosecute crime. So, responsibility of the state, the third public policy group, is the responsibility of the state to provide security, police officers. That's why we pay taxes, light infrastructure, airports, hospitals, schools, and security. And this is what the state is meant to do, and they don't do it. Politicians just steal it with taxes. So the objective of punitive public policy of controlling financial crimes, it's totally valid for those principles and those objectives to be executed. And at the end, it ends up having really bad results. And in the crypto case, we're in the crypto world here, is the loss of privacy and confidentiality.
It happened to Mr. Roselo Lopez and his family. It's an extreme case, a 1 in a million case, but it's why people have security guards and barbed wire in their houses and privacy and a lot of tax havens to do their business, because there's organized crime, kidnapping, and crime exists. And crime is promoted when there is wealth and people know about other people's wealth. So what I'm saying is, this is the most difficult thing of all. I'm seeing the travel rule, the latest novelty that came out of the FATF, which demands that you create a SWIFT above the blockchains. I mean, that's what's coming. All the bits, they're all virtual asset service providers. Vashtis, I think, in São Paulo. So, what does that mean? It means that forcing to create a layer of identity, and what happens there is that you're forcing financial intermediaries that don't need the identity. Like the case of Roselo, they force them to capture information because it's written in the law. So we're being very formalist, or they call this regulatory fundamentalism. They apply the law as though it was holy law, and they force an intermediary company that has a known origin and a known destination to capture private information from people in an additional server even. So what does this do? It creates a greater objective for the hackers, greater target for the hackers, and it doesn't really work for anything, just creates more problems. So there's conflict between what's prudential, what's stimulative, and what's punitive. So what I think we need to do is to think holistically and have people who actually bring balance to things. I would like to know the point of view to see what balance is. One, I think, mentioned some very valid things. There's excluded persons, but also excluded countries in financial services. And for 6 years, I actually worked in intelligence and security with different investigation agencies in the financial sector. And what I saw is that in prevention, it's very bad. But for intelligence, it's the only way in which you can have documents to create the whole MO for all these organized crime groups. So what's your... Oh, my apologies, I forgot my final point. My final point, I just remembered. What you just said, Jose, if you see a network that has radical transparency on transactions of private persons or public entities, any user in the network, if to that transparency, in order to track and to identify the patterns and so on, if to that you force to share identity, and you force the Vashpis to transfer this travel rules and anachronistic rule that's coming from the Bank Secrecy Act from the US, but the chair of the FATF set it up as a standard. So, and now, with the definition of the broker of the infrastructure bill, where everyone is an obligated person, everyone will be a reporting subject. I'm not sure if you know, President Biden just signed a law that forces minors to actually report to the IRS. We're in the 21st century, but that's still happening. Okay, just 2-3 points. Okay, I'm adding a little bit more time, 5 more minutes. You can go ahead. Thank you. Now, from the perspective of the standard, we acknowledge the value and the importance of virtual assets, especially with regards to financial innovation, technological development in a world that was hard hit by the pandemic. It's been hard hit by about 2 years now. So we need to undergo a digital transformation process. We also acknowledge the value of digital assets in conducting non-traditional financial services to sectors that haven't been able to create their account or to transfer funds, not just in this country, but anywhere in the world. So they help to generate financial inclusion and also to bring down costs and to create competition in the financial industry even. So that value is undisputed. I mean, we need to create more responsibility, though, to avoid the undue use, which of course ends up affecting the population as a whole, but also to a great extent the industry itself. I don't come from the industry, but I know people, I have friends who are compliance officers and so on, and I know about all the problems that the exchanges are having when they partner up with a financial institution to then be able to convert a virtual asset into a fiat coin. So what I'm saying is that the entire system is going towards digitization of regulation of digital assets. You can't prohibit them from the countries. There was an exercise that was done in order to get to know the status of implementation of FATF standards. They're 2 years old, barely. An exercise was done with 128 countries, out of which only 26% had adopted a regulation. 5 countries had forbidden them completely, but with that you don't do away with the problem completely, because forbidding the activity formally doesn't imply that there won't be transactions at the internal level, and everyone can know about this. What I would like to highlight is that the process to generate standards and then for implementation at the national level, it takes years. And FATF referred to stable coins in 2020, when they started operating in 2014, when they started to become more important. But now, how can we help to reduce these gaps that exist between the industry and the regulator and the international organization that sets out worldwide standards through public-private partnerships, through generating professional associations in the industry that can also communicate with the regulator, provide risk. So we need less lawyers and more engineers, yes. And also share information and help to improve regulations. I know it's not an easy task, but to the extent that there is growing integration between the crypto world and the tangible, let's say, economy, I know it's not the right terminology, but as long as there is increasing interrelationship between real and crypto, regulation will increase, it will exist. Too bureaucratic for the 21st century, Juan, my apologies, but that's too bureaucratic, too much red tape for the 21st century. Now, before Juan took the stage, he said, I'm going to be moderate. We never talked about this. I'd like to set forth something, maybe to improve upon a phrase that we in Bitcoin use a lot. Not your keys, not your coins. We need to think my keys, my coins, my information. The government will try to find a way to do things, to do their job. We need to know this. Of course, no one here wants technology to be done for bad things. But we need to think about when you buy Bitcoin, you have to make a transfer from the bank, from your account to someone else's account. The bank knows everyone. The bank has a connection. I want to ask a question about that because, yes, of course, I understand that. And what happened to you is horrifying, truly. But right now, we all know the risk that financing to terrorism exists. If I don't apply the travel rule, which I acknowledge that even in the crypto world generates a lot of challenges because of the technological implementation and the additional effort that the exchange has to undertake to make the systems compatible and to convey this information, how do I know that I'm not transferring funds to Al-Qaeda, let's say? You can know it by the patterns, by the coin analysis, algorithmically. You can know with chain analysis. You can send to the FBI or whoever's investigating. They can go to the origin. There's IP address recognition. There's inventories of origins and destinations. The intelligence is there, and the tags are linked to the addresses. Now, what's happening with the implementation of that standard is that you promote clandestinity. I think there's informality leaves all the agencies in the dark. Yeah, but they're shooting themselves in the foot. Yes, it is important for there to be information, especially with regards to transparency, because there's anonymity. It works for lawful users, but also for unlawful users. Now, you're not going to use Bitcoin to do that. They already have a currency, a very specific coin, a very good coin for drug trafficking, for the terrorism and all that. The coin, the currency is called the US dollar. Okay, I'll let you bring the panel to an end. And then one last question. Yes, that's a very valid point. Unfortunately, most of illegal activity is done through banks, and the penalties that are received to people who commit crimes as though they maybe had murdered someone just because they're using these technologies, the sanctions and the penalties imposed to anyone who's using this technology just because they might be deemed to potentially be money launderers is not right. So inhibiting this innovation, restraining it, these are anachronistic laws, not for this century. And what they're doing is creating huge limitations for the industry. I thank you very much for this debate. This debate can go on for hours on end. I think I'm going to have to continue this conversation at a later time. Thank you all very much. Tomorrow at noon we can...
¿Qué panel? Una de las mejores intervenciones de la Bit Conf realmente para alquilar balcones, un tema que está sobre la agenda, sobre la mesa, dónde empiezan las obligaciones del Estado y dónde empiezan mis derechos como ciudadano, como administrado, para mantener mi privacidad y cómo nos defendemos de la voracidad que proponen los bancos respecto a toda nuestra vida financiera y a todos nuestros derechos y nuestros datos. Pero vamos a hablar de temas más lindos, de temas más fáciles, de temas con los que todos podemos confraternizar. Y hoy tenemos acá a Iván de Blockchain for Humanity, un proyecto que propone incluir la innovación social, incluir la innovación para el crecimiento y el desarrollo social. Tecnología para innovar y para ayudar a las personas. Contanos un poquito más de Blockchain for Humanity, Iván.
Gracias, Diana. Nosotros somos una organización global con la misión de promover tecnología blockchain con impacto social, porque creemos que blockchain realmente se puede convertir en una herramienta para la creación de una sociedad mucho más inclusiva, transparente y descentralizada. Así que lo que hacemos durante el año, tenemos una call abierta para todos los proyectos que quieren aplicar y al final seleccionamos, después de un proceso de evaluación, los proyectos que en la Bit Conf, como este año, anunciamos siempre a los ganadores. Y estos proyectos luego los llevamos a la gente, le damos la visibilidad, los traemos como casos de uso de tecnología blockchain con impacto social.
La asociación Blockchain for Humanity nació en una BitConf en Colombia en el año 2017 y ya va cumpliendo 4 años de vida, de crecimiento, de trayectoria y respaldando proyectos. La BitConf no es solo una conferencia, es toda una experiencia y por eso seguimos con lo que está pasando en este momento en el escenario donde más de 6 inversores globales, VCs como se los conoce, personas con capacidad de inyectar fondos y financiar proyectos a escala masiva, están ahora mismo en el escenario siendo entrevistados por Mónica Taer del área de innovación, así que los dejo con ellas, disfruten esta charla, otra joyita para guardar.
Para todos, será una conversación bastante relajada.
At the end for some questions, if you do have questions. So the first question for everybody here, and anybody can take the opportunity to talk first. The first question for you is, can you share the name of your company, and in a very concise manner, can you explain what your products and services are?
Shall I kick it off?
Go for it.
Hi, my name is Beatriz. I'm actually Spanish. I work at Pantera Capital, so we're a multi-strategy hedge fund focused exclusively on blockchain. And we invest in companies in both equity, tokens, and across stages.
Great.
Hello. Oh, wow. I'm Andrew Durkee. I am from Republic Crypto. We are a fully vertically integrated crypto investment banking framework. About 5 different products sit under us, and we're part of a greater Republic ecosystem. But we're known for our advisory platform, which is a seed to liquidity vehicle. We have our own tokenization platform, minting on just shy of a dozen different protocols: ERC20, 1404, 721, Algorand, Tezos, Stellar, Avalanche, Solana, Polkadot, Cosmos, Polygon. I'm probably missing a couple. we have our own token sale platform. Probably a lot of you know us for that as well. We do about 1 token sale, 1.5 token sales a month. It's ranging somewhere between 20 and 40 million in raise each run. We have our own wallet product, multi-sig, multi-asset wallet, and treasury management product that we're building out for institutionals.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Philip Ong. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for the organizers for giving me the honor and the pleasure to be here. I'm the founder and CEO of OGO Exchange. Our exchange operates primarily from El Salvador. Basic difference between our exchange and the rest of the exchanges. Secondarily will be our OGO Exchange. Primarily is our ecosystem. We have 10 ecosystems that supports the whole exchange. Thank you.
Hey everyone, it's Dave again here, founder of OP Crypto. We're a newly formed venture capital firm with a global mandate. I was previously leading global strategy and investments at Huobi, so one of our big value adds is really investing in some of the best projects here on the Western markets and helping them go to market in Asia and work with the best exchanges in the world.
Thank you. My name's Maggie Wu. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Crypto Group. We founded in 2017 and have been investing in the industry for 4 years, over 100 different projects from infrastructure, layer 1, layer 2, layer 0, apps, the apps. And recently we started invest like DeFi, Metaverse, NFT around the world, very globalized. And we're also the founder of Galactic Holding Company, which we have 3 products underneath. They're based in Mexico City. One is called Maxo, it's a crypto change. And the other one is called MMSN, it's a stablecoin, which is the first and only one stablecoin that pegged to pesos. Already launched. Another product that we had is a wallet, and we're still under developing. We're looking forward to landing in El Salvador too. So yeah, that's us. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Danny Salvucci. I'm managing partner at Draper Signals. We are a VC fund investing in Latinos across the world. We're both emerging from Latin America and scattered around the world, doing startups in deep tech and decentralization. That's our main thesis. We are part of the Draper Venture Network. Team Draper is one of our partners. We're like the Latino fund for Tim here, and he actually just confirmed that it's going to, we're planning to visit El Salvador in February. He's very excited to meet all Salvador entrepreneurs and President Bukele, and I'm also very excited to have been knowing El Salvador entrepreneurs and the crypto ecosystem here. Super exciting.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to ask a very subjective question right now. How do you first hear about El Salvador's adoption of Bitcoin, and either as a VC, as a Bitcoiner, as an investor, what crossed your mind when you heard the news?
Of course, Twitter. Yeah, President Bukele on Twitter. That's the first time I hear about that. And my first thought is actually what I'm confirming here is that it's a great move towards freedom for the people. It's giving them options to do anything. And in our vision of the future of the world, which is kind of diverging in 2 very different ways. Decentralization is everything for us in every industry, in every aspect of life, and I'm very happy that now crypto is being called Web3. And my first reaction here, the Uber driver was studying programming, and he was not selling his Bitcoins. He was holding and actually buying Bitcoin from their friends. So I'm very happy with what I've seen here.
Excellent, thank you.
I guess, I think probably speak for many people here. I first heard about it when the price of Bitcoin, pumped that day, and really looking back and seeing what was the ultimate reason for it. I think obviously El Salvador coming out as a sovereign state, it brought a lot of people optimism for the future of crypto, and having so many people have access to this nation state monetary currency, that it's the legal tender here in this country. It also reminds me of a lot what's happening in China, right? Where the government is pushing out DCP as CBDC, and like giving sort of everyone access to crypto and, you know, bringing forth sort of that digital economy for everyone to, you know, be the sort of pioneers and enjoy this frontier technology?
I think it depends on what lens you look at it from. I mean, for a Republic, I mean, we have the advisory side. We also have a $60 million venture fund that I run. But I think the big piece is it really produced kind of a real world use case so we could evaluate what's happening. Like in the US, we have sandboxes that are semi-functional. We have one in Wyoming. We have one in South Dakota that's coming out now, which allow for people to kind of participate in loosely regulated environments that allow you to explore the usage of certain fintech options, not just blockchain either, it goes beyond that in fintech. I think that the really interesting component for us was saying, well, now this is a really big sandbox, right? And everyone's looking at it, right? I know for a fact that there's 6 different countries represented here that are looking to see how it works, how is it operating, is it viable where they are, and they're looking at it very seriously. So I think our initial reaction, certainly something along those lines, that we're going to get to see this play out real time and be able to identify you know, what's working and what's not working. And in particular, I'm much more interested in what's not working. I think like the things that are working are what everyone anticipated, but especially from the VC side, you know, I'm looking for what the investments are that are going to solve the problems of what's not working, right? So identifying what are those issues. Those are clearly going to be issues that we're going to see in other areas as other countries start to adopt this, whether it's other in South America or Europe or whatever. The problems that exist here around that, which will be solved, people are going to work towards solving those. Those problems are also going to be transposed into the other jurisdictions, other areas. So those solutions could then be like globally deployed. So I'm highly interested in what's not working and why it's not working and how those are going to be solved.
I think it's really exciting news when I saw the PR. 2 years ago, I had a speech on consensus in New York, and I have 2 predictions. One is I say the Bitcoin price will, you know, pass $50,000 2 years ago, and then the other one I say there's at least one country will regulate the Bitcoin, and its dreams come true. So when I saw the news, I thought, oh, wow, you know, that's very excited for the whole industry because this is a very big step. I, being like really, you know, study and learning, also looking to the regulation on all the countries. I went to Malta 2 years ago, you know, talked to their SEC kind of. I know there's a lot of countries, they really want to move on and they really want to regulate the crypto, but, you know, it's a lot of work behind it because there's a lot of legal framework they have to work with. And now, like, we're operating the exchange in Latin market, and we definitely want to work with the country that regulated the crypto and the more crypto-friendly. Will be, you know, very significant change for all the company that they're in the industry. Yeah.
So we're early investors in one of the exchanges in Latin America, a company called Bitso, and had seen just the impact in Mexico, which is our original market, of, you know, how people use Bitso to essentially, you know, transfer Mexican pesos to Bitcoin, use it for savings, also actually use it to start earning interest, which is a new concept for many Latin Americans. And what was very impressive, or what has been very impressive about Salvador, is how that you know, push from the government to do something like give you the Chivo wallet with $30 actually has made the whole country like go in the deep end of what are the possibilities of blockchain, right, as a technology. And you know, I think we're in the very early stages of using of the use cases that are very evident: payments, savings. But how about borrowing? How about lending? How about like actually building wealth on blockchain in a decentralized way? I think the opportunity is huge.
Yeah, basically, we were in Mexico at that time. In June, we were in the midst of an acquisition of an exchange. And when I heard this news from Miami that Bitcoin will be legal tender, I was telling my partner and COO, I said, what? This guy is crazy. And to go against, really go against the grain. I mean, the world system. The first one, and I told Jose Manuel Gutierrez, I said, let's fly down there and have a look. And so we came on 4th of July. I came and I saw the most beautiful country. Congratulations to all Salvadorians. Very green, very beautiful country, very safe. There's no MS-13. That's what we've been hearing on the false narrative by the media. And I was pleasantly surprised, and I decided to, within a week being here, I called off my acquisition of the Mexican exchange, lost some money, and decided to set it here. So we have our OGO Center at the World Trade Center now. You can come and visit us right here in Escalon in El Salvador. What I did basically was I came in, I flew in, settled down, I got a few members of my team to come in, and we traveled from Santa Ana to La Union. We ate pupuseras, your most iconic food, and I saw the people and I realized that I have to do something different. I have to, number one, stand with this, if I may say, crazy guy, your president, President Nayib Bukele, and I say, look, it's not a matter of his decision nor our decision. I think what boils down to the fact is El Salvador needs to succeed in this whole idea of the first Bitcoin capital of the world. If it fails, my goodness, all of us here have wasted our time. We need to make El Salvador successful so that many other nations will start to come. And therefore, I'm here. I put my money where my mouth is, and I'm here. I brought my group from Cuba. I brought them from Ukraine. They're all here in El Salvador, enjoying your beautiful climate, your beautiful people, and I'm happy to be here.
Excellent. Thank you, and we're happy to have you all. Thank you. What do you hope to accomplish this week? Why did you come to Bitcoin Week? Anybody?
I can. Well, I was first. I needed to meet the people in our industry. People is everything. So I started to engage with all the entrepreneurs and understanding what are the main human capital assets that you have here. And I'm very happy to found an educated population, a very strong coding ecosystem, already working with US, which I didn't know until now. And I do think that now, going back to Argentina, where I'm from, that definitely I'm going to find and fund good entrepreneurs coming from El Salvador. In our case, hoping, and this is a message for all you guys, it is think big. Don't think in El Salvador only. Think from El Salvador, but globally. And crypto and Web3 is that opportunity, and I think it's life-changing.
I have three main purposes that will be here. First of all, we're doing business in Latin. Since we have exchange and stuff in Mexico, so Latin is our majority market. So I bring the team here, and we want to introduce ourselves to more users. And the other thing is that we want to build more partnership with other very excellent partners in Latin, in other countries. We want to expand to Argentina, Colombia, Chile, and also Brazil. So we have been found a lot of good partners these days, which is really good. And the third is we want to get more close with the government here, and in order to get regulated in El Salvador, so eventually we can be landed here. So those are three main purposes that are why we're here.
For me, I think it's just about exploring new opportunities. I remember, 2 years ago, I came here with Andrew, and not here in El Salvador, but in Panama, there was a conference there that was ultimately canceled due to the pandemic. And essentially, this is my first conference coming down here to El Salvador and just seeing opportunities, right? I think as a venture fund that's newly started, we always look for opportunities to be supportive of the ecosystem and find the best founders. I think we think more contrarianly where we don't try and fight for some of the best opportunities in the Western markets and like try to fight with others, but also like try and find some of the earliest stage projects that need the funding, and a lot of it comes from a lot of these emerging markets who are truly looking to solve some of the problems that we're facing. A lot of things that Bea just mentioned before, right, with lending, with a lot of the money markets here, a lot of sort of storage of wealth, wealth management, all of those things is still being built out, right? We're just actively looking for really the best entrepreneurs to help solve this case and be supportive and give them the capital and resources to build out their vision.
I guess for our view, OGO, when I came here, I started to engage with the people. And I started to look a little bit deeper into their lives and how they live and how they eat and how they enjoy. And I realized that, if I set up another exchange, it's just another wallet. So what difference is there? Am I adding value to their life? Is there a value proposition for them? And therefore I decided, I spoke with Jose Manuel, I said, no, let's do it something different. Let's really put our boots on, because this is actually ground zero. I'm not kidding you, this is ground zero, this is war. Because the whole world is waiting for El Salvador to fail. So what we decided to do, if you come to our OGO Center, you'll see that we have 10 ecosystems, starting from healthcare, because I'm a medicine man. My main business before I got into this whole thing about Bitcoin and crypto, I run a hospital. I own medical clinics in Southeast Asia. I've got cardiologists and doctors as my partners. And therefore I think, bread and butter, that's my skill. And we're going to put our first Singapore Medical Center, Diagnostic Center, at World Trade Center. And by the way, that's already being applied for as I speak. We've already established 12 companies here, SAR de Seve, and because these will all form part of our ecosystem. So basically, we are going to engage Salvadorians. As they enjoy our goods and services, it's obvious they will come on to our exchange platform. And then that's how we're going to grow. So organically, it will be with an ecosystem.
You're like an El Salvadorian marketer. It's amazing. They're selling so hard. Why are we here? This is my fourth Bit Conf. Rodolfo does a great job, and he's back there killing it somewhere. I love this conference. It's different than all the other conferences because it's so community-driven. Like, most of the other conferences you go to are a little bit of a rat race, and it's all, especially on the VC side, very alpha-driven. And this is much more like about the people and the community. And we always find good projects out of here. I think every year we've pulled one or two really good projects out of here that we've chosen to work with. So there's always like a good value proposition around it. And the fact that it's in El Salvador this year is really just kind of serendipitous and kind of a cherry on top of it, because this is something that we've wanted to experience for a while. We want to understand, how does it work? Is it working? You get a lot of mixed signals, at least especially in the U.S. and media, about what's actually happening here. So to be able to participate in that and then also be at this incredible event with all these incredible people, a lot of which are my friends that I haven't seen in 2 years because of the pandemic. I mean, David and I, when we were in Panama, there's people that we hadn't seen literally since Panama, right? Yeah, like Jose, right there. So it's just been fantastic to reconnect with everyone, and it just solidifies the fact that this is so community-driven. So anyway, that's really why we're here.
Yeah, I think it's been said very well in the panel. I think, to summarize, it's two things. One, it's like opportunity, right? There's so much that is, that can be built, and the mindset and the energy right now is right here. And then on the other hand, personally, I've been investing in Latin America for 5 years, previously in TradFi. I've lived in Colombia since 2009. you know, like Latin America is very close to my heart, and anything that we can do for the ecosystem, with the flip side that there's huge opportunity, it made sense. So when Rodolfo said, do you want to come to La Bit Conf? I was like, well, I wouldn't miss it by any means. I mean, this is a pretty historic moment. You go into the airport, the first thing they say is like, you can pay dollars or you can pay Bitcoin. That's pretty cool. You go to Starbucks and you can actually like pay in Bitcoin, and it gives you like the exchange to Satoshi. I've been sending my friends videos of like, look at this. This is pretty cool. Like this is like crypto mainstream. So yeah, it's very special to be here.
Great, excellent. Before I go on with the next question, I want to share something really quick. I lead the Technological and Economic International Affairs Unit for the Trade and Investments Secretariat of the Presidency of the Government of El Salvador. That's a long title just to say that I basically focus on bringing investment, tech investment into the country. And what I want to share is the fact that ever since President Bukele came out in that video at the Miami conference, that was in June, I cannot tell you how many companies have not only arrived and have opened offices in El Salvador and have come with their investment, but started just knocking on our door like crazy. We have onboarded, I mean, I really lost count already of how many we have because of Bitcoin and because of crypto in general and because of blockchain and other companies that are knocking on our door right now know for a fact that Bitcoin for El Salvador is just the tip of the iceberg. They know that we're thinking ahead, and they know that we're looking at DAOs, and we're looking at DeFi, and we're looking at many other things in order to get ahead of the game. So that's the story I wanted to share. Thank you. The following question is for the VCs, people who are representing VCs and hedge funds here. You came to El Salvador and perhaps already with a plan of identifying interesting startups or interesting projects, right, companies. Could you give me 3 examples of a company that you might have seen here during this week that you might want to invest on, or you might want to go back to your office and say, I think we should put money on this company? 3. You don't have to name them, but you can talk a little bit about what they do.
Yeah, in general, I've seen great projects, not only from El Salvador. This is a Latin American conference, so it is from everywhere. But I'm going to answer with a slightly different angle. I do believe that there's the right components to foster a vibrant ecosystem here. Not only crypto, startups in general. Crypto might be a good segue to start fostering that knowledge ecosystem, but it takes time. And of course, there are problems that startup that will solve for the Salvadoreño, sorry. Switching from Spanish to English is a mess. But and those are great opportunities. But again, in our vision is we want to fund the next big Salvadoreños entrepreneurs thinking globally and thinking about global problems. That, I think, that is an opportunity that is open, not exposing to that world. And I haven't selected 1 or 2 or 3, but my Twitter is Daniel Salvu. It's always open. LinkedIn too. I want to meet you all.
Excellent. Okay.
We're the company that have been started looking to invest in emerging market 2-3 years ago. So, we already go to Mexico, not only just investment. I personally go there, find a partner, build a team, hand to hand, bring my global resources, bring the funds, and create jobs for the people in Mexico. So we will do the same thing in El Salvador too. The reason I'm here, it's not first time, it's the second time. And right after the president say the Bitcoin become a fiat, and 1 week later, I think there's a conference or events here, the president actually invite some of the team that building like blockchain projects in Latin, and we're honored to be one of being invited by president. And so my team, they first landed here. They had a really good talk with the government, and then they also invite me. So me and my partner, and then again, so to be here. So we're honored to meet the Secretary of Commerce. We have really good talk too. So we already start in the process of integrate with the government because we want to be regulated, of course. And also, we start hiring people here, looking for like office, and really want to, land here, operate. That's how we do for the emerging market, not just investment. We'll also go there to help them because I think with our experience and like all the projects that we invest outside of Latin, they can all, land here, land in Latin, and including DeFi, like lending protocols, or like NFT, GameFi, like Axie Infinity, it's a lot of projects. We also invest of Animoca brands. They're the unicorn in NFT area, and they're also a very strategic partner of us. We're going to do a lot of things in Latin together. I think that's many things that we can do, not only in El Salvador, also the rest of the Latin, because I think outside of this area, we know like other countries with their regulations, we know like how they're developing their projects. I think we're the bridge, a very important bridge to connect the Latin with the rest of the world. At the same time, we're looking a home, looking for a hub. I think El Salvador definitely will be the best option,
Yeah, I mean, I think in just my limited amount of time here, I think we see El Salvador a little bit differently than the rest of the LATAM countries because, El Salvador essentially within the span of 2 to 3 months became very crypto native right away, where I think now over 3 million people own the Chivo wallet and everyone has Bitcoin, right? So I think we try to think about what are the best projects that can best utilize all the sort of user traffic that is presented itself within this country. So different payment rails via debit cards. Bea also mentioned that there's the Aave that's being built sort of in the Latin market. All those things that is able to allow people to better monetize and better manage the capital they have in a very crypto native way is all the things that we're looking for investments. But I think with the rest of the Latin market reminds of us a lot about our thesis in Southeast Asia, where these are the native emerging market users, and really bringing these people, I think we're able to see really like the play to earn meta come out from the Philippines that is very applicable to really the South American market, because it creates a whole economy for people to not only play games for leisure, but create an entire industry where people are able to provide food on the table, make monetary income, and be able to get by participating in this greater sort of crypto native economy, right? So I think ultimately we're just excited for what is up and coming next, and what is able to build a better foundational monetary rails for all the people here in the Latin market.
Notice that no one is saying if they have seen any project or any company that is interesting that they might want to invest on.
Right.
Shall I say that?
Please.
Phil is always, sorry Phil, but you're dropping bombs in every time. You're the winner of this panel.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you come to El Salvador, you got to accept what it is, right? The market is this. So if I were to put some money into some companies, the 3 companies that I'll put is Pollo Campero, Pollo Campestre, y Don Pollo. As simple as that. Go to their stomach and help the companies being able to connect with the people through their stomach and through their wallet. So, I'm not a VC, so if you ask me, that would be my target.
Yeah, I want to add in some words. So if we're going to invest, my opinion is like maybe we can build incubation here, because like we only invest the project that related to blockchain, not chicken place, no. So not franchisee or anything. But we like to help them to grow. We're incubators. So if we can build incubation here, that maybe there's any project, for example, ATM machine I saw like on the booth, and there's some other like payment, remittancy, APIs for like payment, settlements, and those type of company. So anything that related to blockchain, not only this, maybe like GameFi, DeFi, whatever it is, NFT, you know, a lot of artists here. So if they're going to join the incubation with us, you know, we can provide a seed fund for them to actually help them to grow. We also can provide like an education program or, you know, invite a very top advisor and to, you know, to advise them and to help them to grow. So I can't say like a very specific name, but I think there's something that we're going to do in the future. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I think the specific name thing is hard because we're still going through a lot of diligence and evaluation. I will say that I did come here particularly looking at some Bitcoin DeFi products, mainly because we're not seeing a lot of that, I think, in the US right now. And that's definitely a more Latin American product overall because Bitcoin is so dominant down here compared to other areas. So a lot of the Latin American market has missed out on, you know, a number of different DeFi just processes and opportunities because of that. So looking at Bitcoin DeFi products that apply well to kind of the ethos that already is established in LATAM is pretty interesting to us. So we're definitely evaluating those opportunities now.
I think that's a great point. Like basically what is native to the ecosystem and therefore what can be built here better than anywhere else in the world.
Don't be stealing my thesis.
No.
Whoa, whoa.
You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. We threw a little get together yesterday evening to get to know people in the ecosystem, and a bunch of entrepreneurs showed up, which was so awesome. And you know, so projects from like, you know, picks and shovels for NFTs being actually built in the Dominican Republic. We saw. To enable like unique minting and enable NFT artists to actually, you know, do perpetual minting. That's pretty cool. We saw some other entrepreneurs who are building the Aave for Latin America. That makes a lot of sense, right? The next layer of financial services, or the next layer in terms of complexity within financial services. Obviously, Lightning Network, which is built on using Bitcoin. Even NFT artists themselves, right? Which I think there's a bunch of things or a bunch of people that I at least met yesterday that I think if I hadn't been here, wouldn't have met. I don't know, will we end up investing? I don't know, but I'm definitely taking back a bunch of connections, a bunch of ideas, and I think those connections maybe not in the short term, but rather, you know, over time will 100% pay off both ways, right? So it's not always about investing. There's a bunch of ways you can help. And I think that's what these events and this community really gives back over time.
Very good. If you had the opportunity, we have, just FYI, we have about 4 minutes. So if we can keep the answers a little bit more concise, that would be great. If you had the opportunity to become an advisor to President Bukele regarding fintech for the future of El Salvador, what would you say to him?
I think the opportunity is huge. I do think that, you know, a lot of, crypto's early, but still there's a lot of, you know, blueprint that has been built out elsewhere. I think taking, you know, either companies that have been built elsewhere which work, and, you know, using that to implement like the actual infrastructure to enable a blockchain country is I think the safest or, you know, way to scale and the fastest, you know, go to market, right? Rather than reinventing from scratch and you know, risking a lot in terms of what can happen. I think there's a lot of like examples across the world that they can take, that Salvador can take, and you know, happy to discuss more.
So we work with a variety of central banks and governments now on advising them in these similar type of situations, although I guess this one is particularly unique. I think first and foremost, the focus on innovation and exploration is really, really important because it still is very new. I don't think anyone knows exactly where it's going to land just yet. and just fostering that growth, but letting people explore it is going to be really important, because I think the end of the cycle and what the actual result and opportunities is probably very different than what we anticipate that it is now, and probably in the best of ways. So I would really encourage the innovation, exploration angle of it, and let people kind of engineer their way through it.
Yeah, I can add on that. He took a step towards freedom, definitely, and just keep on that path. Add a layer of education. This needs a lot of education in every aspect, and that will give an opportunity to Salvadoreños to be on the right, I think, the right side of history in the coming years, which is we are going to be through very bumpy times in the world, and giving that optionality, I think, will give Salvadoreños a great tool to make life-changing steps.
I think if I met President Nayib Bukele, I would, with all due respect, I would say that he is a great visionary. I was interviewed on Radio 107.7 Radio Fuego this Tuesday, an hour. And I will tell you this, there will be some resistance from the people who are not so with the Bitcoin idea. But I think at the end of the day, for my message to all Salvadorans is that, look, you have a visionary president. I do not know him from Adam. I've not shaken his hand. But I like visionaries. And at the end of the day, your next generation and the next generation, 200 years down the line, you know what they will see? They maybe even forget your name, but they will see President Nayib Bukele in the books of history because he made a very good decision for El Salvador and the world to make it the first Bitcoin capital of the world. So, congrats to you, President Nayib Bukele, and Salvadorians.
Yeah, I think just speaking from my experience in China, I'm not sure how much time or thought the president has put towards making Bitcoin its legal tender, but at least within the China markets, they've been thinking about for years, right? And like they have all these siloed stations to really test out sort of their national currency in a digital format and airdrop it in like very secluded areas to make sure that nothing goes wrong, right? So like I think the biggest catastrophe is really like if something were to go wrong with sort of this entire process, then it's really carrying the weight of the entire world's shoulders in the crypto space. So like I definitely encourage, obviously this has already been done, it cannot be undone, but really take steps carefully going forward to making sure that the assets of each and every individual is protected, and taking sort of very regulated steps toward making decisions towards sort of this very crypto native economy, because when things are coming to crypto, a lot of things can go wrong because it's still very new and it's still very nascent technology. So I would just take some precautionary measures if I were him.
From my suggestion to the president, I think is like for all the venture capitals and all the projects that are looking forward to land here, how you guys can provide more clear guideline for us. So now, like sometimes we're a little bit lost. Where the people that we talk, they're also a little bit lost because they don't know where to go, who are they going to talk, how they can land here. So I think if the government have set up a department, for like foreigners, to give us a very, very complete handbook or guidelines. This is where you go. This is where you look to talk or something like that. I think easier for us to land here. So and also we're looking forward to see that Salvador could be a really important hub for everyone. They want to land in Latin, they come to El Salvador first, and then they can expand it to the rest of the country. And I'm looking forward to see El Salvador can be a symbol or like a guideline for the rest of the countries. Because there are a lot of countries that will follow what El Salvador did in the crypto area. So I think that's really important for us. Yeah.
Great. No, definitely a good point. Time is up. Thank you so much for your feedback. Thank you for all the information you provided. It's not every day that we get to hear and interact with VCs and people who represent hedge funds and actually investors who, Mr. Ong told me the story on how he just, he shared that with you too. He just took off. He just came as soon as he heard the news. And we had a few cases like that. So it's really great what's happening right now for us in El Salvador and also for the entire crypto community in the world. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Please look them up on LinkedIn. If you have a question, unfortunately time is up, but reach out to them so they can answer any doubt, any question that you might have. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bueno, thank you, Monica. Thank you, all the rest. I wanted this to be the biggest panel in size, yes, because it's very relevant.
Interesantísimo panel. Acabamos de ver cuál es la opinión de los inversores y a través de ellos del mundo sobre lo que está pasando en El Salvador para cerrar este segundo día de conferencia. Realmente muy contentos, muy orgullosos de haber podido traer esta visión a El Salvador y que la comunidad internacional se esté expresando y se esté manifestando. Pero para seguir hablando de lo que pasa en El Salvador y de gente que viene de visita, lo tenemos a Javo Madariaga desde la ONG Bitcoin Argentina, que nos va a contar un poquito de lo que vio, lo que le pareció y sus conclusiones de esto.
Muy contento, fascinado de este segundo día de la Bit Conf y muy interesante este panel, que aparte acabamos de escuchar la opinión de los inversores más importantes que están llegando a El Salvador y viendo a El Salvador como un mercado prometedor, después de haber escuchado a la ministra de Economía con su plan de transformación a nación digital, sumamente interesante cómo se conjugan y la conclusión que me llevo de este último panel es que hay un interés muy fuerte de los inversores de que El Salvador se vuelva un caso de éxito.
Exactamente, hay un interés en que esto funcione y están dadas las condiciones. Aquí se acaba de largar una lluvia torrencial para los que empiezan a escuchar un poco de ruido de fondo. Bueno, esperamos que hayan disfrutado con nosotros este día, la audiencia ya de Talentland, iPropUp y Bitcoin Magazine que nos están acompañando. Mañana nos espera un día increíble. Pero antes de hablar de mañana, y ya que estamos hablando de iPropUp y la comunidad argentina, me gustaría que Javo nos cuente un poco qué está pasando por allá con Bitcoin y blockchain, que la comunidad argentina está entre las 10 comunidades con más penetración de cripto en el mundo, y particularmente la ONG tiene casi 10 años de experiencia, así que...
Exacto, tenemos un rol sumamente privilegiado en la Argentina en cuanto a adopción y una responsabilidad muy grande de acercar a las comunidades, a los individuos, a los sectores productivos, a los tomadores de decisión, a las oportunidades de Bitcoin que Bitcoin nos trae, ¿no? Así que nos vamos muy contentos de estas jornadas dentro de la BitConf, este evento tan importante para nosotros respecto a Bitcoin y blockchain en la región, y nos llevamos una responsabilidad muy grande de volver a Argentina a procesar todo lo que sucedió acá, todos los debates, las ideas gigantes que nos han inspirado los distintos oradores para poder acercar esa información a las distintas comunidades y seguir contribuyendo con la misión social de educación y difusión de la adopción de Bitcoin en Argentina.
Y por cierto, la BitConf, esto de que es una comunidad y de que es toda una experiencia, ha sido el lugar en el que ha nacido la ONG Bitcoin Argentina. La ONG Bitcoin Argentina nació para poder gestionar un poco todo lo que pasaba dentro de la BitConf. Bueno, creció y ahora ambas son proyectos independientes, pero nada, cuando los invitamos a que se hagan partícipe, a que estén, a que vengan, se acerquen, pregunten, molesten, es porque hay una comunidad horizontal preparada para ayudarlos con ganas de intercambiar. Todos nuestros speakers se acercan a la gente, charlan y uno realmente puede sentirse parte de esto. E inclusive si están viéndolo online, por favor, regístrense en la página de la BitConf, así les llega el mail con el acceso a Event y nuestra app de networking. Allá está Mariana, Gabriela y todo el equipo preparando para que la comunidad pueda tener contenido y esto sea una experiencia para todos.
No solo la ONG Bitcoin Argentina surgió de la BitConf, tantos proyectos han surgido y se han gestado en el corazón de las discusiones, los abrazos, las distintas charlas, las cervezas que se suceden en esta conferencia tan importante y es muy apasionante.
Se suceden las conferencias y las cervezas.
Las cervezas también se suceden, pero estamos sumamente contentos de ver cómo evolucionan los proyectos cada vez que nos encontramos en esta conferencia y cómo van madurando. Y eso es algo que nos inspira y nos invita a seguir participando y nos invita a seguir invitando a gente a unirse a esta comunidad.
Mañana, último día, y hablando de invitar, y de mañana hay una invitada de lujo, realmente de lujo. Elizabeth Stark, la mamá de Lighting Network, la CEO de Satoshi Labs, no, le dije mal el nombre del proyecto. Bueno, Elizabeth Stark va a estar acá, va a estar siendo entrevistada por Anita Posch. Anita Posch, una gran autora y una gran gestora de comunidad y podcaster. Los invito a que la sigan en Twitter porque la rompe. Y las tenemos ni más ni menos que ellas dos mujeres de la industria, que con la falta que hacen mujeres en la industria, hablando en un intercambio abierto. Así que esa es la frutilla del postre. Por favor, mañana no se lo pierdan. Además de todos nuestros speakers, es un día orientado más que todo a los aspectos técnicos y tecnológicos. Va a estar también hablando Jameson Loop. Y chequemos la agenda en www.labitconf.com. Inscríbanse y nos despedimos porque la lluvia nos está matando y está mojando los equipos.
Diana, sin duda, cuando nos volvamos para Argentina nos van a cobrar exceso de equipaje porque la cantidad de conocimiento y de ideas que nos llevamos cargados en la mochila son impresionantes. Y los que nos están viendo del streaming seguramente también desde sus hogares no saben cómo alojar toda la información y todos los debates con los cuales nos estuvimos nutriendo estos días. Nos vemos mañana entonces.
Nos vemos mañana. Comuníquense con nosotros, #LaBitConf, y nos cuentan qué les pareció y qué esperan ver mañana por aquí.
Hasta mañana.
Hasta mañana.
Ingresa al mundo de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Comprá, recibí, envía e invertí. Protege y globaliza tu dinero en decrypto.la.
HODL, a global P2P Bitcoin trading platform that doesn't hold your funds. At HODL, you don't need to go through complex KYC or AML procedures. We don't have access to your funds. You control the funds in escrow with your key. HODL, your keys, your coins.
In 2019, we launched our Bitcoin rocket. Its engines ignited with a mixture of the first fully Bitcoin-backed stablecoin and a small leverage for those providing liquidity